Hey there, survivors. Thanks for tuning into this story. Today's video is the complete chronicle of Rowan Chambers. 3 parts. 1 uninterrupted signal. You'll hear the first bunker broadcast from year 30, the brutal clash and family betrayal in year 35, and the hard-won rebirth of signal landing in year 40. So many years after the outbreak began, years of silence, contaminated nights, and stubborn hope, told without a single break. Make yourselves comfortable. The signal starts now. Someone once said that sound travels farther when the world is quiet. Out there, past the mountains and the dead cities, past the ruins of nations and the echo of what used to be, I like to think that someone, somewhere, is still listening. Maybe a kid with a scavenged radio rig, tucked inside an overturned school bus. Maybe a woman camped in a burned-out lighthouse, her fire kept alive by driftwood and old newspapers. Maybe just anyone who remembers what a voice in the dark used to mean. My name is Rowan Chambers, and this voice, this station, has been broadcasting for 30 years from beneath the cold soil near Colorado Springs. Once, this place hummed with activity. Technicians, security teams, botanists and cooks and engineers, all hand-picked to serve a billionaire named Hightower, who built this underground sanctuary not as a retreat, but as a backup plan for the end of the world. Most of them are gone now. Some left when they couldn't take the silence. Some vanished without a word. Others never made it back from supply runs. What's left of humanity exists in fragments, like the pieces of a broken mirror, reflecting a world that barely resembles the one we lost. I didn't plan to be here. I was a systems engineer with a degree, a sister I adored, and zero desire to join an apocalypse club. But Hightower paid well, and the work was clean. My sister Meredith came on later, as part of the greenhouse staff. We thought it would be a few months of easy money. Then the first wave hit. The spore swept through cities like smoke. The dead didn't just rise. They evolved, shifted, learned to wait, to blend in. By the time the air turned dangerous and the radios started falling silent, we were already locked inside. Now it's just me in this forgotten echo chamber. Each night, I switch on the transmitter, adjust the gain, and speak into the void. I share warnings, maps, the names of people I haven't heard from in years. I talk about the vaccine we almost had, about the nuclear fires that carved glowing scars into the earth, about how we came this close to turning it all around, and then sabotaged ourselves. Always I wait for a voice to answer, and every time the silence returns, I wonder how long I can keep pretending that I'm doing this for someone else, and not just to hear my own voice, so I can remember I'm still human. Long before this began, I lived a normal life in Seattle. Back then, I was fresh out of college, armed with a degree in mechanical engineering. I was a typical young professional, carrying ambitions that had nothing to do with survival or bunkers. My sister, Meredith, was finishing a course in environmental science at the time. Her passion was always ecology and the outdoors. She loved analyzing soil samples, discovering new species of wildflowers, and creating pressed collages out of dried petals. Our parents had both passed away when we were teenagers, leaving us to rely on each other as we navigated adulthood. We found ways to support one another, forging a sibling bond that shaped most of our decisions. In early 2027, when the economy seemed stable enough, I moved to Colorado for work on a private construction project. The location near Cheyenne Mountain was rumored to be highly secure. The rumor turned out to be true. It was indeed a subterranean fortress commissioned by Hightower, a man known for uncanny foresight and nearly limitless wealth. I landed a job as part of the initial installation crew for the facility's water reclamation and ventilation systems. Meredith followed soon after, initially just visiting me, but she ended up staying when Hightower offered her a position in the domestic staff. The pay was generous, the environment controlled, and we had the sense that we were participating in some elaborate precaution, one that would hopefully never be needed. At the time, the notion of global collapse felt unimaginable, at least for me. My biggest concerns involved finishing each engineering phase without missing deadlines. I'd spend long days in the subterranean levels, aligning the filtration tanks, calibrating sensors, and ensuring that the ventilation shafts were sealed properly against any outside contamination. Occasionally, I'd see Hightower himself roaming the halls with a sense of measured curiosity. He'd nod at me in passing, perhaps inspecting the progress of his doomsday refuge. Rumors about why Hightower wanted such a massive bunker varied. Some said he feared a nuclear exchange between superpowers. Others believed he was preparing for catastrophic climate changes. No one, to my knowledge, mentioned zombies. Yet when the earliest signs of an infection started appearing on the news in mid-2028, Hightower's project was already 90% complete. He quietly accelerated the final stages, increasing the pay to double time, with some teams working around the clock. By the time the outbreak reached major US cities, the bunker was fully operational. At first, the outbreak was just another piece of sensational news. People assumed it would stay confined, that the CDC would swoop in with a rapid containment plan. But then entire counties in Texas went dark within weeks. Reports from Memphis, Tennessee emerged next, describing people falling ill with a fungal infection that spread unbelievably fast. Hospitals were overwhelmed. Government briefings warned the public not to panic, claiming the situation was under control. None of us could have guessed how quickly it would spiral into a worldwide event. I remember the exact day that Gordon Hightower summoned all his staff to the central lounge on sub-level 1. It was a chilly morning in November 2028. We had only just heard that the infection, this zombie spore, as they were calling it on social media, had infiltrated the outskirts of Los Angeles. Hightower stood at the front of a large meeting room, wearing an impeccably tailored suit, explaining that the bunker would lock down for an indefinite period. He displayed news footage from various channels, images of overcrowded airports, lines of vehicles on every major highway, police forces trying to establish quarantine perimeters. It was chaos on every screen. People stared in disbelief, as if we'd stumbled into a disaster film. Hightower announced he would keep us safe, provided we all performed our designated roles and did not attempt to leave without explicit clearance. In the months that followed, the world above changed in ways we could scarcely process. Governments declared national emergencies. Martial law was instated in certain regions, and attempts to isolate the infection largely failed because it spread in unpredictable ways. The spore was airborne under certain conditions, but experts also suspected contamination through direct contact with fluids. Even as the authorities struggled to contain it, they faced riots, supply chain disruptions, mass migrations, and the growing presence of infected. Within the bunker, Hightower established a strict regime. We had weekly drills for sealing off different levels in case of a breach. We wore specialized ID badges that granted or restricted access to certain areas. A squad of ex-military personnel ensured the bunker's security, both internally and above ground. They coordinated short, carefully planned trips outside to gather supplies, retrieve specialized equipment, or scout the immediate perimeter. Through all this, I tried to focus on my engineering tasks, maintaining the water purification system, running diagnostics on the air filtration modules, and verifying that the power generators were stable. The bunker had multiple generators, some running on natural gas, others capable of burning diesel if necessary, and a substantial battery array. Redundancy was built into every system. At night, we'd gather in a small lounge to watch news broadcasts from around the world. Initially, there were still active reporters, albeit in protective gear, standing in front of blockaded streets or overwhelmed hospitals. Then those feeds became increasingly sporadic. Some networks simply went offline. Others broadcast older footage on a loop, their anchors gone. It was around this time that alternative voices began cropping up on shortwave frequencies. Ordinary people, broadcasting from basements, attics, or improvised shelters, described the collapse of their communities. We'd listen in stunned silence, hearing these pleas for help we could not offer. Hightower urged us to conserve resources. We ate freeze-dried meals from the massive storage rooms, saving the fresh produce from our hydroponic garden for special occasions. Everything was measured and tracked. We had ration cards that allowed each person a certain portion per day. Morale was difficult to sustain, especially as the once spacious corridors began to feel claustrophobic. People stuck to their duties, but tensions simmered. Some staff members quietly questioned the ethics of staying locked away while the rest of the world tore itself apart. Others believed we were simply doing what was necessary to survive. I recall the first time I personally ventured above ground after the lockdown. The security team needed someone who understood the ventilation shafts to help clear debris near the main air intake. A powerful windstorm had torn through the property, scattering branches and ripping away protective covers. I accompanied a few guards, wearing protective overalls and a respirator. Stepping outside felt like entering another realm. The sky had a muddy tint, as if dust from distant fires hung in the air. Our estate, once immaculately landscaped, was littered with broken tree limbs. In the distance, Colorado Springs was entirely still. For a moment, I almost believed that the city might just be deserted. Then, through a pair of binoculars, I saw figures shuffling along the edge of what used to be a residential zone. The guards advised me not to look too long, so I refocused on clearing the air intake. That initial glimpse of the infected, half a dozen silhouettes drifting aimlessly, burned into my mind. They seemed unthinking, unfeeling, yet unstoppable in their single-minded presence. We managed the bunker operations well enough through the first year. Regular updates came from the White House and the CDC, often urging people to remain calm and follow quarantine guidelines. They insisted that a cure or at least a treatment was on the horizon. Yet by the following spring, those official bulletins had ceased. Only pockets of local leadership tried to maintain order, setting up safe zones or clean zones that lasted a few weeks at most before collapsing. Europe fared no better. I remember hearing a final broadcast from the BBC World Service, describing how infected mobs had overwhelmed the security cordon around London. The anchor's voice cut off mid-sentence, replaced by static. Inside the bunker, a certain grim acceptance set in. Hightower, wanting to speed up a solution, assembled a team of infectious disease experts and microbiologists. He placed them in a dedicated lab 2 levels below the main living quarters. They had spore samples kept in negative pressure chambers, painstakingly studying how the fungus attacked the human nervous system. Meredith was assigned to assist them occasionally, sterilizing their equipment, cleaning the lab surfaces. The researchers were guarded in their optimism, but every few weeks they'd announce modest progress. I overheard rumors that they were close to formulating a prototype inhibitor, something that, if delivered early, might prevent new infections from taking hold. The potential for a vaccine glimmered like a distant beacon of hope. Over time, the outside transmissions turned darker. Survivors spoke of enclaves forming around certain well-defended locations. We heard tales of a large group near Flagstaff that had sealed off a canyon and fortified it with makeshift walls. They broadcast instructions for other survivors, encouraging them to join. Then, abruptly, their station went silent. Another group claimed to operate out of the Rocky Mountains, using the high altitude to their advantage. But they too vanished from the airwaves within months. Rumors of cannibalistic raiders started circulating. The subject was delicate. Few people dared to admit that the resource shortage had driven them to such extremes, but the anecdotes persisted. Individuals described traveling families that were lured into safe-looking shelters, only to discover they'd stumbled into the lair of people with no other source of sustenance. Hightower's scientists pushed forward, driven by these horrifying stories. They believed that the pressure of a worldwide catastrophe could be channeled into medical breakthroughs, that necessity was the mother of invention. The scale of their ambition was impressive, but eventually it became clear that the environment itself was against them. The spore was more adaptable than they realized. They'd tweak a chemical compound, only to discover that the fungus mutated in response. The early prototypes of their inhibitor turned out to have side effects that were nearly as unsettling as the infection itself, causing neurological disturbances in lab animals that mirrored the aggression of the infected. Even so, they persevered. By the 3rd year underground, the number of people in the bunker began to dwindle. Some left, convinced they could survive more comfortably by joining existing enclaves or forging their own path. A few discovered family members who were still alive on the outside and felt obliged to reunite with them. Not everyone made it back. We'd see small search parties depart, only to return with fewer members, or sometimes not at all. The security detail that accompanied them did its best, but the infected were relentless, and the surface world offered little safety. At one point, a staff member named Isaac took it upon himself to explore Colorado Springs, hoping to confirm rumors that parts of the city center had been retaken by a local militia. He carried a battered radio, promising to check in daily. For a while he did. He described finding a few survivors holed up in a library near East Pikes Peak Avenue, living off old canned goods. Then one evening, his updates stopped. Days passed with no word. Eventually, we wrote him off as another casualty of this nightmare. Meanwhile, inside the bunker, routine tasks offered structure. Every morning, we performed system checks on water recycling, greenhouse operations, and generator fuel levels. The greenhouse had a modest yield: lettuce, tomatoes, peppers, and some herbs. We never produced enough for lavish meals, but it supplemented our stored supplies with essential nutrients. Meredith grew adept at handling the delicate chemistry of hydroponic solutions, ensuring our plants stayed healthy. She recorded observations in a thick notebook, noting changes in leaf coloration or signs of nutrient deficiencies. Her diligence likely staved off scurvy and other nutritional problems that might have plagued us. The psychological weight of living underground was tremendous. People coped in various ways. Some maintained exercise routines in the small gym on sub-level 2. Others read books from Hightower's extensive library, losing themselves in fiction that recalled a time before the infection. A few found solace in the chapel-like room near the back of the facility, where they'd sit quietly, reflecting on whatever faith or beliefs they held. I often lost myself in the radio console, scanning frequencies for any signs of life. Some nights, I'd pick up faint transmissions in foreign languages, snatches of Russian, Spanish, or what might have been Mandarin, indicating that pockets of survivors endured across the globe, but the signals were always weak and short-lived. Year 4 brought the sabotage that shattered our hopes for a cure. It happened on a Thursday night. Alarms blared through the bunker, and red emergency lights pulsed in the corridors. Word spread that the microbiology lab had been compromised. When security arrived, they found the lead scientists unconscious or missing, vital research data destroyed, and vials of spore cultures spilled. A thick haze of containment foam filled the lab, sealing off potential airborne threats. No one admitted responsibility. Perhaps it was an inside job, or an outside agent who had infiltrated the bunker through unknown means. The result was catastrophic. The research, which had taken years to compile, was mostly gone. Some staff members tried to recover partial data from backup drives, but essential files were missing. The team's momentum vanished. In the aftermath, morale hit a new low. Some staff members, convinced that there was no longer a reason to stay, simply walked out of the bunker. Hightower raged, calling their departures an act of betrayal. Eventually, even he seemed to lose his fire. He locked himself in his private quarters, emerging only sporadically. A rumor circulated that he blamed himself for not investing in even tighter security, or for trusting people who might have turned against him. Beyond our walls, the global situation only worsened. Major cities across continents were overrun. Nuclear strikes at various points left swaths of land heavily irradiated. People described an eerie, glassy terrain around some of these blast sites, where almost nothing lived. In the weeks after each explosion, transmissions from those regions would speak of mutated, infected, sporting fungal growths that gave them a hardened appearance. Some survivors referred to these as armored lurkers, as they could withstand more conventional deterrents. Yet the nuclear apocalypse many had feared never fully came to pass. There were enough stable enclaves left in the chain of command around the world to realize that mutual destruction would finish what the spore started, so the bombs ceased. The consequence was a patchwork of radioactive zones scattered across the earth like wounds on a body. Travel between these zones was perilous at best, impossible at worst. By year 7, I found myself drifting through the bunker in a daze. So many vacant bunks, empty storage lockers, and half-abandoned corridors. The once frequent staff meetings gave way to a loose arrangement of people simply doing their tasks without question. Hightower rarely showed his face. Meredith and I stuck together, supporting each other as best we could. My daily routine involved a deep system check in the mornings, greenhouse oversight in the afternoons, and radio watch in the evenings. On the radio, I broadcast messages encouraging survivors to share any knowledge of stable regions or new scientific breakthroughs. Mostly, I was met with silence. Occasionally, a voice would crackle through the static, offering a rumor of hope before fading away. Then came the day Hightower disappeared. It was sudden, with no official announcement. The security cameras captured him walking toward an emergency exit with 2 guards. They all carried backpacks. The door sealed behind them, and no one saw them again. We found no notes in his quarters, just an empty office and a closet with missing clothes. The staff, already stretched thin, splintered without his presence. Some argued that they should attempt to locate him. Others decided it was time to leave for good. In the span of a few weeks, half of those remaining departed. Soon, it was just me, Meredith, and a handful of others. Amid this new isolation, we reorganized the living areas, consolidating to a smaller section of the bunker to save on power. We shut down entire wings, turning off lights and sealing doors to conserve energy. The greenhouse and the radio room remained our primary focus. We rigged up an alarm system that would alert us if any door to the outside world was opened. We carried on in that manner for several more years. In that time, the outside broadcasts I managed to catch painted a varied picture of humanity's attempt at survival. A cluster of survivors in Canada claimed to have built a functioning settlement in an old hydroelectric dam. Farmers in the Midwest described small communities where they grew corn and kept livestock behind tall fences. Rumors of cannibal tribes persisted, especially in areas where resources were scarce. People told stories about a group in the ruins of Chicago that systematically preyed on travelers. No official name was given, but they were described as an organized band that had taken over some of the high-rises and turned them into traps for unsuspecting wanderers. The infected, meanwhile, continued to roam. Decay did not appear to stop them completely, as the spore seemed to animate their bodies in ways that defied normal decomposition rates. Some gleaned that the infected might be feeding on the spore's own growth cycles, effectively preserving their forms. A few enclaves attempted to burn large swathes of infected, but each effort required significant resources and put survivors at risk of spore exposure through airborne ash. The problem always came back to the spore's resilience. Years 10 through 15 passed in a blur of monotony. Our bunker population dwindled further. People left for one reason or another, convinced that perhaps a better life waited outside. We'd see them off at the main hatch, handing over rations and any gear we could spare. Sometimes, we'd hear back from them via radio, describing small victories or tragedies. Eventually, those updates became less frequent until they stopped entirely. Day to day, my existence revolved around the mechanical hum of the generator, the drip of the water purification system, the faint glow of greenhouse lamps. Meredith and I found what comfort we could in each other's company, though we rarely spoke of the future. She poured her energy into perfecting crop yields, testing different hydroponic setups, trying to cultivate beans or microgreens to boost our dietary variety. One day, she confided in me that she worried about losing her sense of purpose in this enclosed world. The isolation weighed on her. We'd take short walks through the bunker's upper corridors, sometimes shining flashlights into dusty rooms that once bustled with staff. I'd catch glimpses of old memos on desks or personal items left behind. Family photos, books, trinkets. It often made me reflect on the ephemeral nature of everything we once considered normal. The outside world also kept changing. On the radio, I once heard about a traveling caravan near the Great Lakes region that had formed a floating community aboard a series of improvised rafts and boats. They claimed the infected were less likely to venture into open water, and the spore itself struggled to spread in environments with strong currents. Another broadcast from Eastern Europe told of small fortress towns rising behind medieval-era walls. People found that ancient fortifications, if repaired, could provide a measure of security. Yet each outpost existed in a precarious balance, threatened by roving hordes or infiltration from within. The most unsettling rumors involved so-called ferals, heavily mutated infected that seemed to develop new behaviors. Some travelers insisted these creatures could remain still for days, mimicking real corpses. Others said they huddled in groups as if waiting to ambush prey. Several enclaves reported that the ferals used faint vocalizations, a kind of mimicry that approximated the sound of living humans. Survivors who investigated such calls sometimes never returned. I couldn't verify these stories, but enough identical accounts surfaced from unconnected sources to lend them credibility. By year 20, the bunker's daily routine had been refined to a near ritual. I rose at a consistent hour, my wristwatch still functioning thanks to careful battery management, and went through a mental checklist. Generator fuel, water tank levels, greenhouse water pH, filters in the ventilation system. Meredith and I rotated the tasks to keep ourselves engaged. Every evening, I'd return to the radio console and broadcast. Sometimes I'd talk about practical tips, how to scavenge from old grocery stores without risking exposure, how to test water for contamination, or how to identify if an infected might be lying in wait. On nights when I felt a spark of optimism, I'd recount childhood memories or read passages from an old guide to engineering fundamentals, hoping that knowledge might benefit someone. Rarely did I get a reply. The static was constant, interrupted only by fleeting signals. Despite everything, I clung to the possibility that we might one day find a safe zone or rejoin a community of like-minded survivors. Meredith was less vocal about it, but sometimes I'd see her reading through the notebook she kept of horticultural breakthroughs. I suspected she harbored dreams of helping restore farmland on the surface, perhaps collaborating with others to rebuild a stable settlement. We never made firm plans, though. The idea of leaving the bunker still felt overwhelming, with infected and raiders lurking in every corner of the surface. The day the security system beeped unexpectedly, indicating an attempted entry through a rarely used vent, was a turning point. We rushed to the monitor station, scanning the external cameras. One camera near the estate's perimeter fence showed vague movement in the brush. We couldn't make out details, but something large was scraping near the vent covers. The motion abruptly stopped. Perhaps it was just an animal or the wind. Still, the unsettling realization was that the outside world was encroaching on us again. We double-checked the seals and replaced the external vent covers with heavier grates. Around the 25th year, the bunker's population had reduced to a handful. Me, Meredith, a radio operator named Nigel, who specialized in shortwave communication, and Fairbanks, one of the last remaining security officers. Together we tried to maintain the essential systems. Nigel had a knack for tuning into distant frequencies, sometimes picking up signals from as far as the East Coast. He described one such signal from a group calling themselves the Riverland Federation, claiming to occupy territory around the Mississippi. They had farmland, a rudimentary militia, and limited technology to broadcast on shortwave. It sounded promising, even if we doubted that strangers would be welcomed easily. Fairbanks, for his part, believed in forging alliances. He argued that isolating ourselves in the bunker was unsustainable long-term. Fuel for the generators was finite, and essential parts would wear out eventually. Nigel agreed. They proposed that we attempt contact with the Riverland Federation or other enclaves, perhaps forging a relationship that could lead to mutual support. Meredith was hesitant, concerned about the hazards of travel and the risk of infection. I vacillated, torn between the safety of the bunker and the knowledge that we couldn't hide forever. Nigel tried sending out messages addressed specifically to the Riverland Federation, referencing the coordinates we had gleaned from their transmissions. Over the course of a few weeks, we heard nothing in response. Then, surprisingly, a faint voice broke through the static late one night. It claimed to be from a settlement near Breckenridge, though not the Riverland Federation. The person, who introduced himself as Sam Torres, said they'd formed a small community in the mountains, relying on hunting, fishing, and greenhouse operations similar to ours. They were open to meeting other survivors if safe travel could be arranged. Fairbanks latched onto this possibility with zeal. After weeks of planning, Fairbanks and Nigel decided to gather a few supplies, head for Breckenridge, and see for themselves if this was a viable community. They invited us to join. Meredith and I hesitated, concerned about the risks. In the end, we declined, preferring the bunker's security despite the isolation. Fairbanks assured us he'd send updates by radio along their journey. The morning they left, we helped them load a battered SUV Hightower had kept in the surface garage. We parted ways with a sense of heavy finality, watching them drive off through the estate grounds. They signaled on the radio for the first day, describing relatively open roads with scattered infected. Then, on the second day, they reported making good progress. On the third day, we lost their signal altogether. We never heard from them again. Their departure left the bunker emptier than ever. It was just me and Meredith now, heading into the 28th year. We continued as best we could. I upgraded the greenhouse lights to more energy-efficient LEDs, scavenged from the facility's remaining supplies. We rationed fuel for the generator, shutting it down during certain hours and relying on battery power. We sealed off even more of the bunker's unused sections to minimize maintenance. The radio broadcasts continued. Each night I explained who we were, where we were, and offered to share any knowledge gleaned over the decades. Occasionally, a faint burst of static would sound like a human voice, but I couldn't pass it. I clung to hope, meticulously logging times and frequencies, trying each night to reconnect. Then Meredith disappeared. That morning, I went to wake her in her quarters, expecting to see her reading over greenhouse notes. Instead, her bed was untouched. Her personal belongings were in their usual place, her clothes folded, her old notebook with pressed flowers near the lamp. She was simply gone. There was no sign of forced entry, no note pinned to the door. The bunker cameras had been malfunctioning for some time, so I couldn't trace her steps. I searched every corridor, calling her name. I checked the upper levels, the sealed exit hatches, every storage room. She was nowhere to be found. Days turned to weeks, and she did not return. The thought that she might have slipped out to the surface lingered. Maybe she had grown tired of waiting for me to make the decision to leave. Perhaps she believed she could find a better life elsewhere, or even had some lead on our missing colleagues. The uncertainty weighed on me. Without her, the bunker felt even more oppressive. Each footstep echoed in the vacant hallways. The greenhouse seemed silent without her thoughtful observations. I had never felt so truly alone. Determined not to let despair consume me, I pressed on with the radio broadcasts. The entire weight of the bunker's upkeep now fell on me. Day in and day out, I tested water quality, replaced air filters, harvested what few vegetables grew in the greenhouse, and struggled to maintain the generator. The silence around me was overwhelming. Sometimes I found myself talking to the walls, narrating my tasks like a public service announcement just to fill the emptiness. As time trudged closer to the 30th year, I came to terms with the fact that I too could not stay here forever. Supplies like medical gauze, disinfectants, and certain trace minerals for the hydroponic system were running low. A catastrophic failure of any major subsystem could render the bunker uninhabitable. I considered traveling north, having heard occasional rumors of safer stretches near the Canadian border. The climate there might slow the infected, and certain enclaves might welcome a mechanically skilled individual. On the other hand, the journey would be treacherous beyond comprehension. In the nights leading up to this final decision, I recorded a series of extended broadcasts. I spoke in detail about what I'd learned of the spore's biology, referencing the notes I salvaged from the sabotaged lab. Although incomplete, they contained valuable tidbits: the fungus's reliance on humid conditions, its vulnerability, albeit partial, to certain chemical agents. I recounted how nuclear detonations had backfired, giving rise to mutated variants in irradiated zones. I addressed the threat of cannibal raiders, cautioning travelers to avoid areas known for predatory groups. In essence, I tried to compile a manual of survival tactics, gleaned from decades in a vantage point that, while sheltered, was informed by countless hours of listening to the world's struggle. I also recounted the final days of official governments, how entire nations tried to re-establish themselves. Some attempted to rebuild their capitals, only to find them overrun by the infected. Others tried to resurrect monarchy systems or transitional councils, failing under shortages and constant threats. Now, all that remained were small alliances built on local trust, micro-governments that might survive or crumble at a moment's notice. Each of these broadcasts ended with a personal plea. If anyone can hear me, my name is Rowan Chambers. I've been in the Hightower estate bunker near Colorado Springs since the beginning of the outbreak. I'm considering leaving soon in search of other survivors. If you have any information about stable communities, possible vaccine projects, or safe routes, please respond. I will keep listening on this frequency as long as I can. The microphone hissed with static. I'd hold my breath, straining to detect any flicker of a response. Time after time, only silence returned. Finally, I resigned myself to the reality that I might not receive an answer. I spent weeks gathering a survival pack, a sturdy backpack, containers of purified water, freeze-dried meals, a compact shortwave radio, medical supplies, a multi-tool, and any other items that might prove vital. I even disassembled a small battery array to create a portable power bank for the radio. A part of me realized that leaving the bunker meant never seeing it again, or at least never returning under the same conditions. I might have to seal the doors behind me to prevent infected from wandering in, or if I left it open, perhaps future survivors would find it. Before I left, I wrote a series of notes on the bunker's systems: how to operate the generator, how to manage the greenhouse nutrient mix, how to interpret the filtration system readings. I sealed them in plastic sleeves and placed them in a visible spot near the main console, alongside a copy of my recorded broadcasts. If anyone ever stumbled upon the bunker, they'd have the chance to learn from what we built here. On the last evening, I did one final system check. The water reclamation tank still held a respectable reserve, the greenhouse lights remained functional, and the backup generator was operational with enough fuel for perhaps another year of moderate usage. Then I made my way to the radio booth. The overhead lamp flickered slightly, a reminder of how old the infrastructure was becoming. I pressed the transmit button. This is Rowan Chambers, broadcasting for the final time from the Hightower estate bunker. To whoever may be listening, I've kept this station on air for nearly 30 years, sharing updates and collecting stories from the world outside. Our resources are nearly spent. I'm preparing to leave in search of a safe haven, or at least a more sustainable life. I'm leaving behind instructions here in the bunker, along with recorded broadcasts that detail everything I know about the infection, the vaccine research we attempted, and the enclaves that once existed. If you find this place and I am gone, may it guide you to survive. Remember that the infected may be relentless, but hope can still exist in pockets of collaboration and compassion. Take care, and if you can, keep the signal alive. We must remember who we are, even in the face of such overwhelming change. With that, I ended the broadcast, letting the static hum fill the booth. I sat there for a long time, listening for any faint reply. The moments ticked by, each second etched into my memory. Then, at last, I shut down the console. Darkness enveloped the radio booth, broken only by the faint glow of emergency lights. Shouldering my pack, I walked through the bunker's corridors for what I presumed might be the last time. I recalled the faces of the many people who once worked here, The laughter in the cafeteria during the early days, the tense conversations in the lab, the hushed speculation about what was happening above. So many stories had begun and ended in these concrete halls. In the airlock leading to the surface, I paused, placing a hand on the thick steel door. This had been my haven and my prison. On the other side lay an uncertain world, haunted by infected forms, scarred by nuclear devastation, policed by desperate survivors. But perhaps also dotted with enclaves of resilience, maybe even answers to what happened to my sister, or a final resting place for the regrets I carried. I gripped the lever, took one measured breath, and pushed the door open, stepping into the outside air under a sky I'd hardly seen in nearly 3 decades. The moment the door eased open and the early morning light penetrated the gloom of the airlock, an entirely different reality confronted me. For nearly half my life, the bunker's filtered atmosphere and artificial lighting had defined my world. Now, a chill breeze carried scents I had almost forgotten: pine needles, damp earth, and something acrid that I couldn't immediately identify. Cautiously, I stepped onto the concrete landing that opened onto the estate grounds. The Hightower estate had once been a manicured landscape, a long driveway bordered by oak trees, rose gardens near the main house, carefully trimmed hedges that led to a guest cottage. Decades of neglect had rendered it almost unrecognizable. Grasses had grown waist-high. The oak trees, without pruning, had spread their branches wildly, some limbs broken off by storms. A half-collapsed gazebo lay shrouded in vines. I looked for signs of movement, but saw nothing immediately. No wildlife, no infected figures. All was silent except for the wind rustling leaves. I forced my legs to move, picking a path through the overgrowth, trying to remain vigilant. At the bunker's exit, I donned a protective hooded jacket, secured my respirator over my nose and mouth, and double-checked the filters, though I suspected that the spore wasn't as easily airborne in open spaces unless large numbers of infected were present. Still, caution felt necessary. The air smelled of decay, but not in an overpowering sense. More like the general mustiness of abandoned buildings, overlaid with the fragrance of wild plants. My objective that day was to reach the estate's perimeter fence. There, I'd inspect the surroundings and gauge the best route. The estate fence consisted of tall iron bars set in concrete footings, originally designed for privacy and security. Over the years, some sections had rusted or been damaged by falling trees. I recalled that the security staff had used a side gate near a dense patch of forest for their supply runs. That gate would likely be my best exit. As I crossed the yard, I saw the old fountain, once a grand centerpiece of the property. Now it was cracked and partially toppled. Vines crawled over the sculpted stone, reclaiming it for nature. The water that had once cascaded from bronze spouts was gone, replaced by muddy puddles. In the distance, I caught sight of a few shapes that might have been deer or elk. The local wildlife had probably flourished in the absence of human activity, but they scattered before I could take a closer look. When I approached the outer fence, unease welled up. The gate stood ajar, bent off its hinges. I hesitated, scanning the immediate surroundings for any sign of movement. Beyond the fence lay a narrow road once leading up to the mansion's entrance. Beyond that road stretched the broader foothills of the Cheyenne Mountain region, crowned by evergreens and rocky outcrops. Treading carefully, I followed the road downhill. The mansion was located on elevated ground that offered a panoramic view of Colorado Springs, though much of the cityscape was obscured by the curvature of the hills. As I descended, the remains of suburban developments came into view, roofs poking through a sea of green, roads cracked and buckled. I tried to recall the last official estimates I'd heard about infected density in this area. That was over a decade ago, and any data now would be outdated. Nevertheless, I remained watchful, pausing every few steps to listen for the characteristic shuffling of infected or the distant wails that survivors sometimes reported. Eventually, I found a vantage point near an abandoned gas station. The building's sign was missing letters, leaving only faint outlines. Its windows were broken, and weeds sprouted from cracks in the asphalt. Carefully, I crept around the side, peering in. Empty shelves lined the interior, with debris strewn across the floor. No sign of infected, though there were old dark stains on the linoleum. I refrained from stepping inside, not wanting to risk a hidden threat. Instead, I leaned against the wall to collect my thoughts, occasionally lifting my binoculars to scan the horizon. From this vantage, the city sprawled out below, hushed and grey in the distance, punctuated by the silhouettes of decaying buildings. Some structures had collapsed. Others stood intact but lifeless. Smoke rose in a thin column far off, possibly from a fire or a settlement. I considered heading in that direction, but decided against it for the moment. My plan was to skirt the edges of the city, heading into the foothills. The terrain was rugged, with winding roads that sometimes devolved into dirt paths, flanked by thick underbrush. The air smelled of pine resin and damp soil. Here and there, wildflowers added splotches of colour, offering a striking contrast to the deserted homes. Every so often, I spotted a house tucked away behind pines. Many had broken windows or open doors. Some were partially burned. I didn't investigate most of them, wary of potential infected lurking inside. But curiosity got the better of me at one particular property. It was a modest single-story cabin, its porch sagging but the roof still intact. The windows were shuttered from the inside. I rapped softly on the door, though I doubted anyone lived there. When no answer came, I pushed it open and stepped inside, shining a flashlight around. Dust particles danced in the beam, and the place had a stale odor of long disuse. A small living area held a couch, a coffee table, and a fireplace with an old charred log. Shelves against one wall contained an assortment of books, mystery novels, a few cookbooks, some travel guides. In the kitchen, I found empty cupboards, a rusted sink. The refrigerator door was ajar, its contents long spoiled. On a table, a yellowed note read, "Gone to find help. If you see this, we are at the Highgate Shelter." The words Highgate Shelter were underlined. There was no date, no further detail. Before leaving, I grabbed a small pot and a can opener from a drawer. You never know when such items might come in handy. I left the note as it was, in case someone else came by who might want that information, though it was probably decades out of date. Back on the porch, I gazed at the road ahead, feeling a pang of loneliness. These quiet, empty places were all that remained of so many lives. Late in the afternoon, I heard a noise that made me freeze. A distant scraping sound, like metal dragging on pavement. Quickly, I moved off the road into the tree line, crouching low amidst some shrubs. The scraping came closer. Eventually, a figure came into view, a lone infected, wearing tattered pants and a coat. One sleeve was shredded, revealing an arm twisted at an odd angle. The infected dragged a metal rod or pipe behind it, clinking it against the ground with each step. It wandered aimlessly, occasionally pausing as though trying to sense something. My grip on the straps of my backpack tightened. The figure never turned in my direction, and after a few minutes it vanished around a bend. Waiting until I felt certain it was gone, I returned to the road. The close call reminded me how vulnerable I was outside the bunker. Even a single infected could be dangerous if it caught me unaware. Its unyielding pursuit, the potential for the spore to spread through a scratch or wound. The respirator might help, but it was no guarantee in the event of a struggle. As night approached, I looked for a place to camp. Sleeping outdoors for the first time in decades felt surreal, especially after living beneath fluorescent lights for so long. I found a spot beneath a rock overhang, sheltered from the wind, and cleared the ground of brush. Using the pot I'd taken, I boiled water from a nearby stream on a small portable stove. The stove was a piece of gear I'd salvaged from the bunker's survival kits. The flicker of the flame dancing against the rocks stirred memories of campouts I'd gone on as a teenager with Meredith. She always loved sleeping under the stars, pointing out constellations, telling me about cosmic events I'd never studied. While the water boiled, I scanned the sky. The stars looked achingly bright, uninhibited by city lights. The Milky Way stretched overhead in a pale band. For a moment, I allowed myself to be transfixed by that cosmic expanse, imagining distant galaxies untroubled by the affairs of Earth. It was a stark reminder of how small and fleeting our crisis must look in the grand scale of the universe. The next morning, I rose with a sense of purpose. My plan was to travel northwest, eventually intersecting what used to be Highway 24. From there, I'd head further west, bypassing Colorado Springs by a significant margin. If I could reach the passes that led toward the towns deeper in the mountains, I might find enclaves, or at least safer terrain. I doubted I'd stumble upon a thriving settlement immediately, but the mountains offered natural barriers against the infected. The cold, especially at higher elevations, had long been rumored to slow them down. Walking along the cracked remains of the highway, I kept an eye out for vehicles that might be salvageable. Most were either rusted heaps or had been stripped for parts long ago. Some lay on their sides, as if overturned in the initial panic when people tried to flee. I passed a row of abandoned trucks, their windows broken, cargo compartments empty. Pieces of cloth fluttered in the breeze, caught on jagged edges. An old billboard loomed overhead, advertising a brand of cola that no longer existed. The sign, battered by time, seemed like a monument to a world gone by. On the second day, I encountered my first real challenge, a cluster of infected blocking a stretch of the road. There were perhaps half a dozen, standing in the open, their heads turning erratically, as if they sensed the environment for movement. Some might call them standard roamers, bodies that no longer showed extreme mutations, but retained that eerie semblance of life. I crouched behind an abandoned sedan, peering over the trunk. Moving closer risked drawing their attention, and my only weapon was a small handgun I'd taken from the bunker's armory, plus a crowbar. Engaging so many would be a grave risk. I studied the terrain to see if I could skirt around them. On the left lay a steep embankment with rocky outcroppings. On the right, a dense thicket of trees. I opted for the trees, hoping the infected wouldn't notice my movement. Step by painstaking step, I slipped into the undergrowth, pressing myself low beneath branches. The sunlight filtered in patches through the canopy, illuminating spots of moss and ferns. At one point, my foot snapped a twig, and I froze. A moment later, I heard a low moan from one of the infected. I waited. Eventually, their moans subsided, and I inched forward again, mindful of every placement of my boots. After what felt like an eternity, I emerged on the other side, far enough from the cluster that I felt safe returning to the road. All the while, the recollection of that sabotage in the bunker lab flashed through my mind. The notion that if the scientists had succeeded, maybe such encounters wouldn't be so harrowing now. Perhaps we'd have a real vaccine, or at least an effective prophylactic. But regrets served no purpose at that moment. The infected were here, and I had to navigate around them. As the miles stretched behind me, I saw more evidence of the old world's final days. Clusters of burnt-out houses, partially collapsed strip malls, an empty fire station with graffiti scrawled across its front. Messages like "Stay away" and "Nothing left" emblazoned on the walls in faded paint. Occasionally, I'd come across human remains, though the dryness of the climate had left them largely skeletal. I tried not to dwell on these remnants, but they underscored the unrelenting toll of the outbreak. On the evening of my third day, I found shelter in a former park ranger's station, located near the entrance to a national forest. The sign out front was bleached by sun and rain, but I could make out the words, "Pike National Forest Ranger Station." The door was locked. With a bit of force from my crowbar, I managed to pry it open. Inside, I discovered a single main room with old maps pinned to a corkboard, a battered desk, and a couple of metal filing cabinets. Dust lay thick on every surface. A logbook near the desk indicated that meteorologists once staffed the station to track regional weather patterns. The last entries were scrawled lines referencing the initial surge of infected sightings in outlying areas, eventually concluding with "abandoned station, heading east. That night, I barricaded the door with a heavy chair and used my portable stove to boil water, rationing my dehydrated meals carefully. I kept my flashlight off to avoid drawing attention, using a candle instead. The flickering light played across the maps, revealing scenic routes that once led hikers to breathtaking vistas. Now, those same paths might hold unseen dangers. In the dim glow, I recalled the day Meredith and I first arrived at the bunker, how we'd teased each other about working for a billionaire's eccentric project, how normal life still felt. The memory lingered, reminding me of how drastically everything had changed. In the morning, I decided to continue deeper into the forest, guided by one of the ranger trails that would eventually lead me north. The station's logs suggested that at higher elevations, sightings of infected were rare. I slung my backpack on and stepped back onto the trail, noticing how nature had reclaimed everything. Grass poked through the asphalt, trees overhung the trail, and wild animals roamed freely, unacquainted with the old boundaries of human infrastructure. Along a stretch of winding path, I paused to take in the scenery. Towering pines swayed gently in the breeze, their needles glimmering in the sun. A stream tumbled over rocks just a short distance away, its clear water rushing towards some distant tributary. The sky overhead was a bright canvas of blue, dotted with wispy clouds. It struck me that while the world of humankind had collapsed, the earth itself continued on in its own rhythms. Plants grew, rivers flowed, and wildlife adapted. There was a strange beauty in that realization, as if nature was indifferent to the spore that consumed civilization. Still, I couldn't linger too long in any one spot. Remaining constantly aware of my surroundings, I pressed forward. After a few hours of walking, the trail opened onto a small clearing where a weathered log cabin stood. It had a pitched roof with missing shingles, a stone chimney leaning precariously. Cautiously, I circled the structure, testing for signs of recent activity. Finding none, I ventured inside. The door gave way easily under slight pressure, revealing a single-room interior with a wood-burning stove, a simple bed frame, and a trunk against the wall. Dusty footprints trailed around the space, though it was impossible to tell how old they were. In the trunk, I found a tattered blanket, a lantern with no fuel, and a small journal. Flipping through its pages, I learned that the cabin had belonged to someone named David Muller, who wrote about escaping the initial chaos in Colorado Springs. He mentioned waiting for a group of friends who never arrived. The entries trailed off abruptly after a mention of going on a hunting trip. It seemed he too had vanished into the forest at some point. An ache settled in my mind as I read his final words. I keep waiting for a reply on the radio, but the static is endless. Maybe tomorrow I'll head to the ridge and try the repeater station. There was no further entry. The discovery of David Muller's journal reminded me of the fragility of every life touched by this crisis. So many stories ended without resolution. Each abandoned home, each scribbled note, offered a glimpse into someone's desperate attempt to endure. I couldn't help but wonder if my own final chapter might be written in similar lines. That night, I stayed in the cabin, lighting a small fire in the stove with the scraps of old furniture. I kept my respirator within arm's reach, just in case, and I wrote my own reflections in a notebook I carried. If something happened to me, perhaps another traveler might find it one day. Continuing north, the terrain grew steeper. My progress slowed as I navigated switchbacks, some of which had eroded or collapsed. Occasionally, I encountered wildlife, a fox darting between the trees, a pair of hawks circling overhead. No infected crossed my path for several days, which I took as a hopeful sign. Yet the sense of isolation intensified. The bunker, for all its loneliness, at least offered the comfort of solid walls, electricity, and a regulated environment. Here, every night was uncertain, every noise a potential threat. On the 7th day since leaving the bunker, I spotted what appeared to be fresh footprints near a stream. They were boot prints, distinct enough to indicate recent passage, though I couldn't guess how many days old. They led along the bank, heading in the same general direction I was traveling. My attention sharpened. Here was evidence of another living person. Perhaps I'd find an ally or a traveler like myself. Cautiously, I followed the prints for nearly a mile, but then they diverged from my intended path. They cut sharply east, where the terrain dropped into a narrow valley. I debated whether to follow them further, but logic urged me to stay my course. I wasn't equipped for a potentially hostile encounter if these travelers turned out to be dangerous. Instead, I took a mental note of their direction and pressed on. On the 9th day, I discovered a vantage point that provided a sweeping view of a valley below. The forest canopy stretched like an endless carpet, with occasional gaps revealing old roads and the remains of small towns. Using my binoculars, I scanned the horizon. Far off, I noticed a thin plume of smoke rising from what might have been a clearing. It could be a campfire or a settlement. The potential for finding a community warred with the fear of stumbling into danger. In the end, curiosity and the need for human contact won out. I adjusted my route, descending the slopes carefully. By early evening, I was close enough to smell the faint tang of burning wood. No infected were in sight, and the forest grew quiet, as though bracing for nightfall. I approached with extreme caution, weaving between trees until I saw a small encampment. 3 rudimentary shelters made of wood and tarp stood around a fire pit. 2 people sat near the fire, their backs turned to me. A third figure rummaged in a makeshift storage area. My composure wavered, but I forced myself to remain calm. My respirator was in place, though I considered removing it to appear less threatening. Then I reasoned that they might also be wary of infection. After lingering in the shadows for a moment, I decided to reveal myself. I stepped forward, arms slightly raised to show I meant no harm. One of the individuals by the fire, a man of medium build, clad in a worn jacket, noticed me first. He sprang to his feet, brandishing a hunting rifle. The other person, a woman with a ponytail, also grabbed a weapon, some type of makeshift spear. The figure rummaging in the storage area turned out to be an older man who glanced over, eyes wide. Careful to keep my voice level, I addressed them. I'm not infected. I was traveling from a bunker near Colorado Springs. I saw your smoke and wanted to see if you'd be willing to talk. The man lowered his rifle slightly, but not entirely. The woman shifted her stance, eyeing me from head to toe, taking in my gear. The older man stepped forward. "We don't want trouble," he said in a hoarse voice. I shook my head. "Neither do I. My name is Rowan." They exchanged glances. Finally, the older man nodded for me to approach. As I drew nearer, I noticed their campsite was basic, but relatively organized. A small ring of stones for a fire, a pot suspended over the flames, bedrolls under a tarp. They had a few plastic jugs of water and a large array of gathered mushrooms and plants. The smell of cooking stew wafted from the pot, reminding me how hungry I was for a hot meal. The man with the rifle introduced himself as Beck. The woman was Jana, and the older man, who seemed to be their leader, was Monroe. They'd been living in this region for several months, migrating between known safe spots in the forest. Jana asked if I had a weapon, so I slowly displayed the handgun at my belt. Satisfied that I wasn't brandishing it, they invited me closer to the fire. Over the next hour we exchanged stories, though cautiously. Beck and Jana had been with a larger group once, near a place they called Sunrise Pass. An outbreak of infected forced them to flee. Monroe joined them on the road, bringing knowledge of edible plants and medicinal herbs. They asked about the bunker. I explained the basics, how I'd been there for decades, how almost everyone else had either left or vanished. When I mentioned attempts to create a vaccine, their eyes lit with interest, but I had to admit it never came to fruition. We discussed routes and known dangers. They warned me about a band of hostile people who traveled near certain highways, attacking anyone they perceived as a threat or a source of loot. I recounted my own experiences evading infected and sightings of mutated variants in certain areas. Monroe listened with rapt attention, occasionally jotting notes in a small leather-bound book. He claimed he was compiling a guide for future travelers. At some point, Jana tested the radio equipment in my pack, curious about its range. We couldn't pick up much beyond static. Beck mentioned that they had once received a faint signal from a settlement further north, across the state line, but it was too garbled to identify. For a moment, I felt the old spark of hope reminiscent of my bunker broadcasts. Maybe we weren't alone. Maybe other enclaves were forming. Night fell, and they offered me a spot by the fire. I kept my respirator partially on, lifting it occasionally to speak or sip water. Jana seemed puzzled by it, so I explained that I was being cautious about spore inhalation, especially around unknown individuals. She and Beck showed no visible signs of infection, and they insisted they had been tested with older field kits. Still, one could never be certain. I slept fitfully, half expecting either infected or betrayal from my new acquaintances. Dawn arrived without incident. Monroe was up early, quietly tending the fire and flipping through his notebook. He offered me a cup of warm water heated over the coals. I gratefully accepted, letting the warmth steady my nerves. We had a brief conversation about next steps. They planned to head west toward a place Monroe believed might have a water source suitable for permanent settlement. I told them I was moving north, possibly toward rumored enclaves or open terrain near the Canadian border. Beck hesitated, then asked if I'd like to join them. Jana nodded, suggesting that there was strength in numbers. The idea was tempting. After all, traveling alone was risky. Yet I sensed that my path lay elsewhere, and I wasn't sure if I was ready to commit to their plan. Politely, I declined, explaining that I had leads of my own to follow. They seemed disappointed but understanding. Monroe gave me a single page from his notebook, which contained a hand-drawn map marking potential safe spots in the region, mountain cabins, old rangers' stations, and water sources. I thanked him, folding it carefully and tucking it away. We parted ways that morning. A brief camaraderie had formed, though we were ultimately strangers with different destinations. The encounter reminded me that not all survivors had resorted to violence or cruelty. Some still sought community, alliances, a future that transcended simple day-to-day survival. Perhaps if I failed to find any better path, I might circle back and look for them. But for now, I kept heading north, guided by the faint hope of discovering a more established settlement. Days blurred together as I navigated the forest and mountainous terrain. Sometimes I found trails or remnants of old logging roads. Other times, I had to bushwhack through dense undergrowth. I rationed my supplies carefully, supplementing them by foraging edible plants and mushrooms. At times, the terrain grew dangerous, with steep slopes and loose rock, forcing me to detour around obstacles. One afternoon, as I emerged from a grove of pines, I stumbled onto an old weather station perched on a ridge. It had a small metal tower rising above a squat concrete building. The building's door was sealed with a sturdy lock that looked untouched for years. After some effort, I broke the lock, stepping into a musty interior filled with gauges, monitors, and battered electronics. Dust coated every surface. A logbook near a desk indicated that meteorologists once staffed the station, referencing records that ended around 2029. I poked around, discovering a back room with a small cot and a supply cabinet. In the cabinet were freeze-dried meals, presumably left by the researchers. Though past their printed expiration dates, such rations might still be edible. I tested one, a simple stew mix, by cooking it on my stove. The flavor was bland, but it didn't seem spoiled. Grateful for the boost to my provisions, I took as many pouches as I could carry, leaving some for potential future travelers. Outside, the station's tower offered a vantage over the surrounding peaks. Carefully, I climbed the ladder, mindful of rusted bolts. The wind intensified as I reached the top platform, and from there, I marveled at the expansive view. Pine-covered mountains rolled away to the horizon, interspersed with deep valleys. Far to the west, I glimpsed an open plain that might have once been farmland. I tried to imagine where the infected might congregate, but from this height, all looked peaceful, timeless. While descending, an old satellite dish attached to the tower caught my attention. The cables led inside the building. If the station had a power source, maybe the dish could be repurposed to send or receive signals. Intrigued, I spent the rest of the afternoon searching for a generator or any backup system. All I found were rusted components and a single solar panel on the roof, cracked and presumably non-functional. A pity. If I had the right parts, maybe I could have restored it. As it was, I lacked the equipment. Eventually, I departed the weather station, continuing my journey. The next few days passed with relative calm. I managed to avoid any direct encounters with infected, though I occasionally saw footprints or heard distant moaning that made me detour. Once, I found an overturned truck on a narrow road, partially blocking the path. It looked as if it had careened off the mountainside, possibly decades ago. Bones littered the cab, along with tattered clothing. The spore's unmistakable greyish residue clung to the seats, a grim reminder of how swiftly life had ended for many. My thoughts drifted often to Meredith, imagining where she might be now. Could she have travelled a similar path, seeking mountain shelter? Or had she gone in an entirely different direction? Perhaps she had found an enclave or fallen victim to the harshness of the outside. The not knowing was its own kind of torment. I tried to keep her memory alive by pressing forward, telling myself that the only way to honour our shared past was to do something meaningful with the days I had left. Around day 15, I reached a wide valley that, according to an old sign, encompassed a recreational area with campgrounds and a small lake. The sign was riddled with bullet holes, a testament to past conflicts. The lake sparkled in the sunlight, unusually clear. A few cabins dotted the shore, each separated by swaths of pine forest. Eager for a real rest, I decided to investigate one of these cabins for potential shelter. The first cabin I approached was locked tight, but I peered through a window to see that the interior had been ransacked. Furniture was overturned, supplies presumably looted long ago. The second cabin's door was slightly ajar. Inside, it appeared mostly intact. A living area with a fireplace, a small kitchenette, and a single bedroom. Leaves had blown in through a broken window, collecting in piles against the walls. The place smelled stale but not rotted. Checking each corner, I found no immediate threat. The kitchen cupboards were empty, save for a few old canned goods that had rusted beyond use. A closet held some fishing gear, rods, hooks, lines, and a tackle box. This piqued my interest. Perhaps I could fish in the lake, adding protein to my dwindling supply of rations. Carefully, I carried the gear outside, where I found a small rowboat half submerged by the shore. Over the next hour, I managed to haul it onto dry land and inspect the hull for damage. It was waterlogged, but I thought with some patching and drying it might be serviceable. Encouraged by the prospect, I spent the remainder of the afternoon repairing the rowboat. Using parts of an old sign and resin I'd found in a tool shed behind the cabin, I sealed the cracks as best I could. I left it near the water's edge to dry, then returned to the cabin. That evening, as the sun dipped below the trees, I gathered firewood, carefully sweeping out the fireplace before lighting a small flame. The warmth and glow reminded me of the times I'd done the same in the bunker's rec room, though that fireplace was gas-powered. Sitting there in the flickering light, my thoughts roamed across the entire arc of the outbreak. Decades of living underground had shaped me into someone I barely recognized, someone whose primary concern was surviving day by day, rather than the big dreams I once held. But perhaps that was part of humanity's adaptation. Even in the face of unimaginable change, we find ways to keep going. I took out my notebook and documented the day's events, adding details about the lake, the boat, the fishing gear. If anyone found this place after me, perhaps it would serve as a useful record. The next morning, I carried the patched rowboat to the water. Pushing off carefully, I sat in the boat and tested for leaks, scanning the surface for signs of life. The lake was still, reflecting the surrounding pines and the clear sky like a mirror. At the center, I tossed a fishing line overboard, waiting with silent anticipation. My initial attempts yielded nothing. Just when I considered returning to shore, the line tugged. A brief struggle ensued, culminating in the capture of a small trout. It was a modest catch, but it filled me with a sense of triumph. For the first time since leaving the bunker, I felt something approaching joy. I rowed back to land, prepared the fish using the skill set I'd learned from old survival guides, and cooked it over my small stove. That simple meal was the best I'd had in weeks. The experience reminded me that life could still be lived, not merely endured. I spent the following day repeating the process, catching more fish, salting some of it for later. The area seemed devoid of infected, though I remained vigilant. Perhaps the forest's density deterred large hordes, or the region was simply too remote to attract them. On the evening of my second day at the lake, I decided to try the shortwave radio again, hoping to catch any transmissions. I set up my portable antenna near the cabin, scanning through frequencies. For a long time only static greeted me. Then, faintly, I picked up a voice. The signal was weak, dropping in and out, but I caught enough words to understand it was someone broadcasting from further north. They mentioned a settlement near a place called Twin Valleys. My curiosity soared. The mention of a real settlement, with a name, was more concrete than the rumors I'd heard in passing. I jotted down the frequency and the approximate content of the broadcast, determined to investigate further if I could. The next day, I resumed my journey with renewed purpose. I left the rowboat in a safe spot by the cabin, should I ever return, or if another survivor happened by. With a backpack now slightly heavier from salted fish, I pushed deeper into the forest, aiming to find a route that might lead me closer to Twin Valleys. The map from Monroe offered no reference to that name, so it might be further north or known by another label. The terrain proved challenging, with steep inclines and dense foliage, but I pressed on. Over the following week, I made steady progress, occasionally finding old footpaths, crossing small rivers using fallen logs, and even scrambling over boulders in the higher elevations. The nights were colder now. Each dusk, I scouted carefully for a safe campsite, sometimes opting to climb a tree or find a rocky ledge that afforded a broader view. Once, I glimpsed a pair of infected, half hidden among the pines below, wandering aimlessly. They never saw me, and I waited until they disappeared before moving on. Traveling in the wilderness continued to sharpen my instincts. I found myself noticing subtle signs of wildlife, the direction of the wind, the shift of cloud cover that might indicate a coming storm. In many ways, it felt like a reversal of the old normal. Instead of relying on technology and infrastructure, I was relying on the environment, reading its cues, working with its resources. Eventually, I reached a fork in the mountain trails. One path meandered west, the other north. Deciding to stick to my course, I took the northern route, which descended into a broad valley. The scenery changed once again, with gentler slopes and more open meadows. At the edge of one such meadow, I found evidence of people. A crude fence made of felled trees, stacked to form a barrier. Beyond it, faint smoke curled from a small settlement of cabins or huts. My anticipation grew. This could be Twin Valleys, or another community like it. Cautiously, I approached, waving a strip of white cloth I'd attached to a branch. After a moment, a figure emerged from behind the fence, clutching a bow. Another person, armed with a shotgun, stepped into view. They conferred briefly, then motioned for me to come closer. As I neared, I noticed about half a dozen cabins arranged in a circle around a communal fire pit. Gardens enclosed by chicken wire fences hinted at attempts at agriculture. A few goats roamed near a pen. This place was more organized than the previous camp I'd encountered. A tall man with a lined face and a grey ponytail introduced himself as Garrett. A woman named Sophia stood at his side, holding the shotgun. They greeted me warily. I introduced myself, removing my respirator so they could see my face. The mention of my years in a bunker sparked curiosity. When they asked if I'd been infected, I assured them I'd never shown symptoms and had followed strict safety protocols. Some of their tension lifted. Garrett explained that this settlement, called High Pines, had been formed by a handful of families who fled the urban collapse years ago. Over time, they'd fortified it, learning to grow crops suitable for the mountain environment, raising goats for milk and occasional meat. They maintained a rotating guard system to keep out infected or hostile raiders. Their success was modest but sustainable. About 15 people lived there, including children, a sight that felt like a small miracle in these times. Invited into their communal area, I saw a cooking pot hanging over a fire, tended by a teenager wearing patched jeans and a heavy coat. A couple of younger kids ran around, engaged in a game of tag. The presence of children underscored that some semblance of normal life could still exist in this world. The older members of the group watched the perimeter, scanning the tree line for threats. I felt a surge of cautious optimism. High Pines looked like a place of careful harmony, not cruelty or desperation. Sophia offered me a seat on a bench near the fire. She asked about the path I'd taken, and I recounted highlights of my journey. Several onlookers listened intently. A man named Ellis asked if I'd encountered large hordes of infected. I admitted I'd mostly seen scattered individuals or small clusters. Their expressions indicated that this area had experienced heavier waves in the past. Garrett confirmed that not long ago, a group of infected roamed through a nearby valley, but the settlement managed to fend them off by luring them into a gully lined with sharpened stakes. We conversed late into the evening. I explained my background in mechanical engineering and my role in the bunker. In turn, they shared the challenges of High Pines, limited medical supplies, the need to rotate farmland to prevent soil depletion, and the dangers of traveling to scavenge from ruined towns. They seemed intrigued by any knowledge I could share about alternative energy systems or water filtration. I offered to look at their homemade windmill, which they used to charge batteries for lighting. Over the next few days, I became an informal guest of High Pines. I fixed an issue with their windmill's rotor blades, adjusting the alignment to reduce friction. I inspected their water filtration setup, a simple charcoal and sand system fed by a nearby stream, and suggested ways to improve it. In return, they gave me a place to sleep in an unused cabin and provided me with fresh produce from their gardens. For the first time since leaving the bunker, I experienced something akin to community life. However, I remained aware of the settlement's limits. Garrett and the others were friendly enough, but also cautious. They had to weigh the risk that I might be a spy or that I'd bring infected down upon them. I respected their boundaries, not prying too deeply into their supply caches or personal histories. Occasionally, I caught them huddled in whispered discussions, casting glances in my direction. One evening, Garrett approached me by the communal fire. In a quiet tone, he acknowledged that while they appreciated my help, they were wary of letting an outsider remain indefinitely. I understood. The last thing I wanted was to upset a fragile balance. Secretly, I'd been weighing whether to stay anyway. As peaceful as High Pines seemed, it wasn't the end of my journey. My thoughts kept returning to that faint radio signal mentioning Twin Valleys, or the idea of traveling still farther north. We struck a compromise. I'd stay another week or so, helping them upgrade their infrastructure. After that, I'd continue my journey, though they said I'd be welcome to return if things didn't work out elsewhere. The next day, I replaced a broken gear in the windmill with a makeshift alternative, boosting efficiency. I also rigged a small battery bank to store surplus energy, so they could power a few LED lanterns if they ever acquired more advanced gear. During my stay, I observed their security protocols. At night, 2 guards patrolled the fence line in shifts. They used a series of coded whistles, believing that staying quiet was paramount. The fences around the settlement were reinforced with sharpened logs and barbed wire. They'd also built vantage points in the trees, where watchmen could spot infected or trespassers from a distance. Children in High Pines learned basic survival skills early on. One afternoon, I saw a girl who couldn't have been more than 10 skillfully snare a rabbit by the stream. The older teens helped with perimeter checks, demonstrating a practical maturity born of hardship. This settlement functioned like a small, self-reliant village, bound by shared struggle and a guarded trust. Yet vulnerabilities abounded. When a child fell ill with fever, they had no advanced medical resources. Herbal remedies, careful observation, and luck were all they could rely on. The fever broke after a couple of days, but the adults were visibly shaken, fearing it might have been spore-related or some other threat. The incident underscored how precarious life here could be, even in a seemingly stable community. At the end of the agreed week, I prepared to leave. Garrett and Sophia gifted me a small bundle of dried vegetables and a tin of goat cheese. Armed with Monroe's old map and new knowledge from High Pines, I plotted a path further north. We exchanged farewells at the gate. Some settlers offered a wave or a polite nod. I sensed gratitude and lingering wariness, which was understandable. In a world reshaped by the spore, trust was both precious and fraught with danger. Stepping back onto the mountain trails, I tested my shortwave radio again. Static greeted me. It wasn't surprising. I was too far from any broadcast source. But the memory of that faint signal whispering about Twin Valleys hovered in my mind. Perhaps I'd meet others who'd heard the same rumor, or discover enclaves forming in these secluded mountains. One truth became clear. There was no turning back. I'd come too far, and something drove me forward. Thus I moved through each day, step by step, guided by glimpses of hope and the determination not to let all that I've learned go to waste. In the evenings, I record my observations in a notebook, the location of potential shelters, the condition of roads, any sign of infected or friendly settlements. I keep these records in case someone else follows in my footsteps. Some nights, lying under the stars or in a borrowed cabin, I recall the hush of the bunker corridors and the crackle of static from the radio console. I think about Meredith, forging her own path. I think about the sabotage that ended our vaccine project, the day Hightower vanished, and all those hours spent transmitting messages into the void. The regrets and lessons gleaned from those memories meld into a quiet resolve. This world, broken as it is, still holds pockets of humanity and resilience. If I can contribute to that, even in small ways, it might be enough of a reason to keep going. And so I continue, forging a path through mountains and valleys, forests and deserted roads, always scanning for a sign, any sign, that the spore will not have the final word on Earth's fate. Each sunrise reminds me that even in the bleakest circumstances, life persists. Each time I set up my makeshift antenna, I send out a message. This is Rowan Chambers, formerly of the Hightower estate bunker, traveling north. If you can hear my voice, know that you are not alone. We are not alone. Keep going. This is Rowan Chambers, broadcasting again for the first time in 5 years. If you're hearing this, if you're still alive, still scavenging through static and storm for signs that you're not the last voice left, then you're hearing a man who once swore he would never speak into a transmitter again. A man who buried his own voice along with the people he couldn't save. I kept my silence like a vow, like armor, a wall I could hide behind when the world turned to ash and memory. And for a long time, I truly believed I'd never break it. Not for anyone, not even for her. But the rules out here don't last. They change with the frost line, with the moonlight, with the sound of boots in snow that isn't yours. What kept you breathing yesterday could be what kills you tonight. And what saved you once, what felt like truth when your hands were shaking and your stomach hollowed out, can rot into cowardice the longer you clutch it. So here I am. I don't know what this voice sounds like to you. Raspy maybe, thinned by winter air and 5 years of disuse. But I remember what it used to be. This was once the voice of an engineer buried beneath concrete and signal towers. Then it became the voice of a scavenger, then a ghost. A rumor people whispered about when the nights dragged too long. There's still someone on the air, Someone who used to fix the solar grids at Hightower. But the truth is, I haven't been anyone for a long time. It's been 5 winters since I walked away from the Hightower estate bunker. Since I left behind a world built of reinforced walls and routines that almost convinced us we had a future. Since I watched my sister vanish into the white without a word. 5 years spent watching the world get quieter and crueler. I told myself that speaking into a dead signal was just inviting death. That silence was safety. That isolation was the only promise left worth trusting. And now? I don't know. But I've got frost in my boots, a signal spike fluttering on the gauge, and something in my chest that won't let me die without saying what needs saying. I'm sitting in what used to be a maintenance outpost, just off the old Pike Highway, before it drops into the ravine west of the Springs. Half the road is gone now, collapsed into rust and rebar, like ribs poking through a battlefield. You can still see bits of old signage, shredded guardrails, the skeleton of a plow truck frozen at an angle like it's mid-fall. This outpost was built into the side of the rock, cinder block, cracked, barely standing. But the ceiling holds. It's dry, and for now it's quiet. I hold a backup transmitter up here. One of the old Hightower emergency rigs, solar adapted, narrow band, still wired with copper I stripped from an old hydro relay 2 valleys east. I wasn't sure it would boot, but it did. The antenna's seen better days, and the soldering on the tuner's loose. But with enough elevation and the right slope, the signal might reach west. If the repeaters up near Rifle Ridge are still intact, maybe, just maybe, it'll bounce further. But that's not the important part. The important part is this. I broke my silence because I saw something that made me remember what I'd buried. 2 nights ago, I saw fire on the horizon. Not a campfire, not a flare. Fire like structure burn, like fuel ignition. Not wild and ragged, but timed, contained. And on the ridge above it, lights. Not flickering, not frantic, steady, rotating. Someone out there still has power, still has control. And I've seen that before. Years back, we built something that was supposed to last. You've heard the name before. Hightower. Some of you may have passed the legends around fires. Stories about the billionaire who built a bunker for the apocalypse. About how he picked his staff, how he filled it with engineers, scientists, water filtration experts, logistics officers. I was one of them. Not for the money. Not even for the safety. I took the job because I believed that something better could come from the ashes. I stayed when the others left. I watched it fall, not in flames, but in quiet, in little betrayals, in slow, suffocating dread. And when it all began to crack, Meredith, she walked out. No warning, no note, just a ration bag and a radio clipped to her belt. She vanished into the snow, and I never found out why. I searched for days, weeks. Eventually I stopped. Maybe I couldn't face the truth, that she was gone or worse, had chosen to disappear. But now, something has changed. The fire I saw, it was near the old ash tree, the same spot where we used to mark safe passage, the same place I carved our symbol when I tried to come back and found only bones and flags in the frost. And then I picked up the signal. Faint, split across 2 bands. Pre-recorded loop, old tech. But the voice was real. Unit 7, Tetrarch. Coordinates confirmed. Stand by for entry. Tetrarch. That's not a name from before. That's something new, or something that grew from what we left behind. I've heard whispers about them over the years. Groups that organize infected, that move them like pieces on a board. Using signal drums, shepherd calls, shaped sound, human predators guiding the dead. I never connected the dots, not until now. If she's alive, if Meredith survived, and if she's a part of what the Tetrarchs have become, then I need to see it. I need to hear it for myself, and I need to tell the truth before there's no one left to hear it. That's why I'm back on the air. This isn't just a broadcast, it's a reckoning. This is Rowan Chambers, still breathing, still walking, still haunted. If you're listening, hold on. The mountain remembers, and it's not done speaking. Now I suppose I should explain where I've been, why I went silent. After we left the bunker, me and the survivors from High Pines, we moved north. We followed the ridges, stayed off the old interstate routes where the roamers drift like water through pipes. I tried to keep us out of sight. I taught the group how to move quiet, how to tell which trees held bird nests and which held infected waiting like moss-covered statues. We slept under tarps strung low with twine soaked in pepper and charcoal. It masks scent. That trick saved us more than once. The first year out, I kept broadcasting. Not daily, but often enough to keep anyone listening aware of where we were headed. Then came the ambush. We were camped near a collapsed rail depot west of Leadville. An old repeater tower still blinked in the snow, weak but functional. I rigged our signal to piggyback off its range. I even looped a basic message. Group heading north, non-hostile, seeking stable enclave. And someone heard us, only... It wasn't someone offering help. It was someone with a directional scanner and a taste for blood. I still remember the first shout. Midnight. Snow falling thick, real silent. Then a flare went up. Red light screaming into the sky like an accusation. We scattered. Gunfire followed. Real military stuff. Old NATO calibers. They weren't raiders scrounging with rusted gear. These were organized. Clean lines. Helmets with visors. A squad. I lost my radio kit that night. I lost 3 of the people from High Pines. Danny, who grew tomatoes in soda bottles. Luke, who sang quietly when he thought no one was listening. And Callie, 16 years old, always asking questions. She tripped running uphill and I couldn't go back for her. We regrouped 6 days later near a burned ranger cabin. There were only 10 of us left. I said we'd move without broadcasting. No more transmissions. No signals. No light above ground after dark. And I buried the remaining transmitter beneath a boulder marked with rusted snowshoes. I've kept quiet ever since, but silence isn't a strategy. It's a stall. And 2 weeks ago, that stall collapsed. High Pines is gone. If you're hearing this, and you were once part of the outposts near Garfield's Crossing or the Foothill Ridge camps, you need to know. The valley's not safe anymore. Not just because of roamers. Not just because of cold or starvation or loneliness. Something worse found its way in. They call themselves the shepherds. They don't hunt infected. They steer them. They learned how to use sound, like shepherd dogs guiding cattle. They use long whistles, echo chambers made from sewer pipes, signal drums. I heard them for the first time during a fog storm, 3 low pulses, spaced evenly, bouncing down the mountain. And then the infected moved, in sync, like a school of fish. They were driven toward our livestock pens, toward the children's quarters, toward the fuel cache. By the time we realized what was happening, it was too late. We fought for 2 nights. I saw Garrett, the man who taught me how to repair old windmill gear, go down swinging a fencing sword we melted from scrap metal. He took 5 infected with him. Then more came. Only 31 of us made it out. We walked south, back into colder country, back into elevation, back toward the place I said I'd never return. I thought about the bunker every night. I never stopped. I just didn't think I had the right to return. Not after I left it behind. Not after I let Meredith go without stopping her. But now, I'm done punishing myself for decisions made in the haze of collapse. We need walls. We need filtration systems. We need light that doesn't flicker. We need the Hightower estate bunker. We need home. The plan is simple. I'll guide the survivors back, 1 mountain range at a time. I've memorized the routes. I know where the infected nest in the winter. I know which tunnels collapse in spring melt. I know the safest bridge over Blackstone Gorge is the one with ivy growing on the southern side. That means the deck's still stable. It's the kind of detail you remember when you've walked the same trails with frost in your beard and hope in your chest. But the real reason I'm speaking now isn't just logistics. It's because I heard her name. 2 nights ago, during a brief scan of a repeating FM band between 88.5 and 89.2, I caught part of a transmission, bad reception, like shouting through glass. It said, "Meredith, Tetrarch Unit 7, South Approach, Bunker Sector." That was it. Then static. I haven't heard my sister's name spoken aloud in 5 years. She left the bunker the day after our last meal together. No note, no message, no explanation. She took a ration bag, a first aid kit, and one of the encrypted field radios. I searched the surrounding valley for days. I assumed she had been killed, or worse. But if she's alive, and she's involved with a group calling themselves the Tetrarchs, and if they're sending signals near the bunker, then maybe this won't be a homecoming. Maybe it'll be a siege. But one thing I know, I'm not turning back. If you're still listening to this frequency, if you've survived this long by staying quiet like I did, then let this be proof that it's time to speak again. Time to find each other. Time to build something that lasts. Because winter's coming, and the shepherds are still moving the infected like pieces on a board. You're listening to the voice of a tired man climbing back toward hope. This is Rowan Chambers, former caretaker of the Hightower estate bunker. I'm coming home. And this time, I'm not alone. This is Rowan Chambers. If you're hearing this, I'm alive and I'm moving south. The ones with me, 31 in total, are tucked in the tree line below as I record. I don't tell them when I transmit. I don't ask for their thoughts. I don't want to give them hope unless I can back it with something real. Something made of steel and concrete and filtered air. So here it is, the first real checkpoint on the road home, Blackstone Gorge. You wouldn't find it on most old maps unless you were a ranger or a geologist. It's a jagged vein in the earth, a 50-meter drop where the old runoff river from the glacier used to surge. There's only one reliable way across, an iron bridge the military built during the Cold War. It wasn't meant for traffic. It was meant for convoys, missile transport. Back then, they thought they'd need to move fast through the Rockies if something nuclear ever lit up the sky. The war never came, but the bridge stayed. I found it during my first year out of the bunker. Back then, it was overgrown, but the foundations were solid. You had to crawl over a stack of crushed SUVs to reach the middle span, but it held. I carved a mark into one of the rusted beams, a compass rose, with a circle through the north point. Meredith knew that symbol. We used to draw it as kids in the margins of our textbooks, our way of saying, "Go north if you're lost." She never answered it. Now I'm back at the bridge, 10 days south from the ruins of High Pines. It's worse than I remember. The wind here screams, comes in low, funnels through the gorge like a wounded animal. It carries sound too well, too far. The bridge groans with every gust, like it resents being remembered. Below, the river's mostly gone, melted out. Just a trickle now, sliding between skeletal trees and algae-coated stones. But it's still too deep to cross without rope and luck. The convoy I'm leading, families, teenagers, a few older folks, they're not soldiers. They're tired, starved in places food won't fix. I can't afford to make them climb down and back up again. We go across, no detours. First thing I did was check the main support pylons. They're fine, weeds in the seams, but the steel's intact. That ivy I mentioned, still there on the south side, just like I remembered. That's how I knew it hadn't collapsed. Second thing, clear the center. A pile of old vehicles was wedged in the way. Looked like they were parked there in a rush. 2 police cruisers, a postal van with its side door caved in, a moving truck halfway burned through, the cabin window melted like plasticine. Had to get them out. Took us 3 hours with pry bars and a rope winch. While we worked, I listened. That's the part no one tells you. When you're in the post-apocalyptic quiet for long enough, your hearing adjusts. You stop listening for voices and start listening for movement. A twig break, a cough that doesn't belong to your camp, a foot dragging stone that isn't your own. Your brain tunes into wrongness like an instinct. Twice during the clearing I paused. First time, thought I heard metal rattling under the gorge, like chains being dragged along stone. Second time, near dusk, I heard a low moan from the eastern ridge, just once. Then silence. I've seen infected mimic bird calls before. I've seen them crouched in grass with their jaws unhinged like dead things, but waiting, aware. But mimicry like that, a single sound and then nothing. That's how the shepherds operate. They use whispers the way we use flashlights, a flicker in the dark, a sign. They steer roamers like livestock. Sound as bait, echo as command. I don't know what they want. I don't think they know either. Sometimes it's supplies. Sometimes it's territory. Sometimes it's just to remind us that they've learned. Tonight, the wind brought one of their whistles. Not a high-pitched sound, not something obvious. It was a double tap. 2 hollow pulses in the air, metal on metal, repeated every 7 seconds. I timed it with my wristwatch. I know this isn't just paranoia, because just before nightfall, one of the younger boys, Adam, found a length of PVC pipe tucked behind the guardrail. Short, maybe 2 feet, taped shut on one end, slits carved down the length. It's a sound tube. You blow into it, and the slits shape the whistle, long range, lightweight, and made from plumbing supplies any survivor could scavenge. The shepherds left it behind. Maybe they were here before us. Maybe they're watching now. But we crossed anyway. One by one, we moved across the iron ribs of the bridge. I went first, tied climbing rope to the front railing in case the wind shoved someone too hard. We kept to the metal seams. No one spoke. Halfway across, I looked down, and for the first time in years I saw bodies in the gorge. Human. Not infected. Wrapped in sleeping bags, some still zipped. No signs of struggle. Just stillness. Piled near the tree line like driftwood. That's when I realized. They weren't there 5 years ago. This is a warning zone, a bottleneck, a trap. We didn't run. We didn't break stride. But we moved with purpose. I kept the boy, Adam, at the front with me. Gave him the rope coil. Told him if he saw anything move that wasn't in our line, he should drop it and run. He never did. We made it. All of us. The south side of the gorge is less forested. Pine breaks give way to shale slopes and dry grass. Good visibility, bad cover. But it's a necessary trade-off. The closer we get to the valley, the more important it becomes to see who's behind us. I'm setting up a perimeter here tonight. Old trick. Tin cans tied with fishing line around the edge of camp. Doesn't stop roamers, but it tells you when they step into your world. I've got the transmitter plugged into the battery cell. I'll shut it down when this tape ends. The group still doesn't know about Meredith. They think we're heading to an empty bunker. They don't know that she might already be inside. That she might be leading the Tetrarchs. That her voice was on a signal meant for someone else. She left me without a word. I don't know if I'm ready to hear the first one she speaks when we meet again. But I'll record it. Because even if this place burns, the world deserves to hear why. This is Rowan Chambers. We're crossing mountains now. Heading into memory. Heading home. This is Rowan Chambers. Broadcasting again from south of Blackstone Gorge. 3rd night since the crossing. We're camped in a basin shaped like a broken bowl, ringed on all sides by old growth pine and sharp outcroppings. The kind of place the wind curls through like it's trying to whisper. We're holding for weather. The pass ahead has iced over. A rock slide 2 nights ago blocked the northern switchback. We're rerouting around it, but the detour adds 2 days. The group's tired and so am I. Still, everyone's alive. That shouldn't mean what it does now, but it does. This morning we boiled snow and cleared the canned food stores. I taught a young girl named May how to make tinder from pine shavings and dried moss. She asked me if I'd ever lived in a house with a fireplace. I told her yes, once. She stared at me like I was describing a fairy tale. Tonight, while most of them sleep, I'm perched on a ridge above the basin with the transmitter and the tape recorder. The others think I'm on watch. I am. But I'm also here to talk. Or maybe to confess. Because the thing is, I've been back this way before. Not with a group, not like this. But once, 2 years ago, I tried returning to the bunker, alone. I never told anyone. I'd been scavenging near an old ranger depot when I caught a cold band signal that sounded like home. Not Meredith, Not a warning, just the old alert loop that used to play every hour in the bunker hallways. A static heavy female voice repeating, "Facility secure, entry conditional, proceed with credentials." It shouldn't have been transmitting, not unless someone had powered up the main console. So I left in the night. Didn't say goodbye. Didn't take anything more than my pack, my revolver, and 3 days' food. I walked 16 hours straight through a rainstorm. My boots gave out before my legs did. I wrapped my feet in duct tape and kept going. When I reached the valley, I didn't recognize it. The hills were charred. The trees stripped down to trunks. There were poles, dozens, driven into the ground, spaced like grave markers. At the top of each pole was a mask. Surgical, cloth, improvised gas filters, rebreathers made from engine air intakes. I recognized one of them. It was made from an old air filter I'd modified for Meredith's field kit. Her initials were scratched into the side. MC. I thought she was dead. Then I heard the whistle. One long note, pure, calculated. It came from the ridge, followed by movement. Not infected, too quiet, too careful. People in layered coats, faces hidden behind dark visors. They carried weapons made for long use. Modified hunting rifles, reinforced batons, steel-capped spears. I froze. They didn't chase. They didn't even approach. They just watched. I waited an hour, then turned and walked back the way I came. I didn't speak of it again. Until now. That's who the Tetrarchs are. They live in the bones of what we left behind. And I think they've claimed the bunker as their own. So you can see why I waited to tell the others. I needed to be sure they could handle the truth. This group, they're good people, but they've lost everything. Their farms, their friends, their purpose. If I told them now that the place we're heading to might be occupied by a militarized faction led by my estranged sister, I don't know what they'd do. Some would turn back, some would break, and some might start asking if I was leading them into a trap. So for now, I keep them moving. I keep their minds on food, on fire, on distance to the next waypoint. And at night, I set the tin can lines. It's old tech, simple. Wrap clear fishing line around the edge of your camp. Tie a can to it every 3 meters. Put pebbles inside. If something brushes the line, the cans rattle. You don't need to see. You don't need to guess. It's a sound you never forget. Last night, just after 3 in the morning, one of the cans sang. I was closest, rolled from my sleeping bag with the revolver ready. No flashlight, just moonlight and instinct. The cans on the east side had tipped. One of the lines was snapped. I waited in the dark, listening. Then I saw him. Boy, maybe 13. Thin frame, winter coat too big for him. He was hunched behind a log, arms wrapped around a steel rod. When he saw me, he didn't run. He didn't speak, just stared. I motioned for him to stay put, told him I wasn't here to hurt him, that we had food, shelter. He didn't answer, but his eyes flicked to the rod in his hands. Then I recognized it. Another whistle pipe, shorter, polished, not like the others. This one was ceremonial, decorative marks along the side, a symbol carved into the mouthpiece, 4 lines forming an angular X. I'd seen it before, etched into the side of the bunker's old reactor housing, Meredith's unit emblem. The boy bolted. I chased him 50 meters before I heard the second whistle. Different frequency, higher, response code. He vanished into the trees. I didn't follow. I still had 31 people asleep behind me. People who needed protection more than they needed revenge. But the message was clear. The Tetrarchs know we're coming. They're watching the trails, and they've got eyes in places I never expected. Tonight, I've doubled the can lines. Set tripwire flares at the southern approach. Nothing lethal, just bright enough to blind someone for a few seconds. Bought them off a trader 2 years ago for half a box of rifle rounds and a working Geiger counter. I've set the radios to a rotating frequency band, one I used to use with Meredith. It's possible she's listening. If you are Meredith, then I hope you hear this. We're not coming to fight you. We're coming to reclaim what was ours. The bunker wasn't just Hightower's haven. It was built by hundreds, maintained by engineers, farmers, teachers, guards. It held more than supplies. It held purpose. And if you've taken that purpose and twisted it into something else, then I'll take it back. This is Rowan Chambers. High Pines is gone. But the ones who lived there still breathe, still walk, still believe there's a way forward. The bunker lies south of us, 2 ridges beyond the crater valley. We'll be there within the week. And whether the lights are on or not, we're going in. If you're out there, listening, send word. If you're nearby, make yourself known. If you've forgotten what hope sounds like, just listen. This is Rowan Chambers. No music, no opening line tonight. Just me. Just a quiet voice against the snow. We made it over the South Ridge this morning, just past dawn. The slope was slick with ice melt, but we moved steady. No one fell. That's a kind of miracle out here, keeping footing when the world gives you every reason to slip. From the top, you could see the entire valley laid out below us. And that's where I need to begin tonight, because the valley wasn't how I remembered it. Not anymore. They've staked flags into the ground. Red cloth, tattered and soaked through from last night's storm, flapping in the wind. Hundreds of them. They're planted in rows, some curved along old logging roads, others strung through the brush like bloodied trail markers. Each one bears the same symbol, an angular X with 4 branching lines, the Tetrarch insignia. I remember seeing Meredith sketch that shape on the corner of her journal in the early days, back when we thought the world could still be managed with neat diagrams and labeled contingencies. Now it hangs like a warning in the wind. The group saw it too. Nobody said anything at first, just stared. Then a boy named Ellis asked the question we were all thinking. Is this where we're going? I didn't lie. Yes, I said, but it wasn't like this before. We moved down into the tree line at the western edge, keeping low. The snow was shallow enough to mask our tracks, but not enough to cover the ground entirely. You could still see old boot prints, wagon wheel ruts, the circular scars left by generator casings dragged through the mud. The valley floor used to be a choke point, a bottleneck leading to the old service road that curved up toward the Hightower perimeter wall. We used to call it the gate path. Now it's something else entirely. The Tetrarchs have taken it over, reinforced it, fortified it like a border. From the hill crest we saw their setup, 2 observation towers made from welded scaffolding, each with a spotter's nest wrapped in tarp and salvaged fencing. Between them stretches a long barricade, trunks cut and sharpened into vertical pikes, wired together with what looks like rebar and cable. Floodlights too, the kind we used to run on diesel back at the bunker. They've wired them to solar arrays angled high on the slope. When the sun hits right, those lights will blind anything coming in from the west, including us. I counted at least 8 sentries, all wearing the same gear. Heavy dusters, reinforced chest plates made from cut tires and steel plate. One had a scoped rifle. Another carried something longer, probably a shepherd pipe, the kind they use to control infected movement. They weren't wandering. They weren't panicking. They moved like they were trained, disciplined. That's what frightened me most. I've seen bandits. I've seen raiders with improvised gear and twitchy fingers. These weren't that. These were soldiers. We pulled back to a ridge hollow. It's sheltered from view but close enough to monitor the path. While the group rested, I scouted east along the slope, following an old deer trail that runs above the valley. That's when I found something I didn't expect. A graveyard. Dozens of shallow markers, most of them ringed with stones or framed with scavenged metal. Crosses, piles of cloth. A few laminated ID tags wired to sticks. I checked one. It belonged to a woman named Jill Parsons. I knew that name. She used to work water filtration in the lower sublevel of the bunker. She was one of the quiet ones, always watching, always listening. And now she's here, dead, buried in the cold, under a Tetrarch flag. There were more names I recognized. Old staff, people who stayed behind. Some who left like Meredith did. Some who tried to find us. I sat there a long time, staring at the markers, trying to imagine who buried them. Was it Meredith? Did she stand over these graves and feel the weight of their loss? Or were they just obstacles she couldn't save?
I can't answer that yet, but I will. We returned to camp after nightfall. The others are quiet now, bedded down in their makeshift shelters. A few of them asked if we were going to attack. I said no, not yet. They nodded, some relieved, some disappointed. May asked if there was a way to go around. I didn't answer, because there isn't. The valley is the way in.
I'm not sure what Meredith is doing here. If she's leading them, she's done so with planning, with strategy. She's turned the perimeter of the Hightower bunker into a military checkpoint. If she's not leading, then someone else is using her symbols, her voice, her memory as bait. Either way, I intend to speak to her. Tomorrow we'll send a runner. I'll draft a message and mark it with a code only she'll recognize. A phrase from our father's field book. Something no one else would know. If she's there, she'll understand what it means. And if she responds, I'll know it's truly her. If she doesn't respond, or if someone else comes instead, then we prepare for something I swore I'd never do again. A fight. This is Rowan Chambers. 3 days from the gate. 3 years of silence to unspool. We're almost home. And if I have to knock, I'll knock loud enough for the whole valley to hear. This is Rowan Chambers, broadcasting again. Last night I didn't sleep. I sat on the edge of our makeshift camp, staring at the glow of the floodlights down in the valley. They sweep slowly, deliberate arcs across the trees like giant, blinking eyes. Whoever's running the Tetrarch outpost now, they want you to know you're being watched. They want you to think twice about stepping out of the shadows. Today I sent the letter. We chose Ellis as our runner. He's young, quick, quiet when he needs to be. I taught him how to move like a shadow back in the early High Pines days. How to walk heel to toe in loose terrain. How to breathe through your teeth to muffle sound. He was nervous, but he didn't hesitate. I gave him the envelope, tucked into a waterproof satchel strapped tight against his chest. Told him where to place it, at the base of the leftmost floodlight, just beneath the yellow concrete drum. There's a gap in the fencing there, barely noticeable unless you're looking. The message inside was short. It read, "To the one who left, I am back. You said the mountain would break us, but I am still standing. If you are too, meet me. Noon tomorrow. Where the ash tree splits the road, North Bend. I'll come unarmed." I signed it with the phrase our father always used when he left for long shifts at the plant. Hold steady, even in the dark. It's not something anyone else would write, not unless they knew him, not unless they were blood. Ellis came back an hour after dusk. He said the lights dimmed briefly while he was gone, just enough to show someone had seen him. No one fired, no one chased. He didn't see a response, but that was expected. If it's Meredith, she'll answer in her own way. If it's someone else, if they've taken her words, her face, her name, I'll know by tomorrow. The camp feels different now, tense, like everyone's holding their breath. They can feel the shift. There's movement in the trees at night, whispers where there should be none. We haven't seen infected in nearly 4 days, and that alone is wrong. This stretch of mountain used to breathe with rot. Now it's just still. I think the shepherds are holding them back, pushing them elsewhere. It confirms something I've suspected for a long time. The infected are not a horde anymore, not just a force of chaos. They're a resource, a weapon, and someone has figured out how to use them with precision. That knowledge changes everything, and it makes the bunker more vital than ever. The Hightower complex wasn't just a shelter, it was an interface point, a node. We had satellite uplinks, weather mapping tools, emergency comm lines buried deep in concrete and copper. The equipment was old, sure, but with enough juice, it could still reach across counties, maybe states. I kept those systems on standby for years. I never thought someone else might have kept them warm in my absence. Now I wonder what they've been saying all this time. Tomorrow, I'll go to the meeting point alone, I told the group not to follow. Most of them agreed, though Garrett's widow Eileen gave me a look like she didn't trust that I'd return. I can't blame her. I've spent a long time disappearing into things. Tonight, I prepped my clothes, restitched the lining of my jacket, patched the elbow. Not because it matters how I look, but because she'll notice. Meredith was always sharp about details. If I show up ragged, she'll think I'm weak. If I look too polished, she'll think I've forgotten how hard it's been out here. I need her to see me as I am. The man who stayed quiet for 5 years, then decided silence was no longer enough. The air's colder tonight. A front moving in from the northwest. I can smell the pressure shift. Snow tomorrow, maybe by evening. If things go wrong, that snow will cover blood fast, and no one outside this valley will ever know how or why it started. I keep thinking about what I'll say if it's really her. Will I ask why she left? Why she never sent word? Why she let people die when she could have helped? Or will I ask what happened to her? What broke and why? We used to sit in the greenhouse during the early bunker years, late at night when the rest of the staff were asleep. She'd talk about rebuilding, real rebuilding, with schools, with gardens, with rules that made sense. She said the old world didn't collapse because of the infected. It collapsed because no one knew how to fix it. She thought we could be different. Now I think she believes that dream only works at the end of a rifle. We'll see. If she shows, I'll know in an instant who she's become. And if she doesn't, then we find another way in. There are still service tunnels that snake under the outer wall. Some were collapsed when I last checked, but others might still be passable if we clear the debris. The question is whether we want to take the place by force or by memory. I'm not ready to decide. Not yet. Not until I see her face. This is Rowan Chambers. We're one ridge from the doorstep. Tomorrow the door might open, or it might slam shut. Either way, I'll be there, and I'll be listening. This is Rowan Chambers. Noon came, and so did she. I reached the bend early, maybe 30 minutes before the time I'd written. I didn't want to be late, and I didn't want her to feel like she could dictate the rhythm of this. The ash tree stood exactly where I remembered it, tall and split down the middle, bark peeling like flayed skin. Its branches were bare, long since stripped by wind and weight. It marked the northmost curve of the old entry road to the Hightower perimeter wall. Back in the day, trucks used to park there when the snow chains needed checking. Now it's just a landmark in a valley that's changed hands without ceremony. I stood with no weapon in hand. My revolver was back at camp. I wore the old scarf she gave me our first year in the bunker. It's faded now, sun-bleached and ragged at the ends, but she'd recognize it. That was the point. She didn't arrive alone. At exactly noon, 2 figures stepped out of the tree line. The first was Meredith. No mistaking her. Even with the dust-colored duster coat, the new scars running from temple to jaw, and the frost in her hair, I knew her. She walked with purpose but not threat, shoulders squared, eyes locked to mine. The second was a Tetrarch guard, dressed in the full gear I'd seen through binoculars, visor down, weapon across his chest but not raised. She stopped 3 paces from me and didn't speak at first, just looked. So did I. I could see the years in her face, hard years, not just time but weight, the kind that burrows into you and changes the shape of your thoughts. Then she said, "I didn't think you'd still be alive." And I replied, "That makes 2 of us." We stood in silence after that. No need for fake warmth. No use pretending we'd left on good terms. We hadn't. She'd vanished, and I'd buried that disappearance under 5 years of frost and failed radio signals. Finally, she asked why I was here. I told her the truth, that High Pines was gone, that the shepherds came, and we had nowhere else to go, that I brought 31 people down the mountains because the bunker was the last place I knew could hold the line. She didn't flinch, just nodded. Then she said, "I never wanted this place to be a fortress." I told her it already was one. She didn't argue. Instead, she asked if I remembered what she said the day she left. I said no, because I didn't. She never said a word. She just vanished into the snow and left me to piece together what she meant. She told me now. I left, she said, because I knew you'd never let go of the world as it used to be. You'd keep trying to make it make sense. I couldn't do that anymore, not after what we saw, what we had to do. She wasn't talking about the roamers. She wasn't talking about the collapse. She meant the camp in the lower tunnels, the one where we tried to build a quarantine, the one where the infected turned too fast, the one where we had to seal off the doors before the cure was ready. I remember the screams through the vents. I remember her fingers on the button when mine couldn't move. I went looking for people who didn't flinch, she said. And I found them. She looked toward the valley then, toward the bunker wall in the distance, behind the flags and the barricades and the watchtowers. I never meant to take it, she added. But when I came back and saw what had moved in, what was using the place like a trophy, I took it back, and I turned it into something useful. I asked her what that meant. She said it now houses over 80 people, that they've built growing rooms underground, that the air filtration still works, thanks to the schematics I left behind, that they've made it work. But then came the twist. She told me I could come in, but not with my people, not all of them. The bunker can't hold another 30 mouths, she said, and I won't risk what we've built because of ghosts from your past. I asked her how many. She said 10. 10 from my group. That's all they'd allow. The rest would be turned away, given a few supplies, a map, a send-off. That's when I realized something else. The guard behind her. He never spoke, never moved. He wasn't there to protect her. He was there to make sure I understood this wasn't a negotiation. Meredith has control now, not just of the bunker, but of the language around it, the rules, the narrative. And here's the part that chilled me. She said, "If you want more room, take it." Then she walked away, back into the trees. No handshake, no hug, just footsteps crunching through frost until they vanished again. Now I sit here, back at camp, trying to decide what to do. 10 people. That's all she'll allow. Which 10? On what grounds? Skill set? Loyalty? Age? Is that even a decision I have the right to make? And what happens to the rest? I told the group a version of the truth. That Meredith is alive. That the bunker is functional. That some of us may be allowed inside. I didn't say how few. Not yet. I needed time to think. May asked if this means we're safe. I didn't have an answer. Because nothing about this feels like safety. It feels like chess. And I'm playing against someone who already built the board. This is Rowan Chambers. And I just met my sister again. She survived. She's stronger than I remembered. But I don't know if she's still the person I once believed in. This is Rowan Chambers. It's just after midnight, and I haven't slept since the ash tree. I spent the afternoon pacing the edge of camp, marking invisible circles in the snow. The others kept their distance. They could tell something had changed in me. Not anger, not fear, just calculation. They've seen it before, in me, in each other. It's what happens when the world makes you weigh lives like supplies, when you're forced to ask not who deserves to survive, but who can carry the future farther. 10. That's how many Meredith is willing to let inside the bunker. Not a person more. I didn't tell them that at first. I sat on the news, hoping some idea would shake loose. Some loophole. But the more I turned it over, the more I realized there's no hidden passage here. No secret mercy waiting behind a locked door. She's serious. 10. So I wrote names, not out loud, not in front of anyone. Just pencil on the inside flap of my journal. Skills, health, mindset, stability. The coldest list I've ever made. And I hated every letter of it. Garrett's widow, Eileen. She's been the closest thing we've had to a medic since the beginning. She knows wound treatment, infection control, limited surgery. She's a must. Ellis, our runner, our scout. Quick on his feet, sharp. Too young to have all the weight he carries. But he carries it. He goes on the list. May, she knows plants, hydroponics, could recite pH balances from memory before she lost her parents. She's our future food. That's 3. Then there's Brandt, ex-firefighter, built like a tree trunk, but calm under pressure. He's the reason we still have a functioning stove. 4. Seema, seamstress, tailor, scavenger. Knows how to make something out of nothing. 5. Thomas, former electrician, ran solar rigs before the collapse. Saved us more than once when the batteries started shorting. 6. Lena, teacher, the kind who still tells stories by the fire and makes the kids remember what school used to feel like. That voice matters. 7. Darren, used to run logistics for a supply crew near Twin Valleys. Good head for inventory, knows how to ration, how to lead. 8. Then I stopped, because I knew what the next 2 names would be, and I didn't want to write them. One of them is me, and the other should be Meredith. But she's already inside. That leaves 1 slot, and too many ghosts. So I folded the page, put it in my jacket. Then I stood in front of the fire and told them all the truth. I said Meredith is alive, that the bunker still stands, that it's functional, powered, occupied. Then I told them the terms. 10. A silence fell over camp like a closing door. Faces dropped, eyes went flat. The first to speak was Eileen. She didn't ask who. She asked what we were supposed to do with the rest, where they'd go, how they'd survive with nothing left to fall back on. Then Brandt spoke. "You knew this before," he said, "didn't you? You came back anyway." I told him yes, because where else was there to go? Some nodded, some didn't. It didn't take long before they started forming their own lists. Whispered arguments in the snow, side eyes, people choosing sides they didn't even realize they were drawing. Hope has a price tag now, and it reads room for 9. Someone asked if we were going to vote. I said no, because you can't vote on who gets to breathe filtered air while the rest choke on ash. Then Darren suggested something else, something I hadn't considered. "We go together," he said, "but not to beg." He proposed that we bring everyone to the gates, show the tetrarchs the truth, not desperation, but strength, skills, purpose, resolve. Let them see what we've built out here. Maybe they'll understand that 10 isn't enough, that we've earned more. Maybe. But the glint in Eileen's eye said what none of us wanted to admit. If they don't open the door wider, someone's going to force it open. And suddenly, we're not talking about lists anymore. We're talking about strategy. So tonight, the group sleeps in clusters, weapons closer to hand. And I sit here, wondering if I just set the match to something I can't put out. This is Rowan Chambers. The valley is quiet, but not still. There's tension in the trees, a murmur in the wind. Tomorrow we move closer, closer to the wall, to the truth. If Meredith hears this, I want her to know I didn't come here to take. I came to bring something back. But if you close that gate, sister, don't expect the quiet to last. This is Rowan Chambers. Dawn, the coldest one yet. We broke camp an hour before first light. No one needed waking. By the time I unzipped my shelter, most were already moving. Quiet, purposeful, packing their gear, like they were preparing for something bigger than another day's walk. It didn't feel like hope. It felt like finality, as if they knew this was the last stretch of road where we'd all be together. We moved as a single column, keeping tight through the tree line. The forest thinned with every step. Pines gave way to bare ash and scrub oak, bent from years of mountain wind. The ground here is stone-laced, brittle. Our boots echoed differently, harder, more hollow. We weren't far from the old approach road, the one that leads to Hightower's outer gate, a concrete path with cracks wide enough to lose a foot in. I still remember driving it in the early days, the bunker behind us and the world ahead. Now, it's reversed. By midday we reached the edge of the Tetrarch perimeter. The flag started again, red, weathered, stitched with that angular X. We passed them without pausing, without challenge. No one met us at the tree line, no warning shots, no posted guards we could see. But I knew they were there. At the final rise before the bunker gate, I called for a halt. We gathered in a clearing just beyond the last curve of road. The bunker wall was visible now, tall, dark concrete ribbed with climbing vines and streaks of oxidation. The floodlights hadn't flicked on yet. Maybe they were watching from the towers. Maybe they were waiting to see what we'd do. I stood on a fallen log and looked out at the faces I've come to know better than my own. People who've lost everything and still walk forward. People who buried children, partners, friends, and still found something to protect. I told them this was it, that whatever happened next it wouldn't be clean, that Meredith was prepared to hold the line, and that we needed to be prepared for what that meant. Then I told them my decision. No list, no vote. We all go to the wall together. If the Tetrarchs let us in, good. If not, we see how strong the gate really is. But I made one thing clear. We do not start a war. Not unless it's forced on us. We're not here to burn anything down. We're here to prove we're worth keeping alive. Some nodded. Others didn't move at all. Eileen approached after and said, "You sure about this?" She had her knife strapped high on her chest, handle worn from use. She wasn't smiling. I told her I was sure about only one thing, that I couldn't choose who got to live. She didn't answer, just adjusted her coat and walked back into the group. Then we moved, down the road. No torches, no noise, just boots on broken asphalt, 31 of us, stepping into the open like survivors daring the sky to blink. As we reached the outer gate, the floodlights kicked on. High-powered beams swept over us, sharp enough to cut the shadows in half. No alarms, no sirens, but the message was clear. We see you. We're ready. The gate itself is unchanged. 10 meters of steel reinforced with concrete, painted with the same old hazard stripes. Above it, the main tower, a squat block with windows shuttered by armored plating. In its prime, it was just a lookout post. Now it's something more. A voice crackled through the speaker above the gate. "This is Tetrarch Command. State your purpose." I stepped forward, pulled the radio mic from my coat pocket, tuned it to the frequency Meredith gave me. I didn't bother with formality. "This is Rowan Chambers. I've returned with survivors from High Pines. We request entry. No hostilities, no demands." There was a pause, static, then another voice, not Meredith's, male, clipped. "Your name is recognized, but the gate will not open. You know the terms." I took a breath. "All 31 of us are coming. We have engineers, medics, growers, people who can contribute. If that's not enough for you, then you've stopped being survivors and started being jailers." Another pause. Then the line went dead, and the lights clicked off. Not all of them, just the floodlights over the gate. The rest stayed powered. Meredith didn't speak. Not yet. But I know she's there, watching, judging, maybe waiting for me to blink first. The others are setting up a temporary camp just inside the approach lane. We won't stay here long. It's exposed, vulnerable, but I need them close. Tonight I'll send another message, this time not with words. We've begun clearing one of the side access tunnels. There used to be a maintenance shaft that ran under the north side of the perimeter. It was sealed years ago, collapsed in an early quake, but I remember the weak point. If we can dig out even part of it, we may be able to slip through. Not to attack, just to enter. Just to show her that this place was built for more than control. It was built for continuity. And I still believe in that. This is Rowan Chambers. The wall didn't open, but the mountain isn't done speaking yet. This is Rowan Chambers. The dig has started. We broke ground at the north slope just after first light. The old maintenance tunnel was never designed for access from the outside, but the terrain shifted after the early quakes, leaving part of the access point exposed beneath the tree roots. I remembered where the slope bowed slightly, how the snow fell unevenly across a shallow depression near the drainage basin. That depression marked the shaft, buried, cracked, and waiting. Brant and Thomas led the excavation. We used shovels for the top layer, but once the stone and frostbitten dirt thickened, we switched to hand tools, makeshift picks from old rebar and bent crowbars. It wasn't elegant, and it wasn't quiet, but it worked. After 2 hours, we hit metal. Not rusted, not crumbled. Steel, matte grey, cold as ice. Part of the tunnel's original support collar, still intact, buried at an angle beneath the frozen slope. It was enough to confirm we were in the right place. We worked in shifts. 2 teams digging, 1 on watch. The rest rotated between hauling debris and maintaining perimeter security. I didn't need to remind anyone that this was risky. The Tetrarchs were watching, through scopes, through drones, through old cable-fed cameras still wired into the forest. They hadn't said anything over the speakers since yesterday, but we knew they were listening. They had to be. That silence is worse than words. By midday, we'd cleared enough to expose the emergency hatch. A small square panel recessed into the ground, painted the same hazard yellow from 2 decades ago. I knelt beside it, brushing snow from the stenciled warning label still barely visible. Authorized entry only. Penalty for breach. Termination. Once, that label was meant to stop the desperate from trying to claw their way inside. Now, it only taunts the dying. The locking mechanism had long since fused from weather and neglect. I traced the bolts with my fingers, remembering the manual override process, the inner catch that only released when the internal power grid was active. That system was fried now, buried with the network cables. But we didn't need electronics, just leverage. Brant wedged a jack beneath the left hinge, while I applied counterforce with a length of pipe. It took 3 tries, and every ounce of tension in our shoulders, but the seal finally gave. Not with a bang, just a deep metallic sigh, like the place had been holding its breath for 5 years. The hatch opened into blackness. Cold air rose from it, not just chilled but stale, like it hadn't moved in years. We lowered a battery lamp and saw what I feared, debris. Lots of it. Collapsed beams, bent conduit, dirt that had seeped in through fractures and pressure breaches. This wasn't a clean tunnel anymore. It was a burial ground for our best intentions. Still, we climbed in. The crawl space was narrow, barely wide enough to move through on hands and knees. We laid plank boards as we went, bracing against loose stone and old cables. May followed behind, holding the second lantern, her hand trembling slightly as she passed me tool after tool. No one spoke. Our breath echoed too loud against the steel ribs of the tunnel walls. After 20 meters, the shaft widened into a split chamber, originally a junction box for utility routing. That meant we were close. Maybe 30 meters from the secondary sub-level airlock, assuming the collapse hadn't crushed it. And then we heard the noise. It came from behind the bulkhead wall, metal on metal, faint but rhythmic. A soft tapping cadence, as if someone was working on the other side. I held up a hand and we all froze. 3 taps, pause, 3 more. A signal, but not ours. I recognized the pattern. It was the old technician code we used for low comms inside the bunker, a basic acknowledgement. Still here, still alive. It wasn't automated. Someone inside had heard us. I tapped back, just once. The noise stopped. I turned to May. Her face was pale, her eyes wide. We didn't say what we both knew, that someone had been watching this tunnel for a long time, and they were waiting. We backed out carefully, marking the route as we went. I left a thin copper wire across the tunnel, low enough to trip, but loose enough not to injure. Just a signal. If someone follows, we'll know. When we emerged, the sun was starting to fall behind the far ridge. The sky had gone from blue to bruised grey, and the wind had turned sharp. I gathered everyone, told them we'd made progress. That access was nearly possible. I didn't mention the signal. Not yet. No need to stir things I can't anchor. Eileen asked how much longer until we'd be inside. I told her 2 more days, maybe 3. She nodded, but her jaw was tight. Later that evening, While I was checking the perimeter line, Ellis found me. He said he'd seen lights moving on the ridge. Not spotlights, lanterns. People walking low, not in patrol formation, not Tetrarch guards. I asked how many. He said 4, maybe 5. I asked where they went. He said, toward the tunnel. I didn't sleep after that. I just sat with the radio again, listening to static, waiting for a voice that never came. Not yet. This is Rowan Chambers. We're beneath the wall now, inside its reach. And someone knows we're there. Whether it's Meredith or someone else, we'll find out soon. But I feel the ground shifting beneath us, and I don't know yet if it's making way or closing in. This is Rowan Chambers. I've just come back up from the tunnel. It's almost dawn again. I've wiped the dirt off my face, changed shirts, poured what little clean water we had into the kettle, and still my hands are shaking. I don't think they'll stop for a while. We opened the hatch further today, widened the crawl space until 2 people could move side by side. It wasn't just about speed anymore. It was about what I heard last night, the tapping behind the wall, and what we might find on the other side. No one else knew, not at first. I'd kept that detail to myself. I wasn't ready to explain why I recognized that code so fast, or why I still believe it could only be her. Meredith didn't use protocols lightly. She used them like anchors, buried deep into systems no one else remembered how to access. That pattern, 3 taps, pause, 3 taps, was the one she used in the green room after the second outbreak wave, when the reactor doors sealed and she got trapped inside alone. I tapped it back then too, and she answered. And when we pulled her out, she didn't cry. She just said, "Still here." That's what echoed in my head all night. This morning I told Brant and Eileen the truth, about the tapping, about what it might mean. Eileen stiffened. Brant didn't react, just picked up his tool belt and said, "Then we better make sure we're ready." By noon, we'd reached the inner access junction. The old maintenance sign was still bolted to the wall, faded but legible. Airlock 2B, authorized entry only. The seal ring had collapsed partially, but the panel itself was intact. We cleared enough to get it open halfway, enough to squeeze through. Inside, the tunnel widened into a dry corridor, ribbed with old support beams and emergency conduit lines that buzzed faintly, like nerves just beneath skin. The air was stale but breathable. Ahead, maybe 10 meters, a service door blinked a faint red light, active power, but on backup voltage. Something in there was still alive. I went in first. The others followed after I gave the all clear. May, Ellis, Brant, and Eileen. No one spoke. The silence had weight. We reached the door, and I placed my hand on the access plate out of habit, even though I knew the scanners were probably dead. To my surprise, the plate pulsed faintly. I felt the static crawl over my fingers. The speaker above the frame crackled, then came a voice. Not Meredith, male, younger, calm. He said, "State your name and purpose." We froze. I looked at the others, then answered. "Rowan Chambers, survivor, engineer, original bunker crew. I'm here with others, seeking entry." A pause. Then the voice said, "You're not listed in the current manifest." I told him the manifest was 5 years out of date. Another pause. Then, unexpectedly, he said, "Wait." The speaker cut off. The door didn't open. We stood there, motionless, in a corridor lined with dust and memory. 5 minutes passed, then 10. Finally, the door hissed. Not open, just unlocked. A faint chime echoed, and the panel's red light turned amber. The man's voice returned. "She wants to speak to you, alone." There was no doubt who he meant. I told the others to wait. Brant started to argue. Eileen just stared, but I shook my head. If she wanted me dead, I said, she wouldn't be using a door. I stepped through. The door sealed behind me. Inside, it was warm, not bunker warm, not the dry recycled heat we used to push through the vents, but lived-in warm. Humid. Human. The hallway was lit with repurposed LED strips, powered by scavenged grid batteries tucked into the wall brackets. It felt different, not like a fortress, more like a base camp that had become a home. I followed the corridor past what used to be the lower dormitory wing, now refitted with equipment racks, solar charge stations, even a hydro rig coiled with copper wire and insulation foam. At the end of the hall, another door slid open. She was waiting inside. Meredith stood by the old map table, the same one we used to plan ration cycles and quarantine drills. Her coat was off, folded neatly on a chair, her sleeves rolled up. The same scar crossed her knuckles from when she tried to fix the incinerator on her own. Same gaze, direct, unflinching. "You came through the maintenance shaft," she said. I nodded. "I left it unwired on purpose," she added. "Figured if anyone knew it was there, they'd be someone I wanted to see." I didn't ask if that included me. I just said, "Then why the wall?" She didn't answer right away. Instead, she poured water from a steel canister into 2 cups and handed me one. It smelled clean, filtered, real. She said, "Because this place can't be everything to everyone, not anymore. It's not a haven, it's a foundation. And if we stretch it too thin, it'll crack." I told her that wasn't her call to make. She said, "Someone had to make it." We sat at the table in silence. Then she said something that surprised me. "I wanted to leave you a note when I left. I wrote 3. I stared. "I didn't leave any of them," she said, "because each one made you a villain in a different story." I asked, "And what story are you telling now?" She looked at me for a long time. Then she said, "That maybe you were right." That's when I realized something deeper. She didn't come back to the bunker to control it. Not at first. She came back to remember, to protect something. And then things changed. Groups arrived. Structures failed. People started dying again. So she did what she always does. She calculated, cut where she had to, hardened her edges. Now we're here. I asked her what happens next. She didn't say you can all come in, but she didn't say no either. She just said, "Let me show you something tomorrow. Then you'll understand." That was it. She walked me back to the bulkhead, unlocked it herself, and said nothing as I passed through. Now I'm back with the others. They're waiting for answers, and I'm not sure how to give them yet, because Meredith is trying to save this place. But she's forgotten what it was built for. And I came back to remind her, this is Rowan Chambers. We're inside. Not all of us. Not yet. But we've stepped out of the cold and into something that still remembers warmth. This is Rowan Chambers. Morning again. I haven't spoken to the group yet. Not properly. After what I saw today, I needed to take time to understand it. Process it. I'm not even sure I fully do. At sunrise, Meredith sent another runner. This one was older, late 40s maybe, with a lean build and watchful eyes that never quite looked me in the face. He handed me a note, folded and sealed with wax, a habit she picked up from the older enclaves. Inside 4 words, Sublevel C, East Wing. I knew the way. The Eastern Hall used to house technical storage, everything from decommissioned server towers to agricultural sensors we never found time to install. I hadn't been down there in over a decade, not since the early bunker rotations. It was the part of the compound we'd written off. Low priority, badly ventilated, partially collapsed from the tremors that followed the detonation in the east. But the corridor is different now. Someone's rebuilt it. Where there used to be exposed wiring and broken tiles, there's clean conduit, bolted paneling, reinforced ceiling brackets with fresh welds. Meredith didn't just patch the damage, she redesigned it, turned it into something new. The hallway descended farther than I remembered. Not a straight line, but a series of descending chambers lit with low-energy bulbs tucked into the crevices. And at the bottom, behind an old biometric doorframe, now rigged with manual locks, was what she wanted me to see. A lab, functional, clean, operational, rows of hydroponic trays fed from gravity tanks. LED growth cycles mapped on a console running salvaged software, an airlock chamber outfitted with UV sterilizers and thick canvas suits. But the real shock came when I stepped into the second chamber. 4 large containment tubes, cylindrical glass cells with steel base rings and emergency release panels. Cryo units. Not military grade, but close. One of them was active, humming softly. A soft vapor curled from its edge. Inside was a man, not infected, not dead, preserved. His body was wrapped in medical foam, a data tag clipped to his collar. Patient H1, it read. Strain, NRV6, neural response variant, moderate resistance, contained premutation, June 12, 2042. It hit me like a storm. I remembered that name, NRV6, a strain of the original infection with delayed onset and unusual neural activity. There had only been 3 confirmed cases. The CDC lost track of the samples before the labs fell. Meredith found one. She didn't just take over a bunker, she restarted the research. She stepped into the room just as I turned from the cryo unit. No preamble, no dramatics. She said, "I know what you're thinking, and yes, I have the data backups, and yes, I know what they're worth." I asked her what she wanted from me. She looked tired, not weak, just worn the way steel gets worn, edges dulled from too many years resisting everything. "I want to finish what we started," she said. "But I can't do it with loyalty. Not anymore. I need discipline. I need structure. I need people who follow without asking why every time I say no." I told her that's not survival. That's indoctrination. She didn't argue. She just said, "That's the only way we've stayed alive." Then she led me to the third chamber. Inside were the masks, dozens of them. Old, faded, hand-forged, salvaged from every dead community she passed through. Stitched leather, bent steel, filtration layers blackened from use. And at the center of the wall, hanging like an emblem, was one I recognized immediately. The air filter mask I gave her, the one from the day she left. "I built the tetrarchs from the people who made it this far," she said. "The ones who walked out of plague zones, who crossed cities on fire. They were already tempered. I didn't make them soldiers. I gave them order." And that's when I realized what I'd been walking toward this whole time. Meredith doesn't see the bunker as a haven anymore. She sees it as a forge, a place to shape survivors into something harder, more useful, less fragile. In her mind, the world can't be rebuilt from mercy, only strength, only control. And maybe she's not wrong. But I looked at that cryo tube, at the man inside, a lost opportunity frozen in glass, a possible answer buried under layers of protocol and fear. And I knew, I can't let this be the end of what the bunker was meant to be. So I asked her if I could bring the group in, not just 10, all of them. Her eyes flickered just for a second. She asked, "And if I say no?" I said, "Then we take the choice from you." That's where we left it. No threats, no shouting, just the line between us drawn clearer than ever before. She let me walk out. I don't know if she'll let me walk back in again. Tonight I return to the camp. They're waiting for my decision, my report, my plan. I don't have it yet, but I know this. The cryo unit works. The infection still has a clock. And Meredith, she's playing a long game I'm not sure ends with any of us still human. This is Rowan Chambers. The past is alive beneath our feet, and the future may be cold, calculated, and carved in stone. But I still remember the warmth we built here, and I'm not done fighting for it. This is Rowan Chambers. I'm back in camp. It's late. The fire's burned down to embers, and most of the group is asleep, or pretending to be. I can hear Brant sharpening his blade by the edge of the cleared ground. Seema's quietly stitching a tear in Ellis's coat, hands steady even in the dark. And May, she hasn't said more than a word to me since I returned. She knows something's wrong. They all do. I didn't lie to them, but I didn't tell them everything either. I said the bunker is intact, that Meredith is running it like a tight ship, and that she's agreed to speak again tomorrow. possibly about access. I didn't mention the cryo unit, or the masks, or the way she talked about discipline like it was the only resource worth stockpiling. What I did say was this: we may get in, all of us, but if we do, it won't be the place we remember. Eileen asked what that meant. I told her, it means the lights are still on, but the people inside, they've changed. She stared at me for a long moment, then said, and what about you? Did you? I didn't answer, because I don't know. Not really. Not yet. We held a quiet meeting after that, down in the hollow near the tree line. No fire, just body warmth and shared tension. I told them we needed a plan for both outcomes. If Meredith opened the gates, and if she didn't. Brant was the first to speak. He said we should take the entrance by force if we had to. Not the tunnel, we'd lose too many in a tight squeeze, but the main gate. Use pressure. Threaten to destroy the outer solar array if they refused. Eileen disagreed. She said if we forced our way in, we'd never stop fighting. Not just to stay alive, but to keep control. She reminded us what it cost to hold High Pines, and how it all ended anyway. There's no such thing as winning if you have to live looking over your shoulder, she said. May said nothing, until the very end. Then she looked at me and asked, would she really turn us away? All of us? I wanted to say no. I wanted to believe that deep down, Meredith still remembered what we tried to build in the first place. How the bunker wasn't just a vault, but a promise. But I couldn't give May that lie. So I said, she believes in survival more than she believes in us. That answer settled across the camp like snow on bare branches, cold, quiet, heavy. After that, everyone scattered. Not far, just enough to be alone with their thoughts. Tomorrow I meet Meredith again, and I don't know what I'll find waiting on the other side of that gate. But something happened tonight. Something small, but real. Ellis came to me after most of the camp had quieted. He held out a folded note. No name on it, no markings. Just 3 lines written in quick, cramped handwriting. If she shuts the gate again, we break the lock, no matter who's inside. I looked at him. He didn't flinch. Just said, we're done waiting for permission. Then he walked off. It wasn't a threat. It was a declaration. This group, these 31 people who crossed mountains and storms and shepherd-controlled paths, they didn't follow me here to ask for shelter. They followed me here to reclaim it. And I realize now, it's not just about the bunker anymore. It's about what it stands for. Meredith has built something formidable, safe, clean, efficient. But she's lost the thread of why we started it, to build a future, not just a system. And the more I think about that man in the cryo chamber, the one preserved with data that could change everything, the more I wonder if she's already made up her mind about who gets to be part of that future. We're not looking to tear down the walls, but we're not going to be kept out of them either. Tomorrow, she'll make her offer. And this time, if it's still 10 people, I won't walk away quietly. This is Rowan Chambers. We're at the gate. We're done whispering. Now we wait to see who opens the door. This is Rowan Chambers. It's done. The meeting was this afternoon, just past midday when the sun was high enough to cast long shadows across the valley floor. We gathered in front of the gate, no weapons drawn, no posturing. 31 people standing silent in a line, facing a wall that had once been our shelter, then our memory, and now, something else. The speakers above the steel gate hummed to life at exactly 1 o'clock. This time, Meredith's voice came through. Not the clipped commands or practiced announcements I'd heard before. Her tone was level, maybe even gentle, but there was steel under it, control, just like always. Rowan Chambers, she said, you are granted entry. Then she paused. But the rest remain outside until further assessment. We will permit 2 others of your choosing to enter with you, for skills evaluation, debrief, and processing. There will be no negotiation. The group didn't move, didn't speak. They just looked at me. I didn't say anything right away. I turned toward the gate, toward the glass-shielded observation window above the speaker. I couldn't see her, but I knew she was watching. I took one step forward, and then I stopped. I didn't go in. I walked back to the group, slowly, deliberately, and I said, clear enough for the whole wall to hear, "We don't accept that offer." The silence afterward wasn't angry. It wasn't panicked. It was calm, resigned, even, because we'd known, all of us. Somewhere deep down, we'd known this was what she'd say, and we'd already crossed the threshold inside ourselves. A few seconds later, the speaker crackled again. "This isn't about punishment," she said. "It's about balance. The systems inside, ventilation, food synthesis, energy output, they can only handle so many. The math is the math. This is survival." I stepped forward again, hands raised slightly. Then I said, "You're not calculating survival anymore. You're calculating obedience." There was no response. The speaker went dead, and the gate stayed closed. We stood there for a long time. Then Brant turned to me and asked, "So what now?" That's when I gave the real answer. We stay, we build. Because the truth is, this place, this valley, it's still the best ground we've seen in months. There's fresh water in the creek above the ridge, usable soil at the lower slope, sheltered plateaus for watchposts, windbreaks, even short-range growing tunnels if we can find enough plastic and tarp. We don't need to break into the bunker. We need to make it irrelevant. If Meredith won't open the gates, then we'll build something outside them that makes her question why she closed them at all. Not a rival, not a threat, just an alternative. A reminder of what we used to be before the math took over, before fear hardened into policy. We spent the rest of the afternoon surveying, mapping. The group split into pairs and started cataloguing usable resources. Brant found an old transport van wedged into the slope, still sealed, maybe usable batteries inside. May and Seema marked a glade with rich, loamy soil from the runoff. Tomas located the remains of a fiber relay that could be patched into the bunker's emergency antenna if we're bold enough to tap it. We're calling it the landing, not because it's where we arrived, but because it's where we stopped falling. Tonight, the campfire is bigger than usual, not for warmth, for visibility, a message maybe, to Meredith, to whoever's still watching from behind that gate. We're not trying to take your home. We're building our own. This is Rowan Chambers. You said 10 was the limit. We say the limit never mattered. Not when you still believe in the people on the other side of the wall. This is Rowan Chambers. It's been 2 days since we began building the landing. The ground's been stubborn, frozen in some places, too soft in others. But we've managed to set up the first structure. Nothing fancy. Just a shelter frame reinforced with scavenged pallet wood, wrapped in old tent canvas and salvaged wire mesh. Eileen and Seema called it the spine because it's meant to be the start of something bigger, something with structure, something that holds. We've got heat now, real heat. A working stove, an improvised chimney vented with aluminum duct pipe and charcoal filters. The smoke barely rises past the tree line. We keep the fires low, controlled. Brant and Ellis are setting traps around the ridge perimeter. Not just for defense, mostly for small game. Food's already thin. And yet, something's shifted. There's a current in the air again. Not tension, not fear, possibility. The others feel it too. They've started smiling again, in brief, fragile ways. I saw May and Darren sketching layout plans in the dirt, arguing over where to put the water catchment system. Eileen offered to teach Ellis first aid. He agreed without hesitation. These are small moments, but they matter. They're the kind of moments we stopped believing were possible back in the ruins of High Pines. And Meredith saw it. This morning, we found something new by the ash tree. No footsteps, no sounds overnight. But the snow had been disturbed, brushed away in a neat circle. In the center, a single item wrapped in oiled cloth, set on a flat piece of riverstone like an offering. A cassette tape, labeled in her handwriting, for R. I didn't play it immediately. I waited until the others were gathered. Then I slotted it into the old deck and hit play. Her voice came through clear, steady, measured. "Rowan, I watched the firelight last night. I saw the shelters, the people. I saw what you're doing, what you're trying to build. And I remembered things I thought I'd buried. This place was never supposed to be a fortress. It was supposed to be a foundation. I forgot that. The weight of command changed me. Or maybe it revealed something that was always there, something I didn't want to admit. That I'm better at control than connection. That it's easier to lead with certainty than to lead with trust. But I remember how we started. I remember the first time the vents kicked on, and we realized the lights might stay lit longer than a week. I remember you sitting by the hydro tanks, trying to fix the filtration loop with duct tape and optimism. I remember thinking, maybe we don't have to be what the old world made us. So I'm offering something different now. Not an apology, not surrender, but balance. We'll open the western corridor, one entrance, limited access, shared resources. No authority passed between us, just agreement. You and yours stay in the landing. We remain here, but we collaborate. Quietly, carefully. We exchange labor, ideas, maybe even safety protocols. We build two paths forward, and maybe, over time, they become one. If you accept, send a reply with the child, the one who ran the first message, Ellis. He knows the way. If you don't, then we stay behind our wall, and you stay beyond it. No harm, no contact. Either way, I'll keep listening. The tape ended. There were no arguments after, just a kind of quiet settling through the group, a collective breath released after too many held for too long. We spent an hour talking. No raised voices, just discussion. Then Ellis came up to me, tape in hand, and said, "I'll go." I asked if he was sure. He said, "Yeah, but tell her I'm not a kid anymore." He smiled when he said it. Then he left before I could say anything else. That was 3 hours ago. He hasn't come back yet. But I trust him. And more than that, I trust the silence that followed. Because for once, it doesn't feel like the kind that comes before a shot. It feels like the kind that comes before a door opens. This is Rowan Chambers. We're building, not to replace what was lost, but to prove we can still begin again. If this is how peace starts, then it starts here, on frozen soil, in the shadow of a wall, with a voice carried on tape and a boy walking into the snow. This is Rowan Chambers. If you're hearing this, then the wall has already lit the sky. Ellis never came back. For hours we waited. At first we thought maybe he was being questioned, vetted, pulled aside for observation. Then dusk settled in, and the western corridor, the one Meredith promised to open, never lit, never stirred. No lights, no voices, no signal. We sent a second runner. Eileen volunteered. She was gone 2 hours. When she returned, her coat was wet from the waist down. She'd crossed the river in silence and approached the ash tree from the ridge above, watching carefully, waiting for any sign of Ellis or Meredith. What she found was the cassette tape, broken in half, left at the base of the tree. No message, no explanation, just the pieces. That's when I knew. Meredith had never intended a partnership. The tape wasn't a bridge, it was a delay, a stalling tactic while she prepared. I looked toward the gate and saw the tower lights shift, their beams narrowing, focused now, angled down, not outward. Observation changed to targeting. Floodlights trained on our perimeter. Not enough for a strike yet, but close. Eileen said nothing as she dropped the ruined tape into my hand, but her eyes told me she was ready. So we acted. I called a meeting, laid it out plainly. They're not letting us in. They never were. They don't want neighbors. They want silence. They want memory, not movement. And they're ready to erase the rest of us to keep that story clean. No one objected. Brant nodded first, then Seema, then May, voice trembling but firm. We're not going anywhere, not again. We prepped what we had, Molotovs from alcohol and cloth. A pressure charge Thomas rigged using old fertilizer and a spark coil. Not to break into the bunker, not yet, but to blind the gate sensors long enough to breach the outer shell. We knew the terrain better now. We'd studied every drainage run, every tree cluster. The bunker relied on its walls. We relied on the map. When we moved like a wave, low, fast, precise. 2 teams, one for distraction, one for insertion. I was in the second group. We hit the perimeter under full cloud cover. The floodlights didn't spot us until the first charge detonated, just off-center, near the hydro outflow grate. Smoke rolled across the valley floor, thick and acrid. It wouldn't last long, but it didn't have to. We reached the hatch, the same emergency entrance from before, now resealed, relocked. They'd reinforced it. But we knew the hinges, knew the weak spots. May cracked it open with a pry tool and a crowbar welded into a wedge. Took 90 seconds. 90 seconds of heart-pounding silence, punctuated only by distant shouting and the pop of small arms fire echoing through the ridge. We slipped in. The halls were empty. Too empty. No sentries, no patrols. It was a trap. The lights flickered. Doors locked behind us. Automated security triggered in corridors we thought were offline. The layout had changed. Meredith had redesigned it, just as she'd redesigned herself. We split up. Brant and Thomas went for the power relay. I headed for the control hub. I needed to reach the broadcast console. Needed to speak one last time before it was too late. The stairwell was sealed. I climbed the maintenance shafts instead, hands raw on the cold steel rungs. The old ducting screamed with my weight. I kept moving. By the time I reached the upper level, the first alarm had begun. A low drone meant to alert residents of an internal breach. But there were no residents. No children. No elders. Just soldiers now. And at the center of them, Meredith. She was standing by the map table again, just like before. But this time she didn't speak. Just looked at me like she'd known I'd come alone. Maybe she had. I told her to stop the lockdown. She said, this was never about lockdown. Then she walked away. 2 of her men advanced. I ran. Through corridors I helped design, through doors I helped wire, through memories layered over steel and survival. I reached the broadcast room, locked. Kicked the panel. It opened. Inside, the old console still hummed. Backup batteries kicked on. The signal booster was weak, but still functional. And that's where I am now. Recording this. The landing is under fire. They've mobilized drones, foot patrols, tactical sweepers. Not to kill necessarily, just to erase, to scatter us. To make sure no one questions the clean symmetry of the story Meredith has carved out. But this tape is my witness. This voice is the crack in her wall. This is Rowan Chambers. The bunker isn't a home anymore. It's a tomb, dressed in function and fear. We came here to remember who we were, what we survived, what we could be. And even if she buries us under silence, we still said no. We still lit the fire. We still believed. And someone, someday, will dig this up and know. We were here. We tried. We chose each other. This is Rowan Chambers, broadcasting from what's left of the Hightower estate bunker, though it hasn't felt like a bunker in a long time. If you're hearing this, then the mast we rebuilt from scavenged scaffolding and half-melted wiring still holds against the wind. If the mountain hasn't shifted, if the repeater dish hasn't frozen over again, then maybe, just maybe, this signal still carries. 5 years ago, I spoke into this microphone and called out to ghosts. 31 souls answered. We walked out of the smoke of high pines and carried what little we had into these concrete walls. We thought it would be sanctuary. We thought silence, for once, would mean safety. We were wrong. I've spent enough nights whispering about what came after. About the bitter winters, the failed repairs, the thinning food lines. But I haven't told you how it truly ended, how it began to unravel, not in chaos, but in something colder, calculated, slow. I've put it off, not because memory failed me, but because some truths dig deeper when spoken aloud. Some wounds reopen just from the shape of a name. But I owe you more than fragments and weather reports. So if you're still out there, piecing together the ash and the rot, trying to understand how it all fell apart, then you need this part of the story. We weren't starving. We weren't overrun. But something inside had cracked. We still numbered 24 strong, but what we'd lost wasn't bodies. It was faith. In each other. In what we were building. Meredith had turned this place into something it was never meant to be. Not a haven, not a home. A citadel, bristling with suspicion. Surveillance rooms had become sealed observation chambers. The dorms were broken down into monitored cells. Even the greenhouse, once a place of light and growth, was sealed under steel plating and UV arrays, masking it from the outside world. She said it was security, but it wasn't. It was fear dressed in steel, and that's where it starts. When we arrived at the outer approach, we didn't come to fight. We came with our hands open. That morning, I stood on the weather-split concrete, where the Hightower road cut through the pine curve. We were maybe 50 yards from the outer gate. Above us, the drone towers were still active. Some had solar retrofit modules. Others pulled current from what I guessed were geothermal patches still running beneath the eastern ridge. I had the signal flare tucked into my coat. Blue smoke. Non-combat signal. I waited for the drone buzz to stabilize before I fired it. We all stood in silence. Brant carried the long flag with the white cross on black canvas. Clara was with me, holding the steel satchel of radio schematics, water filters, and trade maps. Even May had volunteered to come. Her joints stiff from a winter bout of infection. She'd survived, but barely. For half an hour we waited. The outer cameras tracked us. I knew the lens system, designed it, long ago. No one came. Then the intercom hissed. Her voice was unmistakable. "Rowan, go home." I stepped forward. "We are home. Let us in." "You abandoned this place," Meredith said. "I protected it. You don't get to walk back in and act like you never left. You closed the doors on the world. And you opened them to death." It wasn't rage in her voice. Not even bitterness. Just cold finality. "Go," she said again, "before I stop warning you." The line cut. We pulled back half a mile to the ridgeline and set camp in the tree-strewn lot where the fuel depot used to be. It was gone now. Nothing left but the blackened circle and some scorched tanks tipped into the ravine. I set up the radio in the old inspector's trailer, ran a coaxial line to the welded antenna we carried on the wagon, and spent the night listening to static. We had to decide what came next. That night, we argued under breath. Clara said we should leave and try south. Brant wanted to press the main gate. May, she didn't say anything, just stared at the bunker silhouette in the moonlight. I couldn't believe it had come to this. My sister, my blood, had turned a haven into a citadel and locked the door on the last good people I knew. By morning, we knew she wasn't going to open the gates, so we tested the outer perimeter. The motion sensors had been rerouted, triggered only after sustained movement across the fence line. The old warning system was gone. That meant Meredith didn't want deterrence. She wanted silence until the last moment. The fence was live. 5,000 volts running through the mesh. We saw what happened when a bird landed wrong. Gone in a blink. But the ventilation shafts under the eastern maintenance line, still there. We'd used them before, 10 years earlier, when I helped build the system. We used to call them the steel vanes, narrow ducts with heat exhaust bypasses and aluminum padding to prevent echo bleed. Perfect for moving maintenance crews when the main elevators were locked. The problem? They weren't mapped anymore. Meredith had purged every internal schematic from our backup drive the day we left, so we'd have to trace the ducts blind. That night, a team of 5 went in. Brant, Eileen, Seema, Caleb and me. We carried gas masks, red light torches, climbing harnesses, and 2 old-school duct maps printed from a maintenance log I found in my satchel. It wasn't complete. That was the risk. The crawl took 6 hours. Inside the ducts we moved one at a time. Temperature rose fast. Seema nearly passed out from heat stress near the third junction, and Caleb had to pour water across the lining to cool her down. At one point, we heard movement, metal on metal behind us, but nothing followed. When we reached the shaft leading into subsector B, we found the access vent sealed shut. Someone had welded the inner panel from the inside. The welds weren't clean. They were jittery, uneven, too hot in some places, barely bonded in others. That told us everything. This wasn't protocol. This wasn't planned. It was panic. Whoever sealed it didn't expect anyone to come this way, or they didn't think we'd still be alive to try. We didn't speak. Brandt stepped forward with the torch. The hiss of plasma lit the crawl space in ghost blue. It took 40 minutes to cut through, the air growing sharper with every pass. That chemical ozone bite soaked into everything. My coat, my gloves, my breath. Years later, I can still smell it when the wind shifts wrong. When we dropped through the opening into the corridor, alarms began. Not the standard sirens. No rising whine, no mechanical bark. Just a low, pulsing tone, like sonar on loop. A spatial hum that rattled the walls and set teeth on edge. She knew we were in. We hadn't even touched the main door, and already Meredith had eyes on us. We hit the floor running, torches down, 10 seconds to get bearings. Subsector B, once the old utility and waste wing, hadn't seen regular foot traffic in nearly a decade. I hadn't walked those grates since I was in my 20s, back when the bunker still felt like a project worth building. But the moment my boots hit that rust-worn metal, my legs remembered. Not my mind, my muscles. The path to the filtration hub, the incline where the drainage pumps used to rattle, the spot where you had to duck or crack your skull on a pipe brace. All of it came back in flashes, like dream fragments rebuilding into something solid. But the air was wrong. It wasn't the heat or the damp. It was the sound, or the lack of it. There used to be a constant mechanical chorus down there. Flow regulators, thermal exchangers, hydraulic gate shifts. Now there was just a hollow buzz, and that tone pulsing through the frame. The whole corridor felt like a dying lung, still trying to breathe, each exhale weaker than the last. The emergency strobes didn't spin like they were supposed to. No rotation, no scatter pattern. Instead, they pulsed. Slow, deliberate. 1 second on, 1 second off. Meredith had rewritten the control script. It was deliberate, psychological. The effect was worse than chaos. It created moving shadows where there were none, made the walls crawl, turned every pipe joint into a silhouette waiting to step forward. We kept our torches angled low, barely above our boots, just enough to see each other's ankles and the path ahead. Any more than that, and the shadows turned traitor. The cameras had been repositioned. Most weren't pointed at key entries like they were during my tenure. Instead, they were aimed down corners, at dead-end halls, at points of convergence where hallways split. Classic ambush zones. It wasn't surveillance anymore. It was behavioral control. She didn't just want to see what happened. She wanted to funnel it. We took a left at the split junction near the maintenance battery wall. That's where we hit the first trap. It was a pressure plate, probably scavenged from a mining operation, about 6 inches wide and completely buried under dust. Caleb nearly stepped on it, but I caught the glint of a sensor diode under his boot just in time. We traced the trigger wire back along the baseboard. It led into a repurposed coolant pipe that had been rigged as a directional mine casing. A shell filled with steel ball bearings and black powder. Not enough to kill all of us, but it would have blinded whoever took point and set off every alarm in the wing. We disabled it, but it cost us time. The oxygen mix in that part of the bunker was wrong, slightly heavier. You wouldn't notice at first, but after 40 minutes, you'd feel your movements slow, like you were wading through something thick. Meredith knew that. She tweaked the filtration systems in certain sectors to wear intruders down. That's how calculated she'd become. When we reached Junction Delta, the radio went dead. Not static, not signal loss, just silence. I checked the handheld, fully charged, antenna extended. No damage. Switched to alternate frequency. Nothing. That's when Seema said it, half whispered, "We're being blocked." She was right. Meredith had installed local jammers. She didn't want signals getting in or out. I realized then, we weren't on a scouting op anymore. This wasn't infiltration. This was survival. We regrouped by the old geothermal control room. Most of the heavy equipment was still in place. Control panels, breaker boxes, ventilation manifolds. But someone had welded thick bars across the doors, and the viewing windows were shattered. Inside the room, we saw scorch marks on the ceiling. A fire had broken out there recently. The metal walls were blistered. On the far side, beneath a collapsed vent shaft, we saw a boot. Just one, half crushed, no foot in it. We didn't linger. At that point, the objective changed. Getting to the core wasn't possible without backup, so we shifted plans. Try to reach the outer armory and use its passage to loop around toward the service elevators. If we could disable the secondary power relay there, we could shut down at least half the internal systems and force Meredith to route power manually. That would give the surface crew time to approach the front gates without being immediately turned into vapor by the automated turrets. The corridors were tighter past that point, no natural light, just emergency strips running along the floor, red pulsing every 3 seconds. That's when we found the second trap, and this one wasn't mechanical. It was a person. Eileen stopped at the sound of metal dragging. At first, we thought it was one of ours, maybe one of the patrols who'd gotten lost during the scuffle. But then we saw him, one of Meredith's loyalists, probably a late 30s guard from the internal garrison. His uniform had been burned through along one shoulder. There was dried blood down one arm. He was dragging a broken rifle with a cracked stock, and his eyes were bloodshot, ringed with black. Not infected, just broken. He looked at us without flinching. Then without a word, he pulled something from his coat. Seema raised her weapon. "Don't!" It was a photo, folded in half, worn through the middle. A woman and a child, smiling. He held it up to us, just for a second, then let it drop. Then he knelt, placed his hands behind his head, and waited. We didn't shoot him. We bound his wrists, pulled him to the side, and checked his belt. No explosives, no concealed blades, just a crumpled ration bar, a half-used med patch, and a cracked keycard labeled Access Tier 2. He never spoke, not once, even when we asked his name. He just kept staring at the floor. I remember thinking, this isn't about loyalty anymore. These aren't soldiers, they're ghosts. We left him there, in a side alcove, tied to a support pipe. I don't know if he ever made it out. We made it to the service elevator shaft. The door was sealed. I knew the override code. I typed it in. The panel blinked twice, then redlined. Meredith had changed the code. I tried a dozen combinations. Then I heard it. Not a voice, not a siren, a scrape from the shaft. I leaned in and turned the flashlight into the gap. Nothing. Then, from deep inside, maybe 5 levels down, I saw something move. Pale, fast, crawling. We pulled back. Not infected. Something worse. We retreated 2 junctions back and sealed the corridor behind us with an arc weld. It wouldn't hold long, but it gave us time. We'd lost the element of surprise. Meredith knew our location. Her systems were tracking us through internal heat sensors. We had to choose, push deeper, or find another way out. Brandt wanted to fall back. Seema argued to hold position and try to tap into the internal comms. I told them neither would work. We had to move. Now. We moved toward the upper corridor junction using the emergency stairwell access between subsector B and the upper halls of the command dome. The stairwell itself had been resealed with a magnetic lock, one that looked like it had been pulled from a repurposed vault door. Not standard issue. Someone had gone to extreme lengths to isolate that section of the bunker. Probably Meredith. She'd taken the paranoid architecture of the Hightower systems and turned them into a breathing labyrinth. But every system, no matter how sealed, had an access layer. I remembered an old maintenance trick from back when we used to bypass diagnostics during simulations. We ran a makeshift magnetic induction spike through the lock plate using a portable battery and coiled copper from a stripped motor casing. Brandt did the soldering. Seema held the plate steady. When the charge burst, the door popped, just enough to slip a crowbar in. We didn't speak when the door creaked open. There was no need. The air that poured in was cold and stale, artificially chilled, not just abandoned. It tasted metallic, with a faint hint of sterilizing agents. Someone had cleaned the upper levels recently. Scrubbed them, in fact. A thin sheen of antiseptic residue shimmered on the floors beneath the overhead LEDs. Even the vent grills looked freshly filtered. That wasn't for health. That was to remove trace evidence. Meredith wasn't just securing her territory. She was erasing the history inside it. The layout above hadn't changed much from the original Hightower schematic. Hallways still ran in concentric arcs from the command hub. The floors still bore the same dull grey epoxy, and the ceiling plates still showed the embossed serial numbers and RFID panel notches I used to memorize. But the mood had shifted entirely. Every surface now was covered in subtle additions, scratched-in numbers, painted directional sigils, old biometric tags overwritten with red paint or marker. She'd divided the bunker not by sector, but by faction. It wasn't a safe house anymore. It was a war map. We passed through the former communal kitchen, now empty save for a few open cupboards and stacked crates of sealed protein concentrate. No heat signatures. No power draw from the ovens. Everything had been shut off. Resource conservation? Maybe. But it felt more like Meredith had simply relocated all function to her inner circle and left the outer areas to rot. We reached the operations wing at roughly 0730. The outer bulkhead to the central control room, the same place where I used to monitor surface activity and oversee signal boosts, was sealed, not just by locking plate, but by a makeshift barricade of furniture, welding, and cabling. A hasty job, but enough to make passage impossible without a loud breach. That told me two things. First, she was in there. Second, she was expecting us. But the corridor across from the sealed door caught my attention. The one marked as Secondary Briefing 3A. That room had been used only once during the early years of the Hightower project, a place for private meetings between contractors and clients, mostly non-essential, but it connected via an air duct to the secondary ventilation shaft leading into the control dome. It was unlocked. We slipped in, weapons drawn but lowered, eyes scanning. Inside, it looked like a museum exhibit frozen in time. A dust-covered table, empty data pads, chairs with tags still clinging to the backs. The far wall bore the original Hightower family crest, tarnished now and pocked with rust. I found the vent access behind the comms display, tucked where it always had been, still bolted, but no welds. I slid it open slowly, listening for any sound from the other side. Nothing but distant humming. Brant slipped through first, then Seema. I followed last. The shaft was tight. Barely enough room to breathe, much less move. It felt like crawling through a metal throat. The air grew warmer the closer we got. Then we reached the grate. Below us, the main control room, and Meredith. She stood with two guards flanking her, both armed, but not attentive. Their weapons were slung, relaxed. They didn't expect company through the ducts. No one ever did. From our angle, we could only see part of her face, lit by the soft glow of the master terminal. She was speaking quietly into a headset, issuing commands I couldn't quite make out. Behind her, the main screen flickered with a topographic map, real-time feed of the outer approaches. She was watching us. The signal flares we'd used, the fallback positions, the outer shifts, all logged and tracked. Then, something caught my eye on the screen. Not the map, the secondary feed, a countdown. I didn't recognize the code, but I knew the format. Automated systems override, full system cycle reboot, 23 minutes remaining, and the command console wasn't targeting us. It was rerouting power to the dome entrance. She was going to flood the upper levels. Gas, that was her contingency. A total sweep of the air systems, likely using halothane or a modified compound pumped through the vent lines, and the control room was sealed airtight. We had less than half an hour. I signaled to Brant. He nodded. Seema checked her timer and set a beacon to signal the fallback team. Then I saw the second figure on the screen. Me, a still image. Bunker log footage from 10 years ago, just after I'd left. She'd saved it. Not out of nostalgia, not for security, but because to her, I was still the problem, even in memory. Brant mouthed the question, "Do we breach?" I nodded. We backed up 3 paces, primed the thermal cutter, and began to slice through the grate. It took 6 minutes. Too long. The moment the seal dropped, the room lit up with alarms. The 2 guards reacted fast, faster than we'd hoped. One drew a sidearm and opened fire at the vent. Brant fell back, scraped along the arm, but still moving. Sima dropped through first, landed on the edge of the terminal deck, and rolled behind the console. I went second. The moment my boots hit the floor, I raised my weapon and fired. The guard nearest the far station dropped. The second turned, too slow, and Brant finished him. Meredith didn't move. She stood by the terminal, staring at the screen. Then she turned, slowly, and looked at me like we were just 2 people meeting after a long time apart. She said one word, "You're late." Then she pressed the console. The outer flood began. Sima rushed to the station and tried to abort the purge cycle. The system was locked, biometrics only. Meredith was the only one who could stop it. I advanced slowly. She raised a hand, not in surrender, but in caution. "You think this place is yours?" she asked. "It was never mine. It was meant for everyone." That's why it failed. Behind me, I heard the gas alarms kick in across the lower corridors. If the fallback team hadn't moved, they were already down. "Stop it," I told her. "Right now." "You left," she said. "You walked away. I stayed. I built something." "You built a cage. Better a cage than a coffin." She reached for the secondary console. I fired. Not to kill, but to stop her. The round hit the console, sparked. Metal screamed. She dove behind the station. Brant followed her. I shouted at him to hold back, but he was already over the rail. The fight lasted 30 seconds. Gunfire, screams, then silence. Brant staggered back, bleeding from the shoulder. Meredith didn't come back up. When I reached her, she was still breathing, just barely. She looked at me, coughed once, and then said something I'll never forget. "I didn't lock you out because I hated you." "Then why?" "Because I knew you'd come back." Then her eyes closed. The gas purge aborted. Sima found the manual override key in Meredith's coat. Too late for some of the others, maybe. But the upper levels would survive. We sealed the room, patched Brant's wound, and began sweeping for survivors. I didn't speak for hours. There was too much left unsaid. We should have left through the upper stairwell. We should have doubled back the moment we secured the dome. We should have had a second team watching the main corridor junction, or checked the status of the auxiliary defense logs. That's what I kept thinking later, over and over, when I tried to make sense of what happened next. But there's a point during any retreat when time becomes water, rushing past, slipping through your grip no matter how tight you think you're holding on. That was us, scrambling through the half-collapsed vent hallway north of the old habitation wing, dragging wounded, reeling from the control room fight, trying to link back up with anyone who hadn't already fled or gone dark. Brant was still bleeding from the shoulder, and 2 others, Devon and Charles, had taken blunt force injuries during the breach. Sima and I moved ahead to clear the path. The corridor we chose ran along a maintenance track, a sealed auxiliary loop originally designed for automated carts and resupply. I remembered that route. Used it dozens of times during my shift years. It was narrow, but it connected directly to the mid-tier fabrication lab, which would have dropped us behind our fallback line at Subsector C. That was the plan. The corridor was darker than expected. Not emergency red dark. Just starved. Power had been deliberately cut from the floor-level guides. The walls had that dry, staticky feel of heatless metal, the kind of chill that clings to electronics long after they've gone dead. We passed what looked like an old maintenance locker, twisted off its hinges, but no signs of tampering. No wires, no trip sensors. We counted steps, pacing exactly 87 meters from the junction, which should have landed us within 15 meters of the inner turn. I was third in line. Devon, moving with a limp but steady, went first. Then Sima. I followed, rifle up, eyes sweeping the ceiling for panel distortions. Standard ambush signs. Behind me came Charles and Brant, with the rest spread out along the corridor in 2-person spacing, as trained. Then Devon stepped on the trigger. It wasn't the floor. That's the detail I'll never forget. It was the ceiling. A small, thin filament, like a fishing line, ran just beneath the highest support beam. Meredith had woven it through the ventilation grill and tensioned it against a secondary bolt attached to a pressure switch mounted behind the wall panel. The trip line didn't break. It bowed. That was the key. Once it curved inward past a certain threshold, the system treated it as a breach and sent a signal. The corridor didn't explode so much as fold. First came the sound, low like a distant groan of steel giving way. Then, a white flash from behind the second bulkhead, followed by a shockwave that threw me forward. I remember hitting the floor on my side, bouncing once, feeling my arms scream from the impact. Then the floor buckled. Not all of it, just a 4-foot span along the center channel. It cracked inward, like a mouth opening. Brant disappeared first. He dropped into it mid-step. I heard him cry out, but not a scream, more like a gasp. Shal was next. He barely managed to throw himself sideways. His left foot clipped the edge of the gap, twisted, broke. I could hear it snap. Then the fire came up from below. A pulse of heat, sharp and rolling, like someone had pulled the oven door open in hell. The corridor shook again. Something cracked behind me. Then came the second blast, a pressure-release detonation. Not meant to kill, but to collapse. And it worked. The left wall came down like a guillotine, chunks of paneling, conduit, exposed rebar. One piece caught my leg, right thigh, just above the knee. At first, I thought it was a glancing hit. I tried to move, to shift, but nothing responded. I looked down and saw what had really happened. The rebar hadn't struck me, it had gone through me. Straight through, like a steel rod driven by the weight of a building. No exit wound, just pressure, tight, wrong. My brain refused to process the damage in the first few seconds. I reached for the bar, touched the surface. Hot. I pulled back, hand blackened with dust and blood. That's when the smoke rolled in. Seema was calling my name. I could hear her over the comms. I couldn't reply. My transmitter was half melted, the earpiece buzzing. She got to me anyway. Don't ask me how. I just remember her silhouette emerging through the haze. One arm already soaked in someone else's blood, face streaked with carbon. She dropped beside me, checked the wound, looked at me like she wanted to say something. But she didn't. Just opened the trauma kit and went to work. Brant was alive. He'd managed to pull himself into a side channel, a utility vent, before the collapse. Shal was unconscious but breathing. Devon was gone, swallowed by the blast. Then the alarms changed. Not the gas warning, not fire, motion alarms, multiple points, East Corridor breach, Upper Hall Junction, Subsector B crawl space. They were coming. The infected, drawn by the sound, or the heat, or the sudden vacuum of dead air. Didn't matter. They were coming. I tried to get up again. Seema pushed me down. "You're not walking on that," she said. Flat, not cruel, just fact. I asked her how many minutes we had. She didn't answer. The others began forming a perimeter. No point in dragging me yet. The rebar had to come out first, and that wasn't happening without a lift system or a cutting torch, neither of which we had. So I made the call. "Leave me here," I said. Seema froze. The others stared. "Seal the passage, get to the fallback chamber, use the eastern shaft." They refused. All of them, even Brant, who could barely lift his arm. Instead, they rigged a mobile barricade, spare plates, thermal blankets, 2 dismounted door shields, and formed a wedge around the wreckage. While Seema stabilized the leg with a pressure wrap and morphine mix, Brant rewired the motion sensors to trigger a remote arc burst if anything moved through the western junction. We could hear them by then. Feet. Dozens of them. Not the shuffling kind. Not the slow, groaning beasts of early infection. These were faster. They paced. They tested sound. One even tapped its claws. Yes, claws, against the steel floor like it was counting. Seema hissed a warning. We held our breath. Then, the first wave hit. 4 of them, all pale, mottled, eyes blistered from surface burn exposure. 2 wore tattered remnants of what might have been security gear. The others were in civilian fabric, no tags. We dropped them, fast, controlled bursts. But it didn't stop. 6 more came, then 8, then too many to count. We fought from behind the barricade for as long as we could. Seema's rifle jammed twice. Brant collapsed once from blood loss and had to be pulled back by a belt strap. Charles, still unable to stand, threw a flare into the crowd and temporarily blinded them. But they kept coming, crawling, climbing, pouring like fluid over the fallen. And still I couldn't move. I felt the steel in my leg shifting every time someone bumped me. I bit down on my own tongue to stay quiet. Blood filled my mouth. I couldn't spit, didn't want to draw noise. Then a miracle. One of the infected tripped a wire. The arc burst triggered. The corridor lit up with fire and noise. Searing plasma discharge, strong enough to torch the front line. That was our chance. Brant and Seema hauled me back. Charles crawled. 2 others covered. We fell into the service tunnel and sealed the hatch. The silence afterward was unreal. Nothing. Just the ring of ears half blown by the blast and the throb of wounds too deep to bind fully. I blacked out not long after. They said I was gone for 9 hours. They said the leg had to come off. When I woke up, we were in the fallback chamber, an old server bay converted into a triage ward. My leg was gone from the knee down, wrapped in salvaged linen stitched with fire-heated clamps, numbed by whatever was left in the pain injector supply. I remember blinking up at the ceiling tiles, counting the cracks in the concrete, listening to the sound of someone, probably Brant, dragging a cot into place beside me. Everything ached, but it was a dull ache, distant and submerged like noise through water. Someone had wrapped the stump clean. There was still pressure, but not pain. Not yet. Just the throb of survival. Just the cold clarity of being awake when I shouldn't be. Outside, the silence pressed in like a second ceiling. No shouting, no gunfire, no metal on metal, just quiet. And beneath that quiet, buried so deep I thought I imagined it, the echo of everything we'd left behind. Screams sealed behind blast doors, fires eating up the hallways, names I hadn't dared speak since. The bunker was still standing, technically, but what we left inside it wasn't worth reclaiming. Just ghosts. Ghosts and rot. I must have faded in and out for hours, maybe days. When I finally had the strength to sit up, the world felt thinner, as if the air had lost something. A presence, a pressure, a kind of tension that had kept us alive and on edge for so long. It took me a while to understand why, because the flood had already passed. The infection never came all at once. That was the first rule we learned in the early years, back before the maps were obsolete and satellite feeds still sputtered now and then through relay towers. The infected weren't like a flood in the old stories. Not one great wave crashing all at once. They were trickles. They were the sound of rustling brush in the distance. A silhouette just too slow to be human. A cough at the edge of camp you were sure you imagined. And then another. And another. Until you were surrounded. But this time, it was different. This time, the flood came for real. We were still in the fallback chamber when the first warning came. Caleb had run a fiber optic line from the motion grid on the north approach. Just a loop system tied to the old engineering diagnostics. Crude but workable. The panel lit up with a single red pulse. Then 2, then 27. It blinked so fast the system couldn't keep up. We thought it was a power loop at first. An error. Maybe the antenna had shorted again. Then we heard the ground. Not footsteps, the ground. It hummed, it vibrated. Dust rattled from the ceiling tiles. That's when Brant turned to me, and for the first time since the assault began, I saw his face drop into something beyond fatigue, beyond pain. He looked like someone seeing a funeral they knew was scheduled for tomorrow, but had started today. May helped me sit upright. The pain was muted now, filtered through whatever cocktail Clara had injected into the infusion drip rigged above my cot. The stump was wrapped and braced, half of it still crusted with dried blood. I told her to get me up. She didn't argue. We both knew I wouldn't be walking, but I had to see it. They carried me through the backup corridor, the one behind the server wall. It had survived the blast, though the western end was charred and the floor tiles buckled from pressure. Through a broken panel near the old oxygen intake vault, I got my first look. They were coming from the tree line. Hundreds, maybe more. Some shambled, but most ran. They didn't move like the early ones. No staggering, no twitching. These were focused, streamlined. Some of them crawled on all fours, weaving between the others, feral and fast. Others wore the remnants of scavenged armor, duct tape, mismatched plates, straps of bone and metal. I don't know if they remembered what gear was for. Maybe they'd seen enough of us to mimic it. Maybe instinct pushed them to evolve. They didn't scream. That was what made it worse. It was silent. A wave of bodies closing in on a compound already cracked open by our own hands. Clara was shouting now, barking orders into the tunnel. She and Brandt had already started pushing survivors toward the lower exits, emergency hatches we hadn't used in years. They led into the drainage canals behind the hill, still partially clear after the old filtration plant burned out. It wasn't safe, but it was the only way. I told them we couldn't outrun that kind of mass. Not with wounded, not in fractured terrain. That's when May suggested it. We leave the gates open. It was madness on the face of it. But the logic held. We were fractured, spread. A full retreat meant being torn apart across 3 corridors and 2 underground pipe systems. But if we left the main gates open, the infected would be drawn into the bunker, into the trap we had spent weeks trying to avoid. Meredith's fortress was still wired, still deadly. Turrets, pressure floors, collapsing doors, automated ignition arrays. If we could time it right, they'd flood the halls we no longer held. The place would eat itself, and we'd be ghosts. So we split. Brandt and Clara led one group through the east channel, half collapsed, but still passable. May took 4 more, including the injured, through the sanitation shaft. I went last. They strapped me to a drag sled, a reinforced litter with insulated sides, and hauled me toward the loading lift. On the way down, we passed the command hall. That's when I saw her, Meredith, standing just beyond the shattered blast door, half in shadow. Her coat was torn at the shoulder, soaked through with blood that had dried to a dark crust. One leg dragged slightly as she stepped forward, her balance off. Her arm was braced against the wall, like it was the only thing holding her upright. She was clearly hurt, badly. One side of her face was burned, the edge of her hairline singed. But her eyes were the same, cold, focused, calculating, even now. I asked if she wanted to live. No games, no threats, just the question. She didn't answer right away, just stood there, shoulders shaking with the effort of holding herself up. Then, in a voice so hoarse I could barely hear it, she said, "I already did. I told her we could get her out. No tricks, no revenge, that it didn't have to end here." She shook her head, slow and firm, like the motion hurt. "I made this place," she said. "Let it be what it is." Then she turned, not quickly, not easily, but with every ounce of will she had left, and walked into the west corridor, toward the noise, toward the flames, toward the swarm, and I never saw her again. We reached the lower levels just as the main breach went. We heard it, even underground, an impact like a freight train hitting concrete. Then came the alarms, all of them. The system didn't know what to prioritize. Fire, structural collapse, motion breach, overload warning. They all screamed at once, until someone, probably Caleb, pulled the breaker from the auxiliary control line. That left us with silence again. Until the flood hit, they swarmed into the halls just as we planned. Dozens, then hundreds. They tore down barriers, tripped traps, collapsed tunnels. The bunker devoured them by reflex. Walls slammed shut behind them. Floors opened. Flames erupted from hidden vents. The very systems Meredith had rigged to keep us out now turned on them. We heard the pressure alarms as the doors fell, one after another, cutting off rooms, locking them in, sealing the nightmare inside steel tombs meant for people. But not all of them were trapped. Some spilled past the choke points, into the power line, into the side corridors, into the walls. We ran anyway. No formation, no plan, just movement. Clara's group reached the tree line first, Brandt's not far behind. The drag sled scraped across stone and earth as they hauled me through the broken fence, across the drainage slope, down toward the waterway. The night lit behind us like a thunderhead. One of the turrets went nuclear. The whole sector behind us lit up in white. For 1 second, the forest glowed. Then the fire collapsed inward, and then they were gone. Not all, but most. Trapped, burned, buried. We kept moving, didn't stop until dawn. We lost May somewhere after the second ravine. She collapsed behind a rock and told us not to wait. We did, for an hour, then another. Then the sun came, and the infected didn't follow. We waited. She never came back. We made it to the river crossing by noon. Spent the next 3 days building temporary shelter from the ruins of a way station, a pre-outbreak commuter hub with a shattered roof and exposed wiring. We slept in shifts, ate what was left in our packs, and stitched each other together in silence. Only then did someone speak again. Brant asked if we'd won. I didn't answer. Not right away. Later that night, under the stars, with the sky bleeding orange from distant fires, I said the only thing that made sense. We didn't win, we just didn't die. The years we don't talk about aren't silent because nothing happened. They're silent because too much did. You don't talk about the months where you ate the same crushed food bar every other day while the ceiling dripped something that might have once been drinkable. You don't talk about waking up and checking the motion sensors every half hour, even though no one else had the strength to sleep either. You don't talk about the things you chose not to bury because the ground was too frozen or the air too choked with ash. But I'm talking now, because someone has to remember what happened after the flood, after the fire. The bunker wasn't entirely lost. Not right away. Not all at once. It held, barely, and in all the wrong ways. Most of the east wing, where Meredith had run her command room, and the old vault annex, collapsed sometime that first week. I don't know if it was structural failure or a second internal blast. Maybe both. We heard the shift at night, like a throat clearing from underground. The ground trembled. Dust leaked from every vent. Then, silence. When we went to look, there was nothing left past Corridor 5. Just a jagged wall of broken rebar, compacted metal, and a void full of echo. The access door was sealed so tight we couldn't even cut through. Eileen tried once. The torch flared for 10 minutes, and the steel didn't budge. We marked it off and left a sign. No one passed here. Not for superstition, just respect. What remained was Sector 3A, the backup habitat zone. Originally built for a science team and their families, it was smaller, cramped. A single hallway spine running through 8 rooms on either side, each designed for 4 occupants. We made it work for 23, pulled down every bunk we could salvage, welded braces to the old dormitory tables, and turned them into tiered beds, insulated the air vents with scavenged insulation and taped up filtration cloth. May's old notes helped us patch the environmental system together. She'd copied schematics from the southern filtration array back when we first arrived in the bunker. Without those scribbles in her field log, we'd have choked on dry mold by the first month. The light is always dim now. Half the overheads burned out, and we never found enough fuses to reroute the grid fully. We run on manual cycles. 6 hours of light, 10 hours of dark. The rest of the time, we run on what the solar array provides, when it works. Brant's crew repaired the upper plates using panels from the old observatory dome. That lasted a winter. Now we're back to rigged copper spools and repurposed glass rods from the greenhouses. The eastern doors, what's left of them, are rusted open at a 40-degree angle, like a jaw that dislocated mid-scream and never closed. We stacked crates across the breach, filled them with scrap metal and concrete powder, and sealed the whole thing with lead paint and fabric netting. It doesn't stop the cold, but it slows it down, keeps the wind from howling too loud at night. My prosthetic isn't a miracle of engineering. It's scrap-welded and tied to my thigh with a harness built from an old shoulder rig. The socket's loose, too many shifts in the weld line, and I have to brace it with a foam wedge and copper tubing. I bend myself once a week. The pain isn't sharp anymore. It's just constant, dull, like pressure before a storm. I don't walk so much as lean forward and hope the rig cooperates. Clara did what she could with the tools we had, but without real surgical fitting, every step is a guess. Brant carries me when the ground's uneven. Sometimes Eileen does it when his back gives out. We take turns being broken now. Food comes slow, mostly dry legumes, rehydrated starch packs, the occasional tin from a pre-outbreak military crate. Sometimes, we find old mushroom grow packs in the hydro chambers and scrape them into soups. Once every 6 weeks, we pull up one of the old trout buckets from the water intake below the base, if the nets haven't rotted through. The fish are small now, pale, but they're alive, and they remind us that something still grows. The old broadcast room, my room, is now half storage locker, half operations post. The original console was damaged in the flood, so we rebuilt one from the backup terminals. It's smaller, the mic isn't directional anymore, and the gain control is temperamental. But it works. I bolted the unit to a steel tray, wired a battery pack from a solar cart, and used piano wire to hold the antenna rig upright outside the blown vent shaft. It's angled now, not ideal, but in the early hours, just before sunrise, the bounce carries far. I get static from as far as Bismarck sometimes. Once, I think I heard something in Spanish. No voice, just patterns. Like a coded burst. Never found it again. I don't broadcast every day anymore. The tape stock's limited, and the transmitter coils run hot if I push them too long. But I keep recording. Sometimes just reports, sometimes memory. We lost 3 more this winter. Nora slipped on the south stairwell, never regained consciousness. Tom didn't wake up one morning, and Elijah, we think it was the cough. He kept it quiet, didn't want to waste antibiotics. By the time we checked, it was too late. We buried them behind the old maintenance chamber, in the walls, wrapped in plastic and layered with dry cement and lime powder. We say their names each week, so we don't forget. We learned not to ask why anymore. Out in the wider world, what little word we get is bleak. Tower 9 burned. That came from a trade runner 2 months back. Said the whole compound went up during a raid. Some said it was bandits. Others say it was an internal fire. Either way, it's silent now. Kansas Plain Line Station still broadcasts sometimes. A woman's voice, too faint to understand. But it's there. The infected don't come as often. We think the cold slows them, or maybe they just followed other trails. Still, every few weeks, we get 1 or 2 near the south hatch. Brant keeps the tripwire loaded. Eileen cleaned out a set of 22 long rifles from the vault. Nothing heavy, but good for single targets. We haven't used anything louder in months. It draws attention. We sleep near the radio room now, most of us. It's warmest here, with the power cores nearest the surface vents. I strung some old blackout curtains across the ceiling to reduce light bleed. The kids, what few remain, draw chalk lines on the walls. One of them traced the outline of the old world map in charcoal, marked places she wants to go. Half of them don't exist anymore, but she draws them anyway. We let her. That's life here now, ash and iron, cold and memory. We hold on because we don't know what else to do. Not because we think we'll win, but because we already paid too much to stop trying. There are 38 of us now. I've run the numbers 3 times this week, just to be sure. 38 names scratched into a ledger that started with 124. Some lines are crossed out. Others have little stars next to them. Notations I made back when we thought tracking food rotations mattered more than marking the dead. Now, the stars are for those we buried, and the blank spaces are for the ones who vanished without a trace. If you're reading this years from now, if anyone ever reads this, I want it to be known that attrition is a softer word for disintegration. We didn't lose people. They were peeled away, stolen. With every cycle, the circle gets smaller. It's not always dramatic. Some go quietly. Respiratory infections from sleeping too close to the vents. A fall down the maintenance shaft. Dehydration because they rationed for someone else and didn't tell us. We found Mira slumped in the greenhouse corridor last spring. Knees drawn up, hands folded. No sign of trauma. She'd simply stopped. I don't know how else to say it. It's like the will to keep going evaporated one morning, and the body just caught up. The attacks come irregularly now. Never full force. Never the kind of coordinated push we saw back in the early years, when raiders would roll with ex-military rigs and scavenge drones. Now it's just skirmishes. 3 or 4 desperate men testing the line. Sometimes it's even fewer. Just one wild-eyed figure approaching from the tree line, holding up hands, asking for medicine or food. You learn not to answer right away. More often than not, someone's waiting behind them. trying to count how many guns we raise in return. A few nights ago, we caught one trying to pry open the external hatch to the water filters. Eileen's motion sensor snapped him on infrared. She wanted to open fire, but I told her to wait. He left on his own when he realized we weren't asleep. Still, we reset the tripwire and packed the floodlights with new phosphor tubes. I keep a tally of every confirmed approach. Each red mark on the outer chalkboard represents a moment we were seen. Doesn't matter whether they engaged. Doesn't matter whether they spoke. If they saw us, they marked us. We're not invisible anymore. Not in this state. I remember when we used to send two-person teams out every week to forage. Brant and I used to go up together. One would carry the sled, while the other checked the soil tracks for movement. We didn't speak above a whisper until we were at least a mile from the bunker. On one of those runs, I went alone. It was routine. We'd cleared the zone the week before, and I needed replacement fuses from the old medical storage site 5 clicks west. Took me most of the morning to get there and back, longer than I'd anticipated. When I returned, Kira was gone. Not dead. Gone. Her cot was still warm. Her boots were gone, but her belt and pack were still in the maintenance room. No signs of struggle. No blood. Just a folded paper slip tucked into her bed frame. No writing. Just a pressed leaf. I still keep it in the back of my notebook. Dry, cracked, still green in the center, oddly enough. May thinks she saw someone out in the trees that night. Too tall to be infected, too still to be casual. Nobody pursued. Nobody could. We were running low on ammo, and the sensors had gone down for maintenance rotation. We never spoke about it after. Just added her name to the list. Another blank space. No star. There's a numbness that sets in after a certain number of disappearances. The ache turns to routine. You stop asking if they're alive. You just assume they're somewhere colder than you, or that they were taken for trade. That's the other thing no one wants to talk about. Not openly, but we know. Some people out there, they still barter in people. I've intercepted fragments of conversations on the UHF band, shortwave codes, talking about units and deliveries, and verified non-infected stock. I log them, I record them, and then I let the signal drift back to static. I still speak into the microphone most nights, even when I know nobody's on the other end. It's not about being heard anymore. It's about preserving the act, reaffirming the signal. The antenna array's misaligned half the time, and the wiring crackles every time we rotate power to the old air compressors. But it still transmits. A broken voice is better than a silent one. Sometimes I think I hear someone keying back. A single pulse, a modulation spike. Maybe a child's voice on the line. Once, I thought I heard Meredith again, but that's just the bleed. The system backloading echoes from earlier recordings. You learn to stop chasing ghosts. Every week, I read the names. Not just the ones we've lost, though I do that too, but the ones still here. I speak them aloud so they don't become abstract, so they don't fade into the list. There's power in naming things, even when you have no power left. The kids have started drawing murals again. One of the south corridor walls now features a kind of wildland painting. Fields and cabins, deer, streams, none of which any of them have ever seen in person. It's all from old storybooks we salvaged from the school wing. Eileen brought one in last winter. Some of the pages were burned, but the cover was intact. This land is ours, a children's atlas, full of smiling farm families and golden retrievers. They hang on to it like it's scripture. I don't stop them. The more lies we lose, the more meaning we assign to the stories that remain. May started a new project near the radio bay, a memorial wall. It's just rebar and scavenged siding for now, bolted to the northern service tunnel. But every name has a copper tag. Each one's been carved by hand. That's how we mark time now. Not in calendars or rotations. In copper tags and empty cots. In the people left behind, and the people who leave. We ration less aggressively these days. If we're going to fade, we might as well do it with full bellies. Eileen made cornbread last week. Real cornbread. Ground acorn flour, binder mix, and half a tin of condensed milk. I hadn't tasted anything close to that since the second year. The smell filled the whole sector. Everyone came to the mess hall, even those too sick to walk. We ate together, shared stories, Laughed once. Not forced laughter, the kind that comes out when you forget the math for a second. We don't forget often, but we try to forget sometimes. 38, that's the count. But not the end. Not yet. The sealed hatch had remained untouched since the assault. Her quarters, Meredith's, were behind 3 layers of security access, one of which had been destroyed when the east wing collapsed. For 2 years we walked past it, avoided it. A few of the newer residents didn't even realize what lay behind those scarred walls. But I did. And eventually, that weight, the unanswered questions, the unresolved war between us, became too much to leave buried. Eileen helped me bypass the locking mechanism. The hinges were warped from stress, and the frame had shifted after one of the power conduits in the adjacent sector ruptured. We had to wedge a hydraulic spreader into the seam and wait 4 hours for the heat to loosen the frame enough to budge. When it finally opened, the stale air that spilled out was thick with copper and dust. Not rot, not mildew, just old air, untouched. Her quarters weren't lavish. For all her control, Meredith never lived like the elite. No silk bedding or private climate control. Just a steel-framed cot, a terminal setup rigged with 3 redundant backups, and walls lined with hard-copy logbooks. Shelves of schematics and operational manuals stood untouched. A single mug still rested on her desk, enameled white with a faded red crescent, something she must have taken from the infirmary years ago. I didn't touch anything at first, just stood there, letting the silence settle in. The room felt like a mausoleum, not because she died there. She didn't. But because every piece of it was arranged with such mechanical intent that it no longer felt like it had ever been lived in. Her logs were still intact. The backups had power, courtesy of the same geothermal system she commissioned 2 years before our split. That irony wasn't lost on me. The power that kept us breathing, the filters that kept the ration water drinkable, the isolated greenhouse sector that still yielded enough tubers and fungus to keep the kids fed. Every one of them ran on Meredith's infrastructure, systems she designed not for comfort, but for survival in total lockdown. The logs spanned years, indexed by week, with cross-referenced maintenance schedules and event tallies. I found an entry dated 2 months before we arrived with the High Pine survivors. She detailed external movements, probable pathing of nearby raider factions, and predictions about supply flow collapses within a 50-mile radius. Her handwriting was precise, angular. Notes were made in black pen, annotations in red. Every death inside the bunker was recorded. Every departure marked with a theory. Some left for supplies, some defected, some were presumed dead within hours of vanishing. She wrote about me too, at first just in the abstract. RC has gone quiet. Assumes bunker is still compromised. Then more pointed. If RC returns, protocol will be observed. Later entries shift. Her words grew colder, more resolute. RC is a liability. If he brings outsiders, he jeopardizes containment. Her definition of containment was always broader than mine. She saw infection not just in biology but in desperation, chaos, unfiltered panic. To her, we were vectors of collapse just by existing outside her system. I found a binder near her cot, leather-wrapped, worn. Inside were her personal thoughts, or at least, the closest Meredith ever came to vulnerability. She didn't apologize, didn't admit failure, but she questioned. That much was clear. Is control worth survival if survival becomes control? Do I protect the bunker or imprison it? If they see me as tyrant but live, have I done harm? In her final entry, dated the night before our siege, she wrote, "Rowan will come. He won't come for revenge. He'll come for hope. And I'll have to take it from him, because hope is not protocol." That stuck with me, sat in my gut like bad rations. Because she was right. I didn't come for vengeance. I came to rebuild, and she met me with the only tools she knew: containment, calculation, force. The room had a panel near the rear utility wall, barely visible behind her old field coat. I pried it open and found a sealed cache, hardened data drives, a folding radio antenna, spare compressed oxygen canisters, and 3 vacuum-sealed ration packs. Even at the end, she'd prepared for fallback. Not escape, just fallback. May joined me later that day. I didn't stop her. She helped catalogue the binders, took inventory, and photographed every page of Meredith's final logs. We agreed not to share everything. Some truths don't help, but others might shape how we survive what's next. I waited until the end of the week to do what I should have done sooner. Near the main reactor column, there's a wall we use to mount tool racks, old polymer trays and pressure gloves for when the heat exchangers flare. I cleared the hooks and bolted a sheet of composite paneling to the wall. Then I stenciled one name, Meredith Chambers, 2029-2065. No eulogy, no sermon, just a name, just the years. Most of the residents don't ask. The ones who remember her stay quiet. Those who knew her only from the stories just nod, eyes down, and keep walking. No one vandalizes it. No one moves the panel. It's not forgiveness. It's not condemnation. It's memory. It's weight. We owe our survival to the very systems she installed to lock us out. And I've lived long enough to admit that sometimes what feels like cruelty is just a different language for fear. Maybe we were both wrong, in different ways. Me with my voice, her with her silence. But at least we were speaking the same language by the end. Sometime after the reactor wall was marked and the old command room finally repurposed for basic logistics, I returned to something I'd almost forgotten I'd carried with me all these years. A bundled set of NATO field communication manuals wrapped in plastic and sealed in waxed canvas. Found them in the comms bunker outside the old NORAD fallback line, back when I was heading south through the blast zones. Thought they might make good fire starter at first. Glad I didn't. In these pages were cold, sterile procedures born for war, but salvaged now for rebuilding. The cover was worn from handling, stained with grease from one of the old transmitter repairs. I'd annotated the margins by candlelight, using scavenged pencils that I sharpened with the same knife I used to skin wire insulation. Inside were everything from antenna angle math to covert signaling basics. But what mattered more than the technical pages were the doctrines buried deep: civilian population reinforcement, improvised perimeter layering, relay tower planning in contested zones. It wasn't just about talking across distance. It was about survival under collapse. Some of the younger ones, kids who were born during the blackout years, didn't understand what manuals were. They'd grown up with fragments of knowledge passed on like folklore. No systemic training, just repetition. So I started reading aloud during off-rotations. Not speeches, just pages slowly with explanations. Field Protocol Echo 9, Ghost Zone marking, flare tree calibration. It was Seema who did something with it. She's maybe 23 now, barely remembered the last open sky before the fires. Grew up in half-collapsed settlements up north. Her father an electrical engineer who bartered repairs for food and sometimes mercy. She'd been paying attention to the flare grid pages I marked up. She scavenged old gear from the turret wreckage and rewired a dead pressure sensor into a trip relay system using stripped rebar, copper scrap, and the detonator from an old flare gun shell. The thing wasn't elegant, but it worked. We tested it 3 nights in a row, baiting a few infected across the lower ridge. You know how rare that is? For something to work, for a warning to come before the breach. She placed them along the west perimeter, rigged into the chain-link spurs we'd wound into the barbed drags. 4 of them, 2 by the ravine, 1 at the tunnel mouth, 1 near the snow-buried road we call South Gate. Each flare fired up in orange bloom, silent burst for 2 seconds, then smolder. The infected didn't react much to the light, but it gave us an edge. More than once it bought us the 30 seconds we needed to reinforce a breach or reposition to intercept. I started broadcasting short recordings of the manual pages, my voice flat and slow, describing the setup process, listing common circuit components you could salvage from microwaves or old generators, offering tips for calibrating trip pressure using melted fishing weights, told listeners how to layer lines of broken glass and metal shavings between snowbanks to create passive sound alerts, how to repurpose wind turbine rotors into sirens if you balance them right with bent steel spoons, told them how to triangulate their camp's vulnerability using the pattern of past attacks. It wasn't theory anymore, it was field doctrine, written in blood and noise and hard math. Brandt joked once that I'd become a preacher for dead military ghosts. Maybe he's right, But those ghosts knew something we've all forgotten. Survival isn't an accident. It's process, pattern, protocol. And even if the world that wrote these books died screaming, their instructions remain. You just have to turn the pages and listen. We made new copies by hand. Eileen, Seema, even one of the kids, Owen, who's become scarily good at block lettering despite his age. We wrapped them in waxed paper, tied them with twine, and stored them in the emergency locker near the water tanks. If the bunker ever falls again, and it might, those manuals need to make it out. Not everything inside was practical though. Some sections described advanced troop logistics, drone coordination, command uplinks. All dead tech now, nothing orbits, no satellites left. But I still kept those pages, because they remind us what once was coordinated, what once functioned, and maybe, what could again, one day. Sometimes I read these aloud when no one's in the room. Old habit. The tone calms me, reminds me of when things made sense. A voice speaking rules into chaos. Last night the snow started again. Late, thick flakes drifting like ash. I stood outside the hatchway to the comms room, leaned on the railing where we'd rigged the defensive coil, and watched the snow build on top of the rusted razor wire. The wind carried little sound, just the distant clatter of broken fencing shifting under its own weight. No flare, no breach, just stillness. Cold, white, and untouched for miles. You might think a world like this would be silent, but it isn't. It murmurs in metal and code. It hums through half-dead wires and forgotten systems. Machines long past their design lives, still spinning out signals like prayers into the dark. It's not silence we live in. It's a different kind of noise. One built from memory, rust, and repetition. Then, one day, a hiss started. Not static. Static has its own voice. A random pattern of decay and leftover signals, but a hiss shaped by intention. A slow, rising pressure over the band. At first, I thought it was cross-interference. A bleed from a solar flare. Maybe even a failed relay loop stuck in feedback. The old transmitter had been glitchy ever since Sector 3B lost its grounding rod to frost heave. But the hiss wasn't random. It repeated every 27 seconds, with a pause between. 3 rising tones, then hiss, silence, repeat. I didn't call it out at first. No sense in spooking people with ghosts until you're sure they're not just echoes. I logged it, catalogued it by time, frequency, waveform distortion. Just a leftover habit. The emergency binder I keep near the transmission rack has grown thick with pages, some stained with grease, others warped from condensation, but still meticulously indexed. Page 112 now includes this, receiving an unidentified echo pattern on 51.40 MHz, marked as yellow priority. That means investigate, but do not respond, not unless we know what's listening back. The signal changed on the 4th day. The hiss was replaced by a looped fragment. Not a voice at first, just a series of tonal bursts, then what sounded like a mechanical code burst. But buried in the noise, beneath the digital compression artifacts, came words. English. Broken, clipped, like it had been compressed through 3 levels of analog to digital conversion, and then played through a dying speaker. Outpost, red, alert, contamination breach, north, fallback to... It looped. Every 45 seconds, cut off at the same point. Some emergency signal, maybe triggered by automation after a total personnel loss. Could have been old, years old, repeating without any human left to shut it down. But then, something new hit the band. Clean, uncompressed, male voice, probably early 40s. No regional dialect I could identify. Calm, too calm. This is Victor Station, signal confirmed. Do not engage Redeyes. Avoid Sector Line 9 at all costs. Perimeter compromised. Repeat, do not engage Redeyes. Then silence. That transmission only came once. I recorded it. Replayed it 5 times before logging it under a new page. 117, red tab. Red tabs mean threat potential unknown but likely. That voice wasn't part of the original emergency loop. Someone new, alive, broadcasting. And they knew we were still listening. Redeyes. It's not a phrase I've heard before, not in this context, but it stuck with me. Long after the broadcast faded, I kept returning to the wording. Do not engage. That implies encounters, survivors on the move, maybe factions forming, maybe experiments, or mutations. I thought about our encounter 4 months ago, when Brandt's patrol spotted the unmoving bodies at the edge of the ravine, stiff figures lying flat in the ice. When they approached, one of them twitched. Not a reflex, not nerve decay, a timed, deliberate reaction. We'd written it off as a fluke, a hibernating infected cluster disturbed by footfall or vibration. But now I wonder if those weren't sleepers. Shortwave's funny like that. You think you're the only voice in the dark. You build your signal, tune your antenna, route your power through batteries that scream for maintenance, and you tell yourself, you're alone. You have to. It's easier to believe the world forgot how to speak than to accept that something might still be listening. But the truth is, someone always is, even if it's just machines built by dead hands, repeating warnings we never heard in time. Seema thinks it's just artifact bleed. Eileen suspects it's from the Fallon relay in Nevada, an old military installation repurposed early in the outbreak for autonomous broadcast routing. If that's true, then the message might have been bouncing in a closed circuit for decades, only now finally reaching us as atmospheric conditions shift and relays crack open. Or maybe it's not a bounce, maybe it's new. I updated the binder, logged every phrase, tone and waveform signature, drew a speculative map of the possible origin range based on signal strength decay and terrain interference. It triangulates near the old salt flats, near Tonopah. That used to be drone territory, before the Air Force base went silent. Too far to check, too dangerous to chase. I've ordered no response. Not yet, not until we're sure. Because if someone's sending messages like that, it means one of two things. Either they're trying to help, or they're trying to bait. And out here, bait has teeth. I left the antenna up overnight, switched to passive sweep mode, logged any bursts on fallback frequencies. Nothing came through. No follow-up, no repeat. Just that one message. The next morning, I walked the perimeter to clear my head. The flare trip at Southgate had tripped sometime before dawn, but no breach. Just wind or snow shear against the pressure wire. I reset it. The sky was clear, grey-blue and hard like frozen slate. I watched the snow fall again, soft this time, over the rusted razor wire, and thought about voices. Voices we don't recognize. Voices that use words like Redeyes. Voices that don't loop. Voices that warn instead of plead. I'm not going to respond. Not yet. It's strange how quiet a shovel sounds when it breaks through soft earth. Not the dead-weight thud of boots on reinforced steel. Not the crack of perimeter flares, or the muted bark of a rifle through winter fog. Just the gentle push of metal teeth through soil thawed by the first true spring we've had in years. We turned the earth with old tools, mostly salvaged spades and post-hole diggers with worn handles, and did it by hand, because the batteries on the auger still won't hold a charge. The ground here isn't rich, not like the farmland that used to stretch across eastern Colorado. But we've got composting bins, ash fertilizer, and the runoff from Sector 2's greywater tanks. Brandt tested the pH himself, swore we'd pull something edible out of it if we could just get a full season without an early freeze or infestation. He was right. 3 rows of carrots came up last week. Bitter and knobby, but real. We've got kale from seed packets dated 2059, dried and forgotten inside a looted shipping crate until Clara brought them in. Some of the seeds didn't germinate, but enough survived. For the first time in over a decade, I watched people bend over rows of green, tending, not fleeing. No rifles slung over shoulders. No screams from the perimeter. Just the sound of tools on dirt and a soft radio playing from a rebuilt weather station. We called the place Signal Landing now. Started as a joke. May said it one night when she saw all the spare satellite dishes we scavenged arranged in the snow, pointing upward like we were expecting someone to land a shuttle. The name stuck. Even made a flag, stitched from tarp strips and old signage, a rising waveform over a jagged mountain ridge. There are 38 of us now. A few of the kids are old enough to patrol. Brant's got them running drills and learning the old protocols from my binder. Seema says we'll reach 40 before next winter if the weather holds and our seed stock stays viable. People still pass through. Not many, and never in groups larger than 3 or 4, but they're out there. Scavengers, traders, sometimes runners from collapsed settlements. The last ones came from a place called Broad Rock, west of the canyon. Said it was a hydro-powered mill turned safe zone until the water levels dropped and the batteries failed. Half their population moved on. The other half didn't get the chance. They carried stories of strange formations in the north, clusters of still infected that seemed to mimic survivor patrol routes, as if learning patterns. We've heard that one before. Nobody knows what to make of it. Just another mutation, or maybe something more. I log it all the same. Clara returned 3 weeks ago. Not the same Clara from the broadcast tower, but Clara DeWitt, the one who helped me stabilize the tower back in the early days. I thought she'd died when the relays blew out. Turns out she'd made it to an old solar farm down near Trinidad, and spent the last 4 years salvaging panels and inverters with a group of engineers from one of the university enclaves. She brought 3 fully functional panels, rewired with new couplers and dust filters. It tripled our daytime power storage. We can now run the ultraviolet grow lamps for 4 full hours at night. I didn't ask how she got the panels up here. Just hugged her and gave her half my winter stores as trade. We're not a fortress yet, but we're brighter than we've been in years. We sat under the intake scaffolding that night, passing around a tin of fermented chokeberry wine, listening to the inverter hum. I showed her the new map, the one stitched together from recon flights, old topographic records, and every traveler who's passed through. She laughed at how accurate it was, said it reminded her of a time when we used to argue about the shape of the world like it mattered. She offered me 2 things, trade routes and plans for something bigger, a new signal tower. I dreamed of it before, even sketched some schematics in the binder during the long winter, just to have something to do with my hands. But what Clara brought was real, pre-outbreak plans from a high-gain microwave uplink built in the late 2040s as part of the Western Communications Initiative. She'd found the diagrams buried in a vault drive left in a bunker under the University of Denver campus. With some modification, the design could be rebuilt using parts from our own relay and solar arrays. The idea isn't just to transmit emergency broadcasts anymore. It's to build a 2-way network, a way to receive and respond, to chart who's left, where they are, what they need. It's ambitious. It might even be impossible. But that's the kind of talk we stopped accepting back when we buried the last of the old world. We've already designated the ridge where it'll go, east of the Sector 3 exhaust fans, past the old missile bay that we collapsed after the bunker assault. It gets full sunlight for 10 hours, and elevation clean enough to bounce a signal 40 miles under the right conditions. We'll call it Station 0. The signal will ride the same frequency I've used for years, 7.400 megahertz. Only now, it'll be stronger. I'm too old to run the tower myself. My leg's worse than I let on, and the prosthetic, scrap-welded from gear housing and rebar, groans every time I take the outer stairs. But I can still solder, still code, still teach. And there's a younger crew now. Kids born after the fall who only know stories about what the world used to be. I hand them the manuals, show them how to trim copper from old wire jackets, how to clean an RF coupler with nothing but vinegar and grit. They're faster than we were, hungrier, maybe smarter. There's something strange about spring, something quiet, like the world remembers how to breathe again after years of holding its breath. I've seen frost cling to the edge of our antenna mount, only to melt into a soft drip that feeds the moss growing under the power relay. I've seen birds return, cautious, erratic, nesting in the wreckage of the old storage deck. Their wings shimmer like metal under overcast light. Brant says they're a good omen. I don't believe in omens anymore, but I like their songs. Signal landing isn't what we planned. It's not clean, not safe, not permanent, but it's alive. And in the space between static and silence, that's enough. By early autumn, we knew the bunker wouldn't be enough on its own, not just in terms of food or shelter. Those we'd managed to scrape together with grit, scavenging, and a bit of hard-won luck. What we lacked was orientation, We needed a way to understand where we were in the wider scheme of things. Who was still out there? What roads were still passable? Which settlements still answered broadcasts? And which ones had gone dark for good? Without that, we weren't a community. We were just survivors counting days on the inside of a sealed drum. It started as a repurposed janitorial corridor, just an access hallway tucked behind the collapsed southern stairwell, where carts of bleach and paper towels once lived. When we cracked it open, half the ceiling was buckled from moisture damage, and one of the far corners stank like mildew and copper wire. Still, it was dry, secure, and large enough to build something we hadn't dared dream of in years. A command hub. Not for weapons or defenses, those we already had. This one would be for maps, for communication, for the world beyond our own gate. Brant suggested it, but it was Mila who made it real. She's young, 21, maybe 22. One of the kids rescued from the floodplain caravans back in '66. She'd spent most of her early years drawing murals in Sector 3's stairwells. Wolves, ridges, the stars as she imagined them. When she saw the blank concrete wall inside the new room, she didn't hesitate. She asked for chalk first, then charcoal, then real paint. I scrounged what I could from the old utility lockers, half-dried buckets, hardened brushes, things no one had touched since the estate became a graveyard. She set to work immediately. The map grew slowly. First came the landmarks we knew, the collapsed townships to the north, the broken bridges of the eastern routes, the scorched belt near the canyon where we detonated fuel drums to slow the horde during the retreat. Then came what others brought, new names scrawled from memory, directions traced in dirt during trade meets, rumors passed along like prayer. Burnscar, the Red Lattice, Broad Rock, Bunker 28. Half the names didn't match any old world coordinates. That didn't matter. The map wasn't about precision. It was about remembering who was left. We marked the locations of other broadcasts too. Not all were confirmed, but we logged them just the same. Some were shortwave repeaters still bouncing emergency tones from the early collapse. Others, like the ghost signal from Nevada, carried warped loopbacks of voices long dead. One in particular repeated the same 4 words every midnight. I still hear them. No origin point, just a carrier wave on 6.240 megahertz. Mila painted a thin crimson circle around its estimated triangulation zone, labeled it in shaky hand as Red Echo. Every night more was added, arrows for safe routes, X's for burned zones, curved lines for seasonal migration paths of both infected and scavenger groups, a hand-drawn compass in the top corner with a rising sun motif. It was crude, imperfect and beautiful, and when people walked into that room, they didn't see decay. They saw direction. They saw hope shaped in ink and dust. The hub became a place of ritual. At dusk, survivors would gather to update the wall, check our signal logs, or just stand in front of the map and name places they'd once seen. Sometimes they left tokens, old license plates, patches, scraps of signage from towns now gone, a faded highway marker for Route 85, a fire helmet from Pueblo, even a cracked phone case with a hand-drawn smiley face placed next to the marker for Red Rock. No one said why. No one asked. We let the wall speak for itself. That was also when I began training Mila on the radios. She'd shown curiosity before, but until then hadn't asked for formal instruction. Now, she showed up at my bench every morning with her own notepad, already scrawled with diagrams and guesses. I walked her through the systems one piece at a time, starting with frequency prioritization, fallback repeaters, and the protocol trees from the old NATO binders. She took to it quickly, faster than I expected. Her hands were steady with a soldering wand, and she learned to tune signal gain by ear. After a week, she was already logging traffic during night watch. We practiced encrypting outbound transmissions using simple tone patterns and dead-air intervals. Nothing fancy, just enough to keep raiders from spoofing us again. I made her memorize the burn code phrases for asset denial, taught her the silent rhythm of emergency pings. She asked about the repeater towers east of the ridge, if we'd ever get them back online. I told her maybe, if the turbines hold. Truth was, I didn't expect to see them operational in my lifetime. But Mila could, and that mattered. As the weeks passed, people stopped referring to our shelter as The bunker. That word had weight to it. Memories of isolation, fear, entrapment. Now they called it signal landing without hesitation. It wasn't a joke anymore. It was our name. And with it came a sense of identity we'd lost somewhere in the decades of ash and silence. We even built signage for the entrance, scavenged metal letters welded above the outer door. Seema nearly fell off the scaffold trying to bolt them into place. But when the job was done, and the letters gleamed under the reclaimed flood lamps, no one spoke for nearly a minute. Not out of reverence, but disbelief. We had named ourselves. That meant we might actually be something worth naming. One night, while Mila practiced call-out drills from the auxiliary desk, I sat at the back of the hub and stared at the map wall. I tried to trace all the places we'd been, all the people we'd lost. I saw Meredith's handwriting faintly etched on the original bunker blueprints, now layered behind Mila's red grid lines. I remembered the first broadcast I made after 5 years of silence, alone in the snow with nothing but a repurposed antenna and a dying voice. And now we had a wall. We still had enemies. Marauders roamed the high passes in rusted trucks, sometimes slinging flare grenades toward our ridge to test for weaknesses. Infected still drifted through the trees at night, especially near the old floodplain. But we had eyes on them now. Routes marked, patterns logged. We didn't stumble anymore. We anticipated. We adapted. That's the secret no one talks about. Survival isn't about strength. It's about remembering better. And right now, every line on that map is a memory turned into armor. The pattern first emerged in early spring. One of the scouts, a quiet man named Bristow, returned from a routine circuit past the southern runoff flats with a story he couldn't quite articulate. Said he'd walked past an old wreck, a delivery van split against a boulder, and saw 3 infected just standing near it. Not roaming, not stalking, just still, like mannequins in open air. He thought they were frozen or maybe caught mid-siege from weeks ago. He even threw a stone to be sure. Nothing, not even a twitch. Then, as he circled back an hour later, the wreck was untouched, but the infected were gone. No drag marks, no signs of decay. Just gone. I chalked it up to nerves at first. We all did, but the stories grew. Mila received a hand-scrawled transmission 2 nights later from a relay point west of Trinidad. The voice on the other end described an entire ridge of bodies seen at dusk, lying prone, breathing shallow, but unmoving until dark. The moment the sun dipped below the line of the broken tree canopy, they shifted, as one, like a tide exhaling. The survivor reporting it cut the call shortly after, but the logs remained. I went back through the archival files from the old world, hunting anything that matched this behavioral profile. None of the early CDC advisories, none of the medical logs from the refugee camps in 29 or 30 had anything close. This wasn't a symptom, it was a tactic. I compiled every known sighting and charted their locations on the map wall. At first they seemed random, isolated incidents too far apart to suggest coordination. But the more we plotted, the clearer it became. These things, whatever they were, followed the periphery of known safe paths. They never entered. They circled, observed, waited. Clara was the first to say it out loud during a morning logistics meet. "They're mapping us," she said, "the same way we mapped them." No one answered. We didn't need to. We'd been wondering the same thing. I created a new broadcast file, an open channel data log called Redeye protocol. We didn't use that term lightly. It came from a grainy photo taken 3 weeks prior by Seema's team along the northern ravine near the windshear fence. A single infected crouched low to the soil, bare skin slicked with dew. No movement for over 10 hours. But when the flash of the solar camera triggered, its eyes reflected red. Not from light, from something else. The iris structure was wrong in a way none of our field notes could account for. The Redeye file included times, locations, temperature variances, and estimated behavioral traits. I included a standard advisory. Do not engage. Do not make noise. Do not assume immobility means death. Above all, do not linger near objects or structures recently vacated by Redeye types. Some of the corpses left behind carried strange readings, faint electromagnetic discharges, and sulfuric decay. Clara hypothesized some sort of delayed neural reactivation. I wasn't so sure. We also noticed another disturbing trend. Animals had stopped coming near those zones. Even crows, usually fearless scavengers, avoided fields where Redeyes were last seen. It was as if the land itself had soured. The soil took longer to dry. Static clung to fabric longer. Radios clicked more often. Small signs, but undeniable once you noticed the rhythm. So we adapted, as we always do. Clara proposed a rotating watchtower relay system, independent nodes established between settlements. Each would monitor specific zones and report Redeye sightings. It wouldn't be a network in the old world sense. No satellites, no uplinks, just human voices bouncing through the dark, one range at a time. I agreed, and within 2 weeks, Mila had trained 6 additional operators on hand pulse code relays and fallback burst transmission patterns. The first towers were crude, repurposed gas station awnings, rooftops of gutted municipal buildings, a few solar array scaffolds still intact enough to mount antennae. Each outpost was issued a log sheet, a flare rack, and a field radio tuned to Signal Landing's primary band. We called it Layer 9, after the failed UN protocol from the early days that had designated Level 9 infection zones as uncontainable. A bitter joke, maybe, but fitting. Then the reply came. It was faint, barely readable above the noise floor. Originated somewhere north of Cheyenne. A voice, young-sounding, uncertain. Claimed to be part of a farming collective that hadn't had contact with outsiders in over a decade. They'd seen the same patterns, stillness in the fields, shapes that only moved when unobserved. One of their own had vanished after touching a corpse too long. The voice ended the message with 5 words. "We are not the apex." That hit me harder than I expected. For all our rebuilding, for all our grit and scars and clever tools, we'd forgotten that we were still being watched. The infected had changed. We weren't just surviving anymore. We were being studied, tracked, maybe even herded. I logged the message into the Redeye archive and encrypted it under priority status. Clara suggested expanding the network southward, toward the arid basins and dry riverbeds, where infected migration was slower. I agreed, but with caution. We needed eyes everywhere, but we couldn't afford to stretch ourselves thin. Mila spent the next 2 nights rewiring the emergency broadcast transmitter to automatically loop the updated Redeye protocol every 4 hours. I watched her work by lamplight, soldering iron clenched between her teeth, fingers smeared with graphite and oil. She didn't look afraid, just focused. That scared me more than panic ever could. There's a calm that comes before the fall, a hush in the systems, a shared silence that every survivor learns to dread. And right now, the air feels too quiet. We'd had dry spells before, but this one had stretched too long. Cracked soil, low reservoir output, static shocks just from touching the wrong rail. Everyone felt it, even if no one said it aloud. Fire had always been the worst-case scenario for us. Infection you could shoot, raiders you could outthink, but flame didn't care what rules you followed. The smoke hit us before the wind changed. I was monitoring the solar intake levels when Seema burst into the radio room, out of breath and covered in ash. She said the ridge above Sector 9 had caught fire, dry lightning or maybe a flare misfire. No one was sure. The tree line went up like stacked kindling, and within minutes, thick columns of black and orange had begun crawling down the slope. The western fields, our newest plots, freshly seeded and barely sprouting, were directly in its path. I couldn't walk the perimeter anymore. The prosthetic wasn't built for uneven terrain, and the steep incline out of the bunker's north exit was still littered with loose shale from the last freeze. But I could hear it. The fire. A low, constant growl, like air being torn in half. I could smell the resin, the scorched pine needles. It made the inside of my throat feel like rusted iron. From the command post, I coordinated relay efforts through the tower. Clara was already in the field, assembling containment lines with Seema, Brandt, and several others from the outer settlements. The problem wasn't just the blaze, it was the infected. We'd seen it before. Fire disorients them, sends them moving in strange patterns, but doesn't stop them. Sometimes it draws them. Something about heat. Some residual instinct, maybe. Or maybe just the sound. That tearing wind. The outer plots had no formal wall, only staggered spike traps and wire trip alarms. The only defense was the fire break Clara's team was cutting in real time, armed with pickaxes and dirt shovels, dragging old metal sheet panels from ruined structures to redirect the blaze. Brant called in by shortwave, voice cracking, sweat hissing off his mic, said the flames were throwing embers high. Some had already caught onto one of the compost sheds. I told him to cut it loose. He hesitated. That shed held the starter seeds for the next 2 rotations. He asked for a second opinion. Clara gave none. She simply shouted, "Burn it!" and severed the line with an axe. Back in the radio room, I opened all channels and began issuing priority directives. I called in the teams from Cliffwatch and the Mill Run fallback shelter, told Mila to update the wind maps based on the last NOAA patterns we still had on file. It wasn't much, just old climate data and speculation, but it was better than guessing. The first real breakthrough came from one of the new arrivals. Her name was Taryn, a former forestry officer from a southern co-op near Pueblo. She'd only been with us a few weeks, mostly tending solar banks and shadowing water logistics. But as soon as she saw the smoke, she took command of the ridge flank, used burn logic, set her own fire lines with soaked canvas and old gasoline-laced oil drums. The flame curved around her containment arc like it had been trained. For the first time in years, I saw strangers from different outposts working like one organism. No infighting, no second guessing, just grit, purpose, the kind of synchronized survival that's only born from shared scars. The infected came in waves, silent at first, disoriented by the smoke, their silhouettes barely visible in the haze, twitching as their senses tried to reconcile the brightness and heat. Most didn't get far. Seema's perimeter line held. Any that breached it were driven back with pike poles or dropped into pit traps lined with broken rebar. We'd learned over time, if the body's still functioning, destroy the legs. Let the earth take care of the rest. Hours passed. The fire arced west, away from the main food stores and filtration systems. The solar bank sustained minor heat damage, but nothing critical. Losses were low, a handful of burns, a twisted knee, a cracked rib, but no deaths. Not this time. After the smoke thinned and the last embers turned to ash, the survivors gathered in front of the old blast doors. Brant stood shirtless, arms charred with soot, the edge of his crowbar blackened. Clara leaned against the scaffold, blood dried into her shirt collar, but smiling. Actual smiles, the kind we hadn't seen since the days before the bunker fell. That's when the painting began. It wasn't my idea. Someone, I think it was Mila, brought out an old can of red industrial spray from salvage. She stared at the steel face of the main entrance for a long time, then climbed a ladder and began writing. The letters were uneven, staggered, but the message was clear. We respond. No fanfare, no speeches, just quiet nods and backs turned toward work. People moved back to their stations, their beds, their next tasks. I sat behind the mic and stared at that message long after the sun went down. There's something different now. A shift I can't explain. It's not that we believe we're safe. We're not. But there's trust in the response, in the act, in the motion of doing something instead of merely enduring. Signal landing is no longer a hiding place. It's a relay, a hub, a point on the map that others know they can reach. The paint on the door is still drying, and already we've had 2 new radio requests from outposts I hadn't heard from in over a year. One offered seeds, the other fuel cells. But both asked the same thing. Do you still have room? I don't know what we'll say tomorrow, but tonight, we say yes. The generator hums softer these days. Everything in here does. There's less strain on the battery cores, less heat from the cracked inverter. The old console no longer blinks with panic lights or skipped calibrations. It's quiet, worn down, but stable. I sit in the same chair I used when I was just an engineer with a toolbox and a checklist, when I thought the end of the world would come with sirens and broadcasts from Capitol Hill. It didn't. It came quietly, the way erosion eats through steel or mold spreads through canvas. 1 inch at a time, one trust at a time. That silence is deceptive, though. What we call peace now is just the absence of new emergencies. The systems don't scream because we've already reprogrammed our limits. What used to be a red alert is now a footnote. Danger isn't a flashing light anymore. It's a rusted cable, a warped airlock hinge, a knock on the outer hatch after curfew when no one was scheduled to return. I find myself keeping old habits, rechecking grounding paths, logging solar draw manually, even though the interface does it fine. There's comfort in routine, in scribbled data sheets and clipped wires. Maybe because it's one of the last things I still understand in full, one of the few areas where I don't second-guess myself. Out there, things change too fast. People change, but a failing capacitor still smells the same. A relay still clicks before it dies. Sometimes, I sit with the console powered off, just to feel the weight of the room as it is, not as it performs. This space was meant to be a fallback, a relay node. I've turned it into something else. Not quite sanctuary, not quite station, something in between. Outside, the wind has shifted. I can smell it through the intake filters. Wet pine, ash, distant smoke. The kind of smoke that doesn't belong to a campfire. The kind that carries warnings from miles off. We keep a rotation now. Mila takes the first shift, then Brandt, then myself. I can't run like I used to, not since the leg, but I still listen better than most. And sometimes, that's all the difference in the world. Today is the 40th year since the outbreak. I'm not broadcasting for supply requests or network updates. I'm not reading from a NATO field manual. I'm not answering a distress ping from the Cheyenne relay. I'm not warning about Redeyes or tracking the fire line or running frequencies on loop. I'm here to close a chapter. For anyone out there still scanning the bands, anyone digging through the frequencies of the old world like bones, this is Rowan Chambers, once engineer, once wanderer, once caretaker of Hightower estate, now just a man finishing his last transmission. The room smells like copper dust and old solder. Mila cleaned the terminals this morning. She's the one I trained to take over this console. Her handwriting's cleaner than mine. She logs every incoming call by hand in ink and carbon. She listens more than she speaks. I think she'll be better at this than I ever was. That matters. Legacy matters. Not the kind that builds statues or inks names into treaties. The kind that survives in decisions made when no one's watching. The kind you leave in the eyes of the people you taught how to survive without you. I wish I could tell you how many are left, not just here in Signal Landing, but anywhere. The signals we trace are scattered. Most don't repeat. Some are automated loops from ancient fire bases or relay trucks half swallowed by desert. We've mapped a few dozen communities, south past Pueblo, west through the canyon grid, one in the ruins of Salt Lake that speaks only in time-stamped weather codes. We've built trust with maybe 10 of them. We share water testing kits, seed rotations, radio plans. We even swap music sometimes. Scratched vinyl encoded through narrowband. It's not civilization, but it's not extinction either. This place, the bunker, once owned by a man whose name no one speaks anymore, has become something else. We call it Signal Landing now. That name came from one of the kids scrawled in charcoal on a door during winter rations. It stuck, and then we made it real. We've reinforced the outer walls with sheet metal and rebar lattices pulled from dead moles and shuttered mines. Our new antenna tower is welded from salvage cranes and windmill shafts. It hums when the wind hits it right, like a low drone reminding us that power still moves through the earth. We grow food in half-buried greenhouses. The geothermal taps Meredith ordered years ago still function, her final, brutal gift. Her room is sealed again. I left it the way I found it. Dusty, silent, filled with notes that no longer matter. I don't hate her anymore. What she did believing it was right. That doesn't make it forgivable, but it makes it understandable. I shot her once. I still see her face the moment before it happened. Shocked, not because I turned on her, but because I hadn't done it sooner. Guilt is a room with no exits, but you learn to pace it differently over the years. These days, I can't carry much. I can't climb like I used to. One good leg, one bad one pieced together with rebar and stubbornness. It limits your options. I can't go out on the long salvage treks anymore. And the fields, though beautiful, are rough on the joints. I've started sitting near the North Aqueduct when the mornings are quiet, with a line tied to a rod someone found in a half-burned bait shop. I used to hate fishing, thought it was boring, pointless. I never had the patience. But out here, with the wind in the valley and the glint of water against the sandbags, it's different. Sometimes I catch something, sometimes I don't. Either way, I sit and I listen. There's peace in the waiting now. Maybe that's what getting older gives you. Not wisdom, but the clarity to sit still and let the world move around you without needing to chase it. I never thought I'd fish, but there it is. Another strange chapter I never asked for, and maybe the one I needed. I leave these tapes now for anyone who may one day find them. Each is labeled and sorted. Survivor interviews, technical instructions, field notes, settlement coordinates, known infected behaviors, Redeye mutations, failed vaccine formulations, map files, and everything we learned the hard way. You'll find the defense strategies we developed, the flare grid patterns we used during the Ridge fire, the tripwire configurations Seema and Brandt built from gutted turbines. You'll find a whole shelf of my own voice, catalogued by date, sometimes cracked by weather, sometimes slurred by fever, but always trying, always trying. Mila will take over this room. She knows how to keep the transceiver from overheating. She knows when to switch to passive mode to avoid triangulation. She knows how to read between the silences. She's training two more now, Amos and Kiara. They're both young, both sharp. She says Kiara hears modulations even the scanner doesn't pick up. I like that. It means someone will still be listening after I'm gone. There are still monsters out there, infected that freeze when you look at them, ones that mimic the injured. We've mapped their behavior and shared it in every direction we can. Some call them Redeyes, others Nightfolds, and one kid from the Delta Circuit calls them Stillborns. The names don't matter. What matters is we know more than we did. We react faster. We waste less time doubting ourselves. And there are still people out there, not as many as there should be, but enough. They're rebuilding irrigation in sections of Nebraska. Someone near the Oregon line rigged a steam engine to power a radio post. In Arizona, an old Coast Guard vessel turned settlement has begun printing paper again. Letters, books, stories. They'll outlast any digital backup. I won't be around to see what comes next. My body's old and patched together with steel and stubbornness. The cold bites deeper each year. My hands shake in ways I can't fix with recycled vitamins. I sleep less. I remember more. Sometimes that balance flips and you feel like the past is louder than the present. So this will be my final voice on the line. If it reaches you, know this. We weren't the first here, and we won't be the last. But for a time, in the shadow of a dead world, we built something stubborn. Not perfect, not clean, but real. And it held. Through winter, fire, flood, and fracture, it held. The bunker is more than walls now. It's stories, tools, maps, and memory. It's proof that we didn't go quietly. This is Rowan Chambers, and this was Signal Landing. If you're out there, come find us. We're still here, still growing, still remembering. The world didn't end. It changed. And the infection, it doesn't get the final word. We believe in the next chapter. We believe in you. That's all for now. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more unsettling creepypastas. Your support keeps my channel alive. Until next time, stay quiet, stay vigilant, and trust nothing, not even the silence.